Overcoming capitalism. Strategy for the working class in the 21st century. Tom Wetzel. Acknowledgements. I think I began asking myself the question, how can the working class free itself from class oppression, back in the late 60s? In that era, a helpful source of insight for me was Bertrand Russell's clearly written little book, Roads to Freedom. Russell provided a reasonably objective evaluation of the various radical alternatives of the World War I era Marxism, Kropotkin's anarchist communism, syndicalism, and guild socialism. In this book, I follow Russell's example, to some extent, in providing an examination of the major strategies proposed by various radical left tendencies in recent decades. Russell and other English-speaking philosophers in the early 20th century placed a strong emphasis on clarity of analysis and making the writing accessible to people in general, a practice I've tried to emulate. When I was helping to organize a union of teaching assistants at UCLA in the early 70s, a union supporter who was an anarcho-syndicalist, Ralph Alvey, suggested I read about the revolution in Spain in the 1930s, an event I hadn't heard about until then. Reading through the detailed eyewitness account of widespread worker self-management in Gaston Laval's collectives in the Spanish Revolution, I was deeply impressed. Other writers have explored other aspects of that movement, such as Martha Acklesberg's Free Women of Spain, which offers a detailed account of the impressive movement built by anarcho-syndicalist women militants through the Mujeres Libres organization. These and other accounts helped me gain an appreciation of the syndicalist mass worker movement in Spain in that era. That movement gave concrete evidence for the revolutionary potential of grassroots unionism, and the ability of working people to build from below a worker-controlled form of socialism. The purpose of this book is to provide an up-to-date exposition and defense of revolutionary syndicalism in English. Since I first became committed to the ideas and politics of libertarian socialism and syndicalism back in the 70s, a half-century has flowed under the bridge. During these years, I've learned from countless conversations with labor and social movement activists and my radical comrades and friends. I've also learned from reading countless essays, memoirs, and books. In short, I've learned from many people far too numerous to mention. Putting this book together has taken a number of years. AK Press has been patient for a book writing project that has taken me longer than I imagined. I want to thank my editor Zach Blue for his patience and suggestions along the way, and Chris and Siafi for their help with the book promotion. Writing can be a sort of lone activity. Mainly it's my quirky cat Lucy who has kept me company, purring with her paws over my shoulder as I was reading books and essays. I had numerous talks with my friend James Tracy, who also read all the chapters as they were written and gave me feedback. Andrei Grubasic also provided helpful conversations and comments along the way. Robin Honnell's comments on the last chapter, From Syndicalism to Libertarian Eco-Socialism, helped me to improve and clarify the economic proposals I make there. I had many conversations about labor history and workplace strategy with my longtime syndicalist friend and comrade Mitch Miller, who also read a number of the chapters. Ideas about the relationships among worker and social movement organizations have also been part of my conversations with local syndicalist comrades, Steve Ongirth and Ricky Grams. I also want to thank James Tracy, Andrei Grubasic, and Robin Honnell for the endorsement comments they provided for AK Press. Introduction. There are many reasons why humanity needs to ditch the capitalist regime. The heart of the system is the extraction of wealth from the labor of the working class. Workers don't have their own independent means to a livelihood. A person down the block, Maria, has been out of work for a while. She's running out of funds, can't pay her rent, and is at risk of being thrown on the street. Finally, she gets a low-wage job offer in food prep. She can honestly say she had no choice, was forced to take the job. This is part of the working class condition. Workers are forced to seek jobs from employers. That's how we get money to pay the rent, shop for food, buy medicines, and so on. Once we're hired, we must submit to the autocratic management schemes the firms have set up. Usually, we have close to zero say in the running of the workplace or the labor process. If we think about it, this runs counter to human nature. Working people do, in fact, have the capacity to learn and acquire skills and control our own work, and to cooperate with others to run workplaces in a democratic way. But this potential is trampled by the capitalist labor control regime. Management power is in fact inherently coercive. That you can be threatened with firing, loss of your livelihood for trying to build a union or for questioning things, implies that managers have a coercive power over you. And this regime exists so that profits can be pumped out of our labor, to enable firms to expand into new markets, do mergers and acquisitions, pay high salaries to those in management, and invest in new technologies to eliminate jobs. This is a brief summary of a system rooted in class oppression and exploitation. But the capitalist setup isn't just the class control scheme. Capitalist society is layered with various destructive fault lines. American capitalism has always had its tendencies to inequality based on racialized and gendered divisions. The system's top-down bureaucratic state is there to hold it all together and protect elite interests. The worsening environmental crisis, from pollution of air and water to the imminent threat of global warming, is rooted in the pervasive cost-shifting behavior of companies. If the oppressed and exploited majority is to liberate itself from this regime, we can't avoid the need for strategic thinking. Most of this book is a discussion of strategies for getting rid of capitalism. A plausible politics for replacing the capitalist regime requires realistic ideas about the methods of action and organization that could build a social movement with the capacity to transform the society. Strategy for social change is closely linked to what the vision or goal is that we want to achieve. The vision for a replacement for capitalism is going to also influence our strategy, since the strategy needs to have a good fit with what our aim is. The society that emerges in a period of heightened struggle and social conflict is likely to reflect the social forces that drove that change, their organizational practices and aspirations. Bringing an end to the regime of class oppression and exploitation is going to require doing away with private ownership of the non-human means of production, the various facilities used in all the industries. This is why the movement for a replacement system is called socialism. But socialism is a contested concept. Since the 19th century, socialists have differed in both their conception of the goal and their strategy for getting there. By the 1920s, a number of different grand strategies had been developed by various groups of socialists. Such strategies as cooperativism, a party-oriented strategy based on electoral politics and electing socialists to government office, revolutionary libertarian unionism, and the communist movement based on the model of the Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution. I've written this book to try to explain what syndicalism is, and to defend an updated version that is relevant to the 21st century. Movements for changing the society start from particular fault lines in the system as struggles emerge around particular issues or demands. As we lack the power to fundamentally alter society right now, the changes we fight for at first are going to be limited. They're going to be reforms, in other words. But there are different ways that reforms or short-term changes can be fought for. Some people might advocate the use of electoral politics as a strategy to fight for reforms, electing radicals or progressive reformers to government office. Some might rely on the large foundation-funded, staff-driven nonprofits, or expect the full-time paid union hierarchies to represent us. But syndicalists don't favor strategies of that sort because those strategies don't build on direct participation and direct solidarity and direct control of our own organizations such as unions. Syndicalism combines a libertarian vision of self-managed socialism with a grassroots movement-building strategy that is a good fit with that goal. Unlike party-oriented socialism, syndicalism tends to follow the libertarian socialist emphasis on face-to-face participatory democracy in worker, union, or neighborhood assemblies. The idea is that working-class power in the workplaces and the society can only be built by working people themselves using their own action and solidarity through mass organizations they directly control. Syndicalism is an extra-parliamentary strategy, in other words, it is based on mass action and self-organization, which develops independently of the politics of parties and elections. One criterion that I use in evaluating strategies is how well they contribute to the process called class formation. This is the more or less protracted process through which the working class overcomes fatalism and internal divisions, acquires knowledge about the system, and builds the confidence, organizational capacity, and the aspiration for social change. An awareness of class conflict, the importance of solidarity, and subgroups of the working class developing links and mutual support are part of a developing class consciousness. The working class needs to develop its own class-wide agenda and gather its forces from the various areas and sectors of struggle to form a united bloc with both the power and agenda for change. Since World War II, powerful bureaucratic layers of paid officials and staff in unions and the layer of professional politicians, party operatives, and think tank staff in electoral politics have created a major barrier to the advance of class formation because of the ways they discourage direct participation, militancy, and the broadening of direct struggle against the employers and the powers that be. These bureaucratic layers have a personal stake in protecting their institutional position. For example, it is in their best interests to not scare off middle-class voters and to minimize risks to the survival of union organizations. Thus the bureaucratic layers tend to keep the working class captive to the capitalist regime. This means we need to avoid strategies for social change that rely upon or build up these bureaucratic layers. Syndicalists propose to get around this problem by building struggles and mass organizations independently of these bureaucratic layers. There are three aspects to this. A strategy based on disruptive direct action like strikes, work to rule, tenant rent strikes, workplace occupations, and other forms of disruptive mass struggle rather than relying on professionals of representation. Self-managed class unionism, workers taking direct control of struggles with the employers and direct control of the organizations people use in such struggles. Syndicalists also advocate for large self-managed organizations in other areas of struggle such as tenant organizations. Class unionism means bringing these worker organizations together on a class-wide basis so they can overcome sectoral isolation and develop cross-sector solidarity and a class-wide agenda for change. The emergence of a more active and wider solidarity among the oppressed and exploited majority, building a movement based on the principle an injury to one is an injury to all. Class-wide solidarity and a coordinated movement are needed in order to maximize the power working class people have to make changes. The ultimate goal would be to bring the worker unions and grassroots social movements together into a common front or alliance to challenge the power of the dominating classes. If a new form of syndicalism emerges on a large scale in coming years, it won't look exactly like the syndicalism of the World War I era or the 1930s. The various popular insurgencies of previous decades make clear that new issues come to the fore over time. New groups of people become active, and new areas of struggle emerge as the fault lines of the system shift. In this book I suggest that a counter-systemic bloc or social movement alliance is needed to bring together the various threads of struggle against the various forms of oppression and destructive consequences the system is bringing down on people today. A core part of the syndicalist goal is worker collective self-management of the industries and public services. This is an essential condition for an authentic socialism. If workers do not run the places where we work, then some other class will, such as the class of managers and high-end professionals set over workers by the capitalists in the present capitalist regime. Workers were also subordinate to a class of this sort in the so-called communist countries. There are several reasons why widespread expropriation and direct worker self-management of industry needs to be at the top of the agenda in a period where social conflict opens up the possibility of social transformation. To break the power of the bureaucratic control class. To ensure that the needs and desires of the population are met in a period that may witness widespread disruption. To begin the process of reorganizing industries to diminish their ecologically destructive effects and to make for a work environment that protects worker health and well-being. Part of the idea of an alliance based on mutual support is that the various organizations have come to take on goals and struggles of the various subgroups that make up a diverse working class population. This is where we try to work to the principle, an injury to one is an injury to all. We can anticipate that the program developed by the Alliance will be geared to overcoming the series of destructive and oppressive features that have motivated the various movements. As a core part of this, the working class-based social alliance that comes together and is building toward a self-managed socialist society will need to develop a program that can enable the working class to liberate itself from class oppression. But the answers here are not automatic. This is why it is relevant to have discussions today of basic components of a revolutionary program. We need to develop agreement widely around the goals of the movement as it grows and develops, which is why we need to discuss what self-managed socialism looks like. Part of this is learning from the failures of socialism in the 20th century. In the last chapter I offer some ideas about forms of political and economic power in self-managed socialism as it emerges in a period of social transformation. Chapter 1, Freedom and Oppression. In this chapter I will begin building my case against capitalism, but first we need a basic understanding of what it is. The capitalist social order is relatively recent in human history. It was only in the 1800s that the capitalist economic structure became dominant in the United States. Now there are thousands of capitalist firms with operations all over the world. In the various countries where capitalism is dominant, the system has several essential features, which tend to persist over time. Ownership and control over use of non-human means of production is concentrated into few hands. The non-human means of production includes anything that people use to produce goods and services for others in society: land, buildings, equipment, utility grids, and so on. Production of goods and services occurs in a mostly uncoordinated way through competing firms. Relatively autonomous actors enter into generally uncooperative contracts and relations of buying and selling. According to the system's defenders, the relative absence of coercion in market relations is what makes the market free. There is a large pool of people, the vast majority of the population in the United States, who don't own means of production they could use to make a living. To gain access to goods and services, a share of the social product, this large majority seek jobs where they rent their abilities to the privately owned businesses. Within capitalism, a business has a legal role that David Ellerman calls the residual claimant. Point 1. This means two things. First, the business is responsible for its expenses, and, second, that the business can lay claim to the sales revenue. Even though the workers make the product, the employer owns it. If a company's sales revenues are greater than its operating expenses, taxes, and depreciation, it has a profit. If total expenses are greater than revenues, it has a loss. Which brings us to another essential feature of capitalism: the relentless pursuit of profit. This isn't explained simply by saying people are greedy. Although capitalism does encourage greed, the pursuit of profit isn't due to personal quirks of business people. Competition forces businesses to pursue profit. If a firm doesn't constantly seek to minimize its expenses in production and expand its market share, its resources won't be as large as the competition. In a capitalist economy, size matters. The larger a corporation is, the more resources it has to buy up competitors, build new facilities, hire experts and managers, design new products or methods of production, or move operations to other countries where they can pay people lower wages and thus increase profit. If a company falls behind its rivals in this drive for expansion, its rivals will have the resources to drive it from the field. What classes? Because firms are driven to pursue profits, capital accumulation is the name of the game. In talking about capital, I don't mean physical things like office buildings or robot welding machines. Possessing capital means that one has a certain power in society, a type of social power characteristic of the economic structure we've just defined. Capital is the power to go out into markets for factors of production and pick up everything you need to run a business, hire managers, experts, and workers, buy or rent equipment and buildings. Although workers produce the goods or services, the firm owns the revenue from the sale of the goods or services. The capital/labor relationship is a power relationship between groups. It divides the society into classes with antagonistic interests. It's in the interests of workers to work at a reasonable pace and be paid more, but it's in the interests of the firm to pay less and drive a more intense pace. Classes are groups of people who are related by the different roles they play in the production of goods and services. Class power begins in work but spreads throughout the society. The power of the dominant capital owners, the so-called 1%, spreads into electoral politics, the mass media, schooling, and popular culture. The government tends to work in ways that defend and support the capital accumulation game. The work of directly producing goods and services is what the working class does. Working class jobs are those where a person has a boss but they aren't anyone's boss. Their job isn't defining or controlling the jobs of others. And the way the employer organizes the work usually allows the worker little say over the job, or the product. Typically, someone else defines the job and what your responsibilities are. Managers track your work. Although workers create all the market value added to products and services in the economy, they receive back only the wages and benefits employers are willing to give them. The working class does not simply consist of blue-collar workers in factories. As Michael Zweig writes, the great majority of Americans form the working class. They are skilled and unskilled, in manufacturing and in services, men and women of all races. They drive trucks, write routine computer code, operate machinery, wait tables, sort and deliver the mail, work on assembly lines, stand all day as bank tellers, perform thousands of jobs in every sector of the economy. 2. Classes aren't just made up of isolated individuals. People live in households and have family connections. The working class includes not only those working and those who would work if they could find a job but also their kids, people on disability income, and retired people who spent their work lives doing working class jobs. This is a majority of the U.S. population. Capitalists are people who make their living through their ownership of capital assets. Their main income is from ownership of businesses, stocks, bonds, real estate, and other such assets. Many individual capitalists also act as CEOs or entrepreneurs, managing the way the capital is put to use. Some capitalist owners have some technical training or expertise, as in engineering or medicine, but it is their ownership stake that makes them capitalists. Radical economists usually divide the capital owners into two groups. The wealthy elite who control the big corporations are not in the same league as owners of small businesses. Working class people do not normally come into much contact with the 1%ers. The capitalist elite are insulated from workers by layers of professionals and middle managers who control the day-to-day efforts of the workforce. Small business owners, on the other hand, often do manage workers themselves. According to economist Edward Wolff, the wealthiest 1% own 56.3% of business assets, 54.2% of bonds, and 46.2% of stocks. 3 The top 1% of households has more wealth than the entire bottom 95% of the population. To be in that top 1% in 1997, you needed to have at least $2.45 million in net worth. According to economist Emmanuel Says, the 1% average over 39 times more income than the bottom 90%. 4. Even within the elite, ownership of wealth is very concentrated. Among the top 1%, 85% of their assets are owned by the top 0.5% of the population. 5 In 2017, the three wealthiest people in the United States, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett, owned as much wealth as the least wealthy half of the population of the country. 6. Since the late 70s, the dominant class have used their political and economic power to their advantage in ways that have gained them a greater share of total American income. For example, by shifting the tax burden onto others. Since 1981, the percentage of corporate income taxes paid has declined by 50%. The capitalist system has an inherent tendency to shovel wealth to those at the top of the social hierarchy. Of the 30 developed or core capitalist countries that make up the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the United States is the most unequal. The top 10% own 79% of all personal wealth, whereas the bottom 60% of the populace have only 2% of personal wealth. but inequality in ownership of wealth is a common feature of all the more developed capitalist countries. This is true even of countries that have more extensive social democratic welfare states than the US. For example, in Norway, the bottom 60% have 7% of wealth and the top 10% have 51%. In Spain, ownership of dwellings is more widespread than in the US and the bottom 60% own 19% of personal wealth while the top 10% own 46%. So even in the least unequal OECD countries, the top 10% own at least 40% of all personal wealth and the bottom 60% own less than 20%. The control bureaucracy. The capital owners aren't the only bosses. Class domination isn't based solely on ownership of business assets. In both the public and private sectors, there are elaborate hierarchies in which hired employees are responsible for the control of the work. Tiers of middle managers and supervisors are hired to track and control our work, and to hire and fire people. Various high-end professionals work closely with management in planning and control. Corporate lawyers defend the firm's legal interests and help to break unions. Top accountants may help hide tax liabilities. Companies hire industrial engineers as management consultants or on staff to study work methods and to design jobs and workflows. Equipment or software is often designed in ways that enhance control over workers, whether it be the pace of work, the deskilling of jobs, or by facilitating electronic monitoring. This is the system's control bureaucracy. The power of this class is based on a relative monopolization of decision-making authority. They call the shots. They also marshal the kinds of expertise particularly important to management decision-making and control over the workforce. Members of this class are usually the bosses that working-class people deal with on a day-to-day basis. We can call this social group the bureaucratic control class. It is only in the last century that this class became a big group in American society, due to the emergence of the large corporation and expansive growth of the government machinery. A lot of the work of this class is guard labor, making sure those below them are on the job and working hard. With management in control of corporations' daily functioning, capitalism has had a tendency to bureaucratic bloat over time. In the early 1900s, for example, people in management positions made up 3% of the employees, and by 2004, that figure was 15%. The following description of the class structure is brief, but it shows that the capitalist regime is based on class domination. Michael Zweig put it this way: class is about the power some people have over the lives of others, and the powerlessness most people experience as a result of it. Because class is based on domination, it creates a tug of war between opposing sides. The owners have a managerial regime to make sure employees work hard and use their abilities to make profits for the firm. In this regime, conflicts over pay, stress, control of work, or mistreatment are inevitable. The struggle between classes can come to the fore in a variety of ways, including organizing together to form a union to resist management power or to go on strike. Working class people can't effectively defend their freedom and collective interests or advance their aspirations without opposing the classes who dominate them. Professional employees. The groups that are categorized as professional in the United States vary widely in their incomes and economic power, and, I would argue, do not all fall within a single class. Thus far I've suggested that we should understand class in contemporary capitalism in terms of two basic structures. A relative monopoly over ownership of non-human means of production. A relative monopoly over decision-making authority and expertise applied in management of businesses and government agencies. The class structure divides the society based on the economic power certain groups have over others. I think we can distinguish two layers of professionals based on their position in the structures of class domination I've listed above. I will call these groups upper and lower professionals. The upper, or high-end, professionals work directly with management in control of enterprises or control of the workforce or in the government's role of social control. They have forms of expertise that are important to planning, labor management, and defense of the firm's legal and financial interests. Because of their link to management of firms, they share in management power. These professionals are part of the system's control bureaucracy. As with working class jobs, however, the autonomy of people in bureaucratic class positions can also be subject to attack by the capitalist elite. In recent years, managed care regimes have subjected doctors to higher levels of control. Their treatment recommendations can be opposed by insurers who hold the purse strings. Business process re-engineering has often subjected supervisors and middle managers to greater control and an intensified work pace. Job dissatisfaction and burnout has become common among middle managers and high-end professionals in the last 2 decades. 9 Although the bureaucratic class participates in control over the working class, they are also a subordinate layer in the capitalist regime. However, there are also many professional employees who are not a part of management and don't participate, to a significant extent, in controlling other workers or defining their jobs or charting a path for the company. Thus I tend to think of the lower professional employees as part of the more skilled section of the working class. This includes primary and secondary school teachers, nurses, physical therapists, computer programmers, librarians, technical illustrators, and newspaper reporters. Differences in skill, formal education, and autonomy in work are forms of inequality that exist within the working class. All jobs require some skills. Employers won't hire people if they don't have the abilities needed for the job, which is why the phrase unskilled labor is misleading. However, when employers speak of skilled labor, they are referring to some level of expertise or credentials that requires a lengthy period of training or education. Lower professional employees share the working class condition of subordination to management but do not participate in management power over other workers. Nonetheless, they sometimes have anxieties about their class status or professional image, and can be somewhat conflicted about their social position. Middle class. The corporate media often focus on the so-called middle class. Union leaders talk about rebuilding the middle class through better paying jobs. But who exactly are the middle class? Often the idea is that you're middle class if you have enough income to lead a so-called middle class lifestyle, own your home and drive a relatively new car. The corporate media reinforce this myth, presenting class in terms of education, income, lifestyle, or one's physical possessions. Defining class in terms of income makes the boundary arbitrary. Why would there be 3 or 4 classes rather than 20? If your class standing is a matter of your income, education, or home ownership, it can be a temporary circumstance. This fits in with the myth of America as the land of opportunity where anything is possible for you if you just work hard or get more schooling. In the media debate over the extent to which members of the working class voted for Donald Trump in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, pundits often assumed that the working class could be identified by their education level as those adults who lacked a 4-year college degree. But this definition is incorrect. There are 17 million small business owners in the United States, 86% of whom are white. This is a much wider group than the working class, and most do not have 4-year college degrees. 10 Also, there are millions of supervisors, realtors, insurance agents, and cops who work jobs that do not require college degrees. Those who perform these jobs are part of what I described above as the bureaucratic control class. On the other hand, low-level professional workers such as school teachers, registered nurses, and programmers can be regarded as part of the skilled periphery of the working class, and these groups do tend to have 4-year college degrees. Thinking of class as related to income or schooling would mean we couldn't explain why there are classes at all. After all, what explains the huge inequality in income? How can we explain that some people have huge incomes and live in mansions, but not mention the fact that they own a lot of business assets or have a lot of authority in the running of some large company? The power differences between classes help us to explain the differences in income. This is why institutional power is a better basis for understanding class than income or what type of car that person drives. Class struggle is a form of power struggle. We can't understand why class conflict is a persistent feature of capitalist society unless we look at class in terms of power. This clash of class interests is obscured when people in better paid working class jobs are described as members of a broad middle class that includes middle managers, corporate lawyers, judges, and others in the system's control bureaucracy. Both the small business owners and the bureaucratic control class have a level of power in society that is in between the 1%ers and the working class. In that sense, both are middle classes. Because the bureaucratic control class has only been a large group in capitalist society since the early 1900s, it is sometimes called the new middle class. But the classes in between are a minority in American society. Post-industrial? Sometimes people say the United States is now a post-industrial economy. We don't make anything anymore, they say. Throughout the past century there have always been more jobs in services than in industry. But employment in retail and services, such as healthcare and restaurants, has become a much larger proportion of total jobs in more recent decades. For example, jobs in restaurants' meal factories have been growing more rapidly than employment growth in general. Back in the 50s, people spent only about a fourth of their household budget on restaurant meals. Nowadays this has risen to about 50%. In recent years 20 to 25% of all new jobs in many areas of the U.S. from Tulsa to Cleveland to Pittsburgh have been in sit-down restaurants or fast food eateries. At present, the average pay in this industry is only $12.50 an hour. 11. Nonetheless, a lot of manufacturing still takes place in the United States. As of 2010, the U.S. contributed about 19% of total world manufactured output. This includes industries such as oil refining and chemicals, auto parts and assembly, food processing, and aircraft and medical equipment manufacturing. The core of the domestic industrial economy consists of factory output, transporting goods and people, creating structures such as bridges and buildings, and extractive industries such as mining and oil and gas fields. These industries employ about a quarter of the total workforce. The share of jobs in transport, construction, and utilities has not declined in recent decades. A reduction in manufacturing jobs accounts for the declining share of industrial employment. Production of items we buy isn't really complete until that product is where consumers can get their hands on it. Just as moving parts around in a factory is part of production, so are the long supply chains that move parts and completed goods over the surface of the planet. Capitalism has evolved into a kind of global factory with various nodes of production all over. The economic weight of the industrial sector in the economy of the USA has not declined. The ratio of service output to goods and structures, as the government measures these, has not changed much in almost half a century, writes Kim Moody. 12. For decades, manufacturers shifted the location of factories within the U.S., moving to rural areas or to the south or southwest to escape unions and pay lower wages. One recent example is the ongoing efforts of General Electric to transfer work from its railroad locomotive plant in Erie, Pennsylvania, to a newer plant in Fort Worth, Texas. Plant shutdowns and work relocations have, at times, had devastating impacts on the communities where the plants are located. 13. Various types of manufacturing have been moved outside the U.S. such as garment and shoemaking or the manufacture of laptop computers and other consumer electronics. Often this happens when brand firms engage contract manufacturers in other countries. Garment and consumer electronics industries have evolved into elaborate international networks of subcontracting relationships. Since the 90s, 1 to 2 million U.S. jobs have been lost due either to firms moving production to other countries or to imports. The development of manufacturing in countries such as China, Bangladesh, and Brazil is part of the spread of industrialization to other nodes in the world capitalist system. Capitalism is global. Shutdowns and factory relocations have been one of the main reasons for the rise in the number of men of prime working age dropping out of the workforce. Many who had been working middle-income semi-skilled jobs simply stopped looking for work, at least for a time. According to one study, this was especially true of many small former industrial centers in states like Michigan, Indiana and Ohio. 14. When these workers finally started pulling a paycheck again, they typically took jobs that were low-paying, with few benefits. Although the moving of factory work to the south or overseas contributed to serious decline of circumstances for many workers in the Rust Belt, the main reason for the decline in manufacturing jobs in the U.S. has been changes in work organization and technology, not offshoring. Capitalist firms continually look for ways to cut their expenses, which means they are looking for ways to cut jobs. The decline in jobs in manufacturing has been going on for a long time. Back in the 1890s, about 48% of non-farm employment in the United States was in goods-producing industries. This had shrunk to only 36% by 1959, and was down to only 17% by 2004.15. Employers have been able to increase revenue they get per worker hour labor productivity through investment in new equipment and through speed up and changes in work organization. For example, about as much steel is made in the U.S. now as in the 1970s, mainly at about 70 mini-mills that make steel from scrap iron. But making a ton of steel now takes less than 1/3 of the worker hours it used to. Thus, far fewer workers are employed in the manufacture of steel. Henry Ford's progressive production system, introduced in his auto factories during World War I, used physical equipment to control the pace of work. The contemporary form of this is use of information technology for forms of surveillance and monitoring of workers. In warehouses, for example, monitoring systems are used to keep workers constantly moving to the next task. An intensified pace of work enables companies to get more work done without hiring more workers. The number of factory jobs in the U.S. has been relatively stable over the last several decades. For example, in 1970 there were 17.3 million workers employed in manufacturing, and in 2000 there were 17.2 million workers employed in factories. But consider that the total number of workers employed in the USA doubled between 1970 and 2000. Moreover, there was a vast increase in factory output between 1970 and 2000. This means that productivity per worker hour went way up. Despite the decline in the proportion of people employed in factory jobs, manufacturing accounts for 35% of total value of economic output in the U.S. For the employers, increasing labor productivity is a key strategy for pursuing profit. Although conservative pundits often say that wages and benefits are compensation for our productivity, in fact wages and benefits do not automatically go up if labor productivity rises. From 1973 to 1998, the average real hourly wage for all non-management employees in the U.S. dropped from $14.46 to $12.78.16. That's a decline of 11.6%. Annual earnings for young male high school grads with no college dropped 29% from 1975 to 2005.17. Today the average real wage rate is still lower than it was in 1973. Thus, in 1972, weekly earnings for production and non-supervisory workers was $315.44 compared to $312.18 in 2018.18. However, between 1968 and 2000, productivity in the American economy increased by 74.2%. 19 output per worker hour has doubled since 1983 and is 4 times what it was in the 1950s. If fewer worker hours are needed to produce a given amount of business revenue, and if wages and benefits don't go up, the employers will scarf up the gains as profit. The employers reap the productivity gains from work intensification and reorganization, which drives rising economic inequality. The extent to which workers gain a benefit from their increased labor productivity depends on the social power they have developed through collective resistance to the employers, building unions, and engaging in strikes. As both unions and strikes have faded since the late 70s, workers in the U.S. have been less able to gain from their increased productivity, and often must labor under a harsher work regime. 2 forms of liberalism. From World War II to the 1960s, as productivity grew from capitalist investment in industry, workers were able to force rising real wages. In the mid-50s about 1/3 of the workforce belonged to unions, and strikes were fairly common. The rising wages of the post-World War II boom years was not the normal way capitalism works, but was the product of a temporary, contingent deal between labor and capital that had been forged through struggle. A poll in 1932 revealed that a quarter of the population in the U.S. thought a revolution might be necessary. Between 1933 and 1937, a process of radicalization was underway in the American working class as there were widespread strikes, citywide general strikes, plant occupations, and hundreds of thousands of workers forming new unions. Many employers were forced to negotiate with their workforce and accept ongoing worker organization. By 1936, the militant working class mood forced the Democrats to move left. At the national level, the initial framework of the stingy American welfare state was set in place. Congress passed the Wagner Act, the Social Security Act, Aid to Families with Dependent Children, and the Fair Labor Standards Act. The deal between labor and capital in the wake of the working class insurgency of the 1930s and 40s created institutions that tended to support working class bargaining power, such as rising legal minimum wages, nationwide pattern bargaining through the unions, and so on. This arrangement enabled workers to push up wages as their labor productivity rose. And sometimes direct action on the job was successful in pushing wages and benefits ahead of growth in labor productivity, which would have caused profits to drop. In other words, workers were able to capture a bigger share of the pie produced by their labor. The gains in that era mainly benefited the white male workers who were organized in these unions at the time. Additional reforms were won in the 60s and early 70s through another period of mass social protest, from the Civil Rights Rebellion in the South to ghetto uprisings in northern cities, movements for women's liberation and gay liberation, and widespread wildcat strikes, such as the first ever national strike on the postal system in 1970. These gains included programs such as Head Start, Medicare, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, laws against race and sex discrimination, and the Clean Water and Air laws. These various laws had an impact on corporate costs. By the 1960s, American corporations also began to face a greater challenge in the world market. At the end of World War II, about half of world manufacturing capacity was in the USA. 4 years after the war, the big American companies were riding high, raking in huge profits. By the 60s and 70s, however, manufacturing capacities that had been destroyed by war in Europe and Japan had been rebuilt, using the latest technologies. 2 of Japan's former colonies, Taiwan and South Korea, had also developed formidable export industries. For these reasons, American corporations' profit rate began to take a serious nosedive at the end of the 60s. Many in the capitalist class were looking for a way to turn this around. The capitalist elite have a number of organizations in service of their class, both on the national and local levels, such as the Business Roundtable and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They use these organizations for working out a common policy and showing a united front. In 1971, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce produced a memo on capitalist class strategy called Attack on the Free Enterprise System. The memo was written by Lewis Powell, a corporate attorney who would later be named to the Supreme Court. The memo declared that the problems faced by the capitalist elite required a well-funded, long-range campaign to change the way Americans think about economics. 20. The capitalist elite's new direction would draw on ideas from an older form of liberal ideology. Milton Friedman's 1962 book Capitalism and Freedom was a sustained argument for an extreme form of unregulated capitalism. In that book, Friedman called his political viewpoint liberalism. Friedman was referring back to the 19th century form of liberalism. The liberal label first came to prominence in the U.S. in the 1870s through a faction of the Republican Party. This brand of liberalism was an ideology of dog-eat-dog competition, free trade, privatization of public assets, low business taxation, and opposition to social, labor, or government constraints on the pursuit of business profit. This liberalism was pushed by a layer of publicists, professionals, and businessmen who had an interest in ideology. They got their ideas printed in various media organs that are read by professionals and business people, such as The Nation and the Chicago Tribune. They had meetings through organizations such as the American Social Science Association. A well-known proponent of this outlook in the late 1800s was sociologist William Graham Sumner, who gained a wide audience through his popular essays. Sumner opposed any form of social support to the people he deemed weak or inferior: the poor, working people, black people. He assumed that competitive capitalism was a natural order in which the struggle for existence worked itself out. Those who rose to the top were shown to be superior by the fact that they did so. Being poor demonstrated that one was inferior. Under competitive capitalism, in this social Darwinist view, people get what they deserve. We might call this right-wing liberalism. As a doctrine that opposes social, political, or labor constraints on business profit-seeking, it is a natural ideology for the capitalist class. Lewis Powell's memo was an opening salvo in a movement that emerged among the capitalist elite in the 1970s to promote a neo-version of this older form of liberalism. By the 1980s, the capitalist elite's neoliberal offensive was well underway. This included highly aggressive employer opposition to unions, moves for lower taxes on business and the wealthy, contracting out public services to private firms, attacking all sorts of regulations on business conduct, and cuts to the social wage. The neoliberal label highlights the way liberalism shifted its meaning in the United States during the 20th century. From the progressive era in the early 1900s to the working class insurgency of the 30s and on into the 60s, a different form of liberalism emerged: left-wing liberalism, as we can call it. This supported restrictions on the more predatory tendencies of capitalism and supported various social programs to benefit the general population, from Social Security to Medicare to unemployment benefits. The revolutionary challenge to the system between World War I and the 1940s meant sections of the elite were concerned about maintaining the legitimacy of the capitalist regime in the eyes of the masses. Franklin Roosevelt said that the New Deal programs were an attempt to save capitalism. Both right-wing and left-wing liberalism share a pro-capitalist orientation. Both support the profits system, the power of the capitalist and bureaucratic classes, the American government apparatus, and the use of American military power to defend American corporate interests in the world at large. Precarious conditions. Under the capitalist elite's offensive since the 1980s, things have become more precarious for the working class. There have been various cuts to government support of people who are out of work, which puts people under pressure to accept whatever job they can find. For example, in the 1950s and 60s, about half of the jobless in the United States received unemployment insurance benefits. Nowadays, only about a third of those out of work get unemployment checks. 21 In many states you have to work a certain number of hours or earn a certain amount of money in a particular period of time to qualify. As part-time and temporary jobs have become more common and wage rates have stagnated or fallen, fewer people qualify for unemployment benefits. Some writers have suggested that a huge growth in part-time and temp work in the gig economy has created a layer of people called the precariat who move from job to job and are disconnected from any particular workplace. This view is associated with economist Guy Standing, who views this group as separate from the working class. If not completely locked out of the economy, must increasingly compete for temporary employment at low wages to the point that they can't pay off student loans or save for retirement, or make plans for the future. 22 People who are moving from job to job have no long-term connection to any workplace, and it's said that this kills the working class strategy of building social power through the creation of unions. The various forms of employment that make up the gig economy include working for temp agencies, working as an employee of firms that do work on contract, independent contractors without any employees of their own, forms of on-call workers such as people waiting for their latest driving gig for Uber. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has done studies of so-called contingent work over time. Their studies show there has, in fact, been no trend towards increasing contingent work of this sort. The latest BLS survey shows a decline in contingent work since 2005. According to Kim Moody's analysis, about 11% of workers make their living from the gig economy. 23. One thing that limits employers hiring from temp agencies is the fact that the salaries and profits of the temp agency may add as much as 40% over the employee pay. Because wage rates right now are quite low in the US, many firms don't see any reason to pay this premium. But there are exceptions. There are some manufacturers that do make extensive use of people from temp agencies. An example is the huge BMW auto factory in Spartanburg, South Carolina. This factory employs 10,000 workers and is BMW's largest plant, exporting 70% of its cars outside the US. About half the workers at this plant are hired from an outside temp agency, and it is likely that BMW is using this large temp workforce as a divide-and-conquer barrier to worker union organization. Advocates of the idea of a growing gig economy seem to confuse temp work with part-time jobs. There hasn't been a major increase in the use of temps by employers in the US, but there has been growth in part-time jobs in areas such as retail, restaurants, and healthcare. Part-time work has grown from 13.5% of jobs in 1968 to 20% today. But many part-time workers stay with the same employer for years, and do not get a high enough wage and enough hours to make an adequate living. Since the 70s, a much higher proportion of jobs available to working-class people are low-paying. More than 3/4 of American workers say they live paycheck to paycheck. If their job suddenly disappears, they may be unable to pay the rent. They may end up living in their car. The numbers of the working poor have grown. A study of poverty, sponsored by MIT and Harvard, tracked people over a 10-year period. The study concluded that 40% of the population, that is, a majority of the working class population, experienced poverty in at least 1 year in 10.24. Part of the capitalist attack on the working class since the 70s is the decline in the minimum wage. The real value of the federal minimum wage fell 35% from 1968 to 2000. Since then there has been growing political pressure to raise the minimum wage, like the fight for $15 an hour and a union campaign funded by CEU. These protests have led to higher local minimums in many areas. Union membership has declined to about 10%, about where it was in 1930. This reduces the organized strength of the working class in resisting the employers, and it means that 90% of the American workforce is subject to the scheme of at-will employment. Employment at will was codified in a U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1915. This doctrine says that you can be fired with no advance notice and for any reason or no reason at all. Later on, laws were passed that place some limits on the doctrine of at-will employment. For example, the Wagner Act makes it illegal to fire someone for union organizing and other forms of concerted activity. But getting these laws enforced is not a sure thing. Thus we can say that the situation for the working class has returned to something akin to the more precarious conditions of life that prevailed during the decades between the late 1800s and the 1920s, despite new aspects to the latest version of deregulated capitalism, such as worsening ecological deterioration and greater global connectivity. The Roaring Twenties had a number of similarities to the economic situation of recent decades. Between 1920 and 1932, union membership was cut in half. The ideology of unregulated laissez-faire capitalism reigned supreme. Corporations employed efficiency experts to intensify the pace of work. Wages were stagnant while profits soared. By 1928, inequality had risen to the kind of extremes we are seeing today. The revival of the older free market liberal deregulation politics since the 70s makes clear the temporary, contingent nature of the welfare state in the period after World War II. As long as the capitalist regime remains, any gains won through electoral politics or through pressure of unions and working-class social movements will be vulnerable to counterattack. Freedom. Are workers free under capitalism? Pundits tell us that we have great freedom in the economic realm because decisions are made through the free market. We seek jobs from employers in the labor market. Pundits who defend capitalism will say that we are free because we can choose to accept or decline a job offer. If we're discontented in a particular job, we are free to quit and seek a job somewhere else. But consider the situation of someone I will call Anna. She's a single mother with 2 children. She's broke and behind on her rent. She's about to be tossed into the street by her landlord. She finally gets an offer for a minimum wage job as a housekeeper at a motel. The job provides no health insurance for her children, so she hesitates. The manager tells her, "Look, there are lots of people out there who'd take this job. Take it or leave it." So Anna accepts the job. If you ask her, she'll say, "I had no choice." If we're forced to work for employers, to obey their orders, doesn't this trample on our freedom? Advocates of free market capitalism typically define freedom negatively, as the absence of coercion or restraint. This is negative liberty. Negative liberty is central to the liberal concept of freedom. The fundamental threat to freedom is the power to coerce, says right-wing economist Milton Friedman. 25 On this view of freedom, markets are free when buyer and seller, or parties to a contract, make an informed decision that isn't coerced. What is coercion? Suppose you are walking down a lonely street at night and suddenly someone jumps out with a pistol pointed at your chest. Your money or your life, the assailant says. You might say you were forced to hand over your wallet. How does this differ from Anna's job offer? Anna was better off after she got the job offer. She could avoid being tossed out on the street. She'd prefer having the job than not having it. But the moment the robber pointed the gun and made their threat, you were worse off. Coercion typically involves either an overt or implicit threat. The threat expresses an intention to do harm unless a person submits to a demand. But a job offer isn't a threat. Thus advocates for capitalism will argue that the employment relation isn't inherently based on coercion. Nonetheless, the two situations, Anna's job offer and your mugging, are similar in the following way. In each case, not going along would bring a high risk of dire consequences. Not going along was not a viable or real option. This is why one is forced to go along in each case. Anna wasn't coerced, but she was forced to take the job nonetheless. The employer takes advantage of the worker's situation in making an offer where the worker must accept subordination to management power. This is an example of what philosopher Gertrude Izorsky calls proposal forcing. 26. Even if a person has some savings and is not forced to take the first job that comes along, workers are typically in a situation where they are forced to seek some job from an employer. That's how we get financial income for our consumption. Many workers live paycheck to paycheck and have little to no savings, so many don't have the luxury of waiting for a better offer to come along. Workers typically take the first job they are offered. Really existing capitalism has always had a sizable number of people who are out of work. This means there are more people seeking jobs than jobs available. If you don't accept the terms of employment a company offers, it's likely there will be other candidates who will accept the job. Capitalism has a natural tendency to maintain a pool of unemployed, though the size of this pool varies over time. If hiring grew to the point where there was almost full employment, the tight labor market would lead to wages being bid up. Rapidly rising wages would cut into company profits. This would lead to a downturn in investment, and companies would start cutting back. And thus the pool of unemployed would grow again. Being forced to take jobs with employers and submit to their management regime is a systemic form of unfreedom for workers in capitalism. We're forced to do this because we don't have our own means of production that would enable us to generate our own livelihood. If Anna doesn't take the job, she is faced with the prospect of she and her children being evicted. In other words, she is forced to accept the job offer because she faces a high probability of dire consequences if she doesn't take it. She is in this situation because she has no way to make a living except by taking jobs with employers. Because we can be unfree even in situations where we're not coerced or physically restrained, absence of coercion is not sufficient for freedom. Negative liberty doesn't capture what freedom is. Management prerogative. Being forced to seek jobs with employers is only part of the systemic unfreedom for workers in capitalism. This situation also means that we are forced to work under the decision-making regime the employers have set up to control the work we do. The right to establish a managerial bureaucracy that governs our work is considered an inherent part of capitalist ownership of the firm. Firms hire managers and various experts to help them devise their business plans. They decide on the products we build or the services we provide to customers. The owners and managers decide where the workplaces are located. They select which businesses to contract with for parts or to contract out services. They may buy up other companies or sell off whole divisions. They decide whether to shut down facilities and move to other areas. They decide what technologies to use, what chemicals we are exposed to. These decisions may have a severe impact on communities, as when facilities are shut down and people laid off. But capitalist ownership gives them the legal right to make these decisions on their own. The employer hires us to make use of our skills and energies, but the role of management is to ensure that we exercise our abilities in ways that achieve the goals set by the employer. Companies hire industrial engineering experts to help them define the jobs we do and how the workflow is organized. Engineers work with management to design equipment and software, and often these are designed with an eye to controlling the pace of our work. Management is a kind of private government that creates rules and regulations that govern our activity during work. Management asserts that it is their prerogative to make the decisions unilaterally. This government of the capitalist workplace is an autocracy. You don't elect the bosses. There is no rule of innocent until proven guilty if management accuses you of something. There is no right to free speech. Management autocracy tramples your freedom to determine how your abilities will be put to use. This despotic management regime is in itself another form of unfreedom. We are deprived of a right to control decisions that directly affect us at work, decisions that govern our own activities on the job. This is the condition that Karl Marx called alienated labor, a now obsolete use of to alienate, meaning to give up ownership of something. In this case, the worker gives up the freedom to control how her abilities are put to use. Our way or the highway. Although a worker is not typically coerced when she accepts a job offer, a person is subject to coercive authority once she has the job. If she questions anything, it could be called insubordination. She can be threatened with being fired or her hours cut or a move to some less desirable job. According to Milton Friedman, the employee is protected from coercion by the employer because of other employers for whom he can work. Conservatives call this the freedom of exit. As I've argued above, however, coercion isn't the only form of worker unfreedom within the capitalist regime. A worker who quits a job still faces the situation of being forced to seek work from employers and submit to their managerial regime. Moreover, it's not so easy to quickly find another job. The degree of management's coercive power does depend on the situation a person would face if suddenly unemployed. Does a person have any savings? Do they have equity in a house they could borrow against? Are they new to the area, or are they a person with an extensive network of personal contacts? Can they qualify for unemployment benefits or some other government assistance program such as disability? Would they face some form of discrimination? Even if a person does have savings, a network of contacts, and some scarce skill or credential, being fired would still have negative consequences. Their life would be disrupted. They will have to start living off those savings that were intended for retirement or their next vacation. The threat of being fired is still a basis of coercive power even in the case of those who have more resources. Be your own boss. I've argued that workers are forced to take jobs from employers and submit to control by the management regime. Defenders of capitalism often reply to this argument by saying that working people could become their own boss. It's true that we are not legally prohibited from forming a business of our own, and working people do have the human potential to control their own work activity. When we say that a working class person is forced to seek work from an employer and accept subordination to the boss regime, it is due to the real, immediate situation that a person faces. If the consequences of not finding a job are dire, being thrown out onto the street, having no way to pay for necessities like medicines, and so on, then, as we say, you have no choice but to accept a job. The possibility that 10 years down the road you might be able to form a business through scrimping and saving doesn't refute this. Self-employment or setting up one's own business is not a real option for most people who live on wage income. More than 3/4 of working people live paycheck to paycheck. 27 Their incomes barely cover expenses. How would they acquire the funds to set up their own businesses? Why would banks give credit to people with no track record at business success? Since the emergence of capitalism in the 19th century, the proportion of people running small businesses in the United States has continued to shrink. As the corporations have grown over the decades and come to dominate market after market, the amount of capital needed to enter and survive in many areas of business is so large as to be restrictive. The markets where a small underfunded business can survive allow only a limited number of such businesses. Neighborhoods can only support so many nail parlors, convenience stores, and auto body shops. The fact that a few people do form their own businesses from time to time does not make this is a real option open to the working class in general. Moreover, if a person forms their own business and it grows, they can hire others to work under their control. They can do this because most people are forced to seek jobs from employers to earn a living. When workers become bosses or owners, it leaves intact the system of autocracy in the workplace. Most people are still forced to seek jobs defined and controlled by others. This is why the possibility of some people making that move to owning a business or being a manager does not show that workers are free within the capitalist economy. The "you can form your own business" theme is part of a broader argument about America as the land of opportunity. The assumption is that the power and wealth of the dominating classes must be legitimate if people in lower classes have an opportunity to rise in the economic hierarchy. This idea of the land of opportunity is a common theme in American life in the schools, the mainstream media, in the speeches of politicians. The idea is that talent and hard work is the only limit to the wealth and influence that individuals can achieve. As journalist Alfred Labrano comments, in America, we sing a hymn of equality, one that says everyone has the same chances to get ahead. But that's not true and never has been. Who your parents are has as much or more to do with where you'll end up in life than any other single factor, social scientists say. Some people are born to better circumstances and reap the benefits. 28. The land of opportunity hymn has a flip side. The refrain on the other side of the song sheet says, if you are stuck in a dead-end job, can't find a job, or have a hard time paying the bills, it's your own fault. You should have saved more or stayed in school longer. If your paycheck barely pays the bills and doesn't allow savings, well, tough luck. As Joe Bajian put it, the American bootstrap myth is merely another strap that makes the working poor conclude they must in some way be inferior, given that they cannot seem to apply that myth to their own lives. Hell, putty, if immigrants can put together successful businesses of their own, why can't you keep up with your truck payment? 29. A social arrangement that subordinates the majority and creates vast inequality in income and power needs to have a storyline that can provide it with some semblance of legitimacy. The equal opportunity myth is part of that. The basic idea is that opportunity is a kind of lottery ticket. If it's a fair lottery and people have an equal shot, then it doesn't matter if some end up with massive power and wealth and others are forced to serve them and do as you're told. This is a poverty-stricken concept of economic justice. And the promise of an equal shot always ends up being a mirage for the working class. Besides, there is a more fundamental problem with the upward mobility or be your own boss argument. Why would mobility up the class ladder show the legitimacy of the capitalist class regime? If class oppression and exploitation are forms of injustice, they remain forms of injustice even if some people move up and down the class ladder. It's true that class boundaries are somewhat porous. Some people do rise from the working class to become owners of businesses, executives, or become doctors, lawyers, or university professors. From an elite point of view, it is an advantage if ambitious and talented members of the working class can be recruited to help run the system. If some people move up, then some people must move down in the social hierarchy, and that happens too. However, the great majority of adults end up in the same class as their parents. The main factor in which class people will end up in is luck. And the biggest part of that luck is who your parents are, their wealth and educational level, and the learning environment and social connections they provide for their children. The first big stumbling block for any claim of equality of opportunity is the way power is passed on through inheritance of assets. Take, for example, the Forbes magazine list of the 400 wealthiest Americans. In the 2012, United for a Fair Economy did an update of their study of the Forbes 400. To qualify for membership in this exclusive club, a person needed to be worth at least $1 billion. Their study found that 21.25% of the 400 plutocrats, people like David Rockefeller, simply inherited enough money to put them on the list. Another 7% inherited a large, prosperous company or wealth of at least $50 million. Another 33.5% inherited a company worth at least $1 million or got startup capital from their family. Only about 35% of the people on the Forbes list started out in modest circumstances, without inherited wealth. 30 pundits and politicians especially emphasize the rags to riches stories, even though few members of the plutocracy started out that way. Even if a business owner started out in the working class, once they own a business they can participate in the system of domination and exploitation of workers. The fact that a few working class people are able to rise into the capitalist class does not show that class domination and exploitation are not forms of injustice. Positive liberty. We saw that negative liberty is a poor idea of what freedom is. Positive liberty adds a richer conception. We need the concept of positive liberty to understand why the forms of unfreedom listed above are violations of freedom. Positive liberty has two parts. Self-management. To be self-managing is to have control over the decisions that affect you to the extent you are affected by them. Equal access to the means to develop your potential and sustain your health and abilities. Self-management is both a natural capacity and need of humans. We have the capacity to develop goals for ourselves. We can foresee possible courses of action and develop plans for realizing our aims. We can learn and develop skills to help us to realize our aims. We also develop and sustain our capacities by putting them to use in making decisions and controlling our own activity. The two aspects of positive liberty are tied together. That's because we need our health and the development of our abilities to effectively participate in self-management of our work or public affairs. Because these two conditions are rooted in human nature, our natural potential, they provide us with a naturalistic conception of the conditions for justice. This form of naturalistic ethics assumes these are universal human values, and thus requires the promotion of these conditions for everyone. I say that self-management is about control over decisions to the extent you are affected by them. What I mean is that individuals or groups in society may be the people primarily affected by certain areas of decision-making more so than others. For example, decisions that govern their own activities. Some decisions affect mainly you. These are decisions about how you conduct your own life as a distinct person. Being self-managing means you get to control these decisions yourself. The boundaries of personal autonomy can be controversial and sometimes tricky to pin down. But we don't suppose that there is no sphere of decision-making about your own life where you should be in charge. Decisions are social if they govern the joint activities of a group of people or have a shared effect on a group of people who are more affected by those decisions than others. For some areas of decision-making, the social group might be everyone. This would apply to issues that affect everyone in society roughly equally. For example, if a coal-fired power plant is damaging the lungs of people in the region nearby, the decision to burn coal to produce electricity affects them all. Most decisions, though, tend to affect some people much more than others. Many decisions about the running of workplaces are inherently social. Decisions about workflows, the technologies being used, how we coordinate the various aspects of the work, when joint work starts and ends, or where the workplace is located. Any economic operation that produces a particular product or service is based on the cooperative, coordinated labor of the people who do the work. Moreover, people spend a large part of their lives in work. and conditions at work have a direct impact on a person's health and opportunities for development of skills and other aspects of a person's prospects in life. Workers also have the capacity or human potential for controlling their own work and collectively self-managing workplaces. Oppression. Oppression and liberty are opposites. Thus, the concept of positive liberty also enables us to define what oppression is. We can say that a social group is oppressed if its positive liberty is seriously trampled or denied in a systemic way. This can take the form of social exclusion, where a group is denied access to jobs and housing, or is provided with inferior education for their children. If a group are put at a disadvantage in some systemic way such as race discrimination, this would be a way their positive freedom is restricted. If a group are denied the means to develop and maintain their capacities such as development of skills or resources to maintain one's health, this is also a trampling of positive liberty. Domination is itself a key aspect of oppression. Socialist feminist Iris Young defined domination as institutional conditions which inhibit or prevent people from participating in determining their actions or the conditions of their actions. The suppression or denial of worker self-management over the labor process is a form of domination. When domination is a systemic feature of society, it is a form of oppression, a systemic feature of society that limits freedoms, choices, and abilities of the oppressed group. My two forms of positive liberty are similar to two conditions of social justice laid out by Iris Young in Justice and the Politics of Difference. Young's study was an attempt to encapsulate the way oppression was understood in the new social movements of the 1960s to 70s era. As with Young, I understand oppression as the systemic denial or trampling of these conditions of positive liberty. 31. Exploitation. In the argument up to now, I've identified three elements of class oppression within capitalism. Being forced to work for bosses. Management coercion. Denial of control over decisions that directly affect you and govern your own activities in the workplace. The three forms of unfreedom listed above are central to the class cage that workers are trapped in. This is the basis of labor exploitation. The ordinary meaning of the verb to exploit is to take unfair advantage of someone due to some vulnerability of the person being exploited, such as someone having power over them. All working class people share the vulnerability to exploitation because of the power of the people who own and manage the workplaces. If a worker and would-be employer were actually equals in power, a worker could demand that the owner shares an equal liability to labor and the worker an equal claim on the profits. Labor exploitation occurs when some are able to gain illegitimate benefits from the work efforts of people through a social relationship of domination over them. The capitalist owning class can scarf up profits produced through our labor because we're forced to work for them and submit to their management regime. Owners of firms receive capital income by virtue of ownership. But ownership in itself is not a productive activity. Owning a company's stock doesn't contribute to producing the products. Some owners do work in the form of management, but a person doesn't have to own the firm in order to be hired as a manager. If they no longer are active in management at the firm, they can still receive their capital income when they retire to a mansion in the south of France and spend their time playing golf. Thus, labor exploitation is based on class oppression. Capitalist firms are able to pump profit out of our labor only because their system is founded on systemic denial of positive liberty to workers. This makes their private appropriation of profit illegitimate. When productivity grows and compensation does not, the firm's growing profit illustrates a rising rate of exploitation. Or if a firm gains by pushing more costs onto workers through exposures to unsafe conditions, toxic chemicals, or a speed up, it's another way of increasing the rate of exploitation. The total flow of revenue to distribution of profits, depreciation, taxes, new investment, paying for managerial control of the workforce, plus the uncompensated human costs to workers has to be set against the actual compensation to workers' wages and benefits to determine the rate of exploitation. The structures of class domination and exploitation drain any moral legitimacy from the capitalist economic arrangement. Because domination and exploitation are basic forms of injustice, working people have the moral right to resist and to develop a social movement to liberate themselves from the capitalist cage. An essential part of such a movement would be the struggle to gain control over the work process through collective worker management of the industries. If workers don't control the workplaces, some other class will, and workers will continue to be a dominated, exploited class. The emphasis on struggles over worker control and the aim of collective self-management of the industries has always been a central element in the politics of libertarian socialists. A politics that places strong emphasis on liberty is appropriately called libertarian. And self-management is a central part of the concept of positive liberty. This can lead to confusion because the American advocates of right-wing liberalism of the Milton Friedman variety decided back in the 1960s to start using the label libertarian to refer to their politics. One of the advocates for this shift was far-right libertarian publicist Murray Rothbard. In The Betrayal of the American Right, Rothbard notes, "One gratifying aspect of our rise to some prominence is that, for the first time in my memory, we, our side, had captured a crucial word from the enemy. Libertarians had long been simply a polite word for anti-private property left-wing anarchists, either of the communist or syndicalist variety. But now we had taken it over." 32. The right-wing libertarians claim to be advocates of liberty but have a narrow, reductionist conception of liberty that is merely the absence of coercion or physical restraint. Since no one puts a gun to a worker's head to take a job, right-wing liberals see the relationship between employers and workers or between landlords and tenants as based on pure liberty. They have no objection to the actual despotism of the capitalist workplace. Class and mindset. I've described class thus far as an objective structure, a scheme of oppression and exploitation rooted in the production of goods and services. But class has a subjective side. Class subjectivity is about the way people currently understand their class situation, and how they are disposed to deal with this situation. How working class people view their situation varies for a variety of reasons. For example, some people are more subject to certain kinds of constraints on their freedom, such as race or gender discrimination. Differences in skill or education can also affect the leverage people have in the labor market. The understanding of one's class situation also varies over time because it can be affected by major events, participation in activities such as strikes, or emergence of new social movements. A person may feel that you can't fight City Hall, being subject to the supervisors at work and landlords at home. She may feel powerless to have any effect on her circumstances, and the power of managers in social production encourages her to view things this way. Capitalist work processes tend to generate in the different classes different skills and outlooks that fit their class position. We're denied freedom at work, and the firms make profits by selling consumer goods to isolated individuals. So, we're encouraged to think of freedom as exercise of choice as a consumer in the supermarket or the automotive showroom. The corporate media have no interest in promoting knowledge about alternative ways of organizing production, such as workers using democracy to collectively manage workplaces, so the corporate media and the schools don't talk about this. We're encouraged to go along with the system, to fit in. At the same time, though, the oppressive control, the injuries to our basic self-respect, and conflict of interests with the dominating classes can also encourage resistance. So this means that working people have conflicting or contradictory influences on how they view their class situation. The British writer R. H. Tawney once described capitalist management as autocracy checked by insurgency. The economic and legal structures of capitalism create a form of workplace despotism, but workers can develop forms of social power to counter the employers through collective action and organization. If, for example, a worker participates in the building up of a union where she works, and this successfully forces management to make concessions to what the workers want, she may then acquire a new sense of having at least some power to shape what happens to her. Because she is involved in a struggle with management herself, she may seek out allies who can support the struggle of her and her co-workers. Listening to the concerns of other people engaged in other struggles in work or in the community may help her to acquire a broader understanding of the various problems faced by working class people. Thus a person's current mindset and attitude about their class situation, their class consciousness, can change through struggles, collective actions, organization, and developing alliances with others. When working-class social power is growing, consciousness of one's class situation can change, as well as how one understands the potential for changing society. If there is a period when working-class people are engaging in major struggles such as strikes, blockades of buildings, mass marches, and winning gains, then the idea of changing things seems possible. This encourages people to be more optimistic about the chances of changing society in ways that will benefit them. The ambitious agendas for social change advocated by radicals begin to seem more within reach. Thus the mindset of working people is affected by the development of working-class social power. Since the power of working people depends upon the strength of numbers, this means that power depends on the development of solidarity. Solidarity implies support in a situation of struggle against the bosses or other authorities who are being fought. The working class is very diverse in race, in gender, whether immigrant or native-born, gay or straight, as well as in occupation and pay levels. Building solidarity among a large and diverse group of people requires creating support across these differences. Solidarity has two dimensions. First, there is getting people to recognize shared concerns and a willingness to support a common struggle. Second, the grievances or injuries of particular groups of people may give rise to struggles around those concerns. Getting others to support them is another aspect of solidarity. This is why solidarity is often expressed through the slogan, "An injury to one is an injury to all." For example, if a supervisor is racist toward a black worker and that person's non-black co-workers join in a protest, such as a work stoppage, to get that supervisor fired, that is solidarity against injuries experienced by a particular subgroup of workers. In that case, all the workers in the department may understand the danger of abusive authority, and this helps to build this solidarity. The struggle is both a class struggle and an anti-racist struggle at the same time. Another example, when I was working as part of the production staff of a weekly newspaper, the owners were going to fire a gay Asian immigrant production artist because he was HIV positive. They were worried about possible impact to their health insurance costs. The production workers stripped the ad for a replacement artist from the paper. This action forced the owners to agree that this worker would be retained. There are various barriers to solidarity. People may not understand or appreciate the situation of others. Moreover, capitalism throws people into competition. Firms compete with each other, but workers also compete when they are seeking jobs. This can encourage forms of distrust or prejudice between different subgroups of the working class. In the United States, there is a long history of these subgroups being subjected to forms of discrimination or exclusion, which limit their positive freedom restrictions that reduce their ability to live their lives in the way they would choose or that diminish the resources available to them. Race and gender and other forms of discrimination are practices that reduce or trample positive freedom. This means that each satisfies my definition of oppression. Part of the diversity of the working class is that forms of oppression based on race and gender, for example, combine with class in the lives of particular subgroups of the working class. To the extent that capitalism sustains and builds on these forms of oppression and inequality, this is another part of the case against capitalism. Chapter 2, Racial Inequality. American society was changed in various ways by the social movements of the 1960s, and the Black freedom movement of that era was central to those changes. The beginnings of the Black civil rights movement can be traced back to organizing by radicals and Black organizers in the 1930s and 40s. During the late 1930s to early 50s there were various local fair employment or anti-discrimination committees, and some of these were supported by sections of the labor movement. During the vast expansion in defense spending in the early 40s, longtime Black labor socialist A. Philip Randolph and other Black organizers proposed a march on Washington to pressure the New Deal to desegregate the Army and open up more job opportunities for Black workers at the companies doing defense work. President Roosevelt got them to call off the proposed march when he agreed to ban racial discrimination for companies doing government contracts. Eventually Harry Truman would desegregate the military in 1948. By the 1960s, the Black freedom movement was joined by and helped to inspire a variety of other social movements, including women's liberation, gay liberation, movements among Chicanos and other non-white groups, and the anti-war movement. That era also saw a rebel tendency among workers, which was reflected in numerous wildcat strikes and dissident groups in unions. Black workers were often engaged in labor actions in that era, from the Black Revolutionary Unions in Detroit auto factories to the Memphis sanitation workers' strike. Through disruptive mass actions from marches to sit-ins to urban uprisings in places like Detroit and Wetzel, the Black social movement of that period had a major impact. Gains included both changes in laws as well as in social attitudes about race. The Voting Rights Act attacked various legal tactics used in a number of states to block or discourage voting by blacks or other non-whites. Laws were passed to ban racial discrimination in housing, hiring, and lending. The Jim Crow laws that created legal segregation in the South were blown away. Racist theories and use of racist language and racial slurs were discredited. Overt expressions of racist belief or racist language came to be regarded as not acceptable in polite company. Depiction of black people in the media also began to change. The changes in society were also reflected in the growth of the class of black professionals and managers, the prominence of black celebrities in athletics and entertainment, and the election of various black public officials, most notably the election of Barack Obama as president. Various opinion surveys since the 40s have charted the changes in white racial attitudes. For example, in 1942 only 32% of whites agreed that whites and blacks should attend the same schools. By 1995, when the question was last asked, 96% of whites agreed. In 1944, only 45% of whites agreed that blacks should have as good a chance as white people to get any kind of job, but by 1972 almost all whites agreed with this statement on equal opportunity. The belief that whites are more intelligent than black people declined from 60% among whites in the 1980s to about 20% more recently. Interracial marriage was still illegal in most states in the 50s. A Gallup opinion survey in 1958 found that only 4% of whites approved of a marriage between black and white partners. By 2013, this had changed to 87% approval. 1. Although racist stereotypes about the black community still have adherents among a minority of whites, support for this sort of thing has diminished in the post-civil rights era. The real situation. And yet, racial inequality is still a fact of life, and black Americans still face widespread discrimination. Blacks are 3 times more likely to be poor than whites. The average income of blacks is about 40% less than whites. On average, blacks have about 1/8 of the net worth of whites. 2. Some of this disparity reflects class differences, which is shown in the data about inheritance of wealth. The richest 10% in the U.S. own 77% of all wealth. Thus 28% of whites get an inheritance of wealth, as compared with only 7.7% of blacks. 3. The black and Latino population are overrepresented in the lower parts of the class structure. The capitalist elite, the 1%, is only about 11% non-white. Only 0.5% of the more than 2,000 people on the 2018 Forbes billionaires list were black. Of the 100 wealthiest billionaires, 98% are white. Whites are also a higher proportion of the class of high-end professionals and managers than they are of the general population. According to Pew Research, blacks are only 1.9% of the top 10% of households in wealth, a group that includes high-end professionals and managers as well as business owners. Latinos, Asians, and mixed-race individuals are only 11.2% of this group. Thus non-Hispanic whites are 88% of the top 10% in wealth. 4. The diversity of the working class has been increasing in recent decades, and non-whites are a growing share of working class occupations. Non-whites were about 15% of the workers in production and transport work back in 1980, but are now about 40% of the workforce in this area. The vast majority of employed black and Latino people are working class. Apart from the major differences in income and wealth between the classes, Racial inequality also exists within the working class. We can look at this in various ways. There is still substantial wage inequality here. Full-time white workers earn $765 a week compared to $611 for blacks and $535 for Latinos as of 2010. About 23% of white workers had an income below the official poverty line compared to 36% for blacks and 43% for Latinos. 5. Black workers face a pattern of racialized disadvantage that white workers do not. Even though it is illegal, discrimination in hiring, housing, and lending by financial institutions still exists. There have been so-called matched pair studies where black and white job candidates with similar qualifications are sent to apply for an open position. The white candidate is more likely to be called back. In one study, 17% of whites with a criminal record were called back for an interview, whereas only 14% of black candidates without a criminal record were. 6. A recent comprehensive study of race discrimination against blacks and Latinos in the U.S. found no change in rates of discrimination in field experiments of hiring from 1990 to 2015. During this 25-year period, the country saw some favorable racial trends, like declining black-white test score gaps, slow declines in racial residential segregation, and the election of the country's first black president, said Lincoln Quillian, a researcher at Northwestern University's Institute for Policy Research. But whites received on average 36% more callbacks to interviews than African Americans with equal job qualifications, and we found no evidence that this level of discrimination had changed. 7. This reality is also reflected in the fact that, in surveys, a majority of black Americans say they face race discrimination in hiring. Only about 20% of whites think blacks face race discrimination in seeking jobs. Job search counselors often tell people that the most important way to get a job is to rely on your network of friends, former coworkers, and previous supervisors. People often find jobs through informal networking. Because American society still tends to be rather segregated, whites and blacks often have different social networks, which can make it harder for black workers to find out about job openings. If the managers and employees are white, then it's likely that it will be other white people who will hear about openings via the grapevine. This works as a kind of de facto affirmative action for whites even if there is no racist intent. For many years there has been a major difference in the unemployment rates of whites, blacks, and Latinos. These differences became very stark after the financial panic in 2008. The official unemployment rate for African Americans nationwide, in February 2010, had grown to 15.8%. The official unemployment rate is really an undercount, however, because it leaves out discouraged workers who have dropped out of active job search and doesn't count those working part-time who really need a full-time job. The real black unemployment rate was much higher, 24.3%. Unemployment among black teenagers reached 49.4% in January 2010. Black America was experiencing a severe economic depression. Although the economy has been recovering since the Great Recession that followed the 2008 crash, the racial disparity in finding a job still continues. As of late 2017, the official unemployment rate for whites is 3.7% and 7.3% for blacks. Ever since the Bureau of Labor Statistics started breaking down the unemployment data by race, the unemployment rate for black Americans has always been at least 2/3 higher than for whites and is often double the rate for whites, as at present. According to a recent report by the UCLA Labor Center, black workers in Los Angeles are significantly more educated than previous generations were. They still experience lower wages and significantly higher unemployment rates than white workers. Even with a higher degree, more than 1 in 10 black workers is unemployed. Black workers are still earning only 3/4 of what white workers earn, explains Saba Wahid, research director at the UCLA Labor Center. And when it comes to job positions, over 1/3 of black workers are employed in lower-paying, precarious frontline positions. On the other hand, almost every industry that employs black workers promotes them less compared to white workers. 8. Once people are hired, they may also be subject to harassment or discrimination in promotions or raises. According to a study by the Economic Policy Institute, the wage gap between white and black workers with 10 years or less of job experience has persisted since the 1980s at around 15 to 20%. This is true for college-educated blacks as well as black workers with only a high school diploma. 9. Housing. Wealth in its income-generating form is highly concentrated in the hands of the capitalist elite, as discussed in the previous chapter. Although owning a home is not a source of income, it is considered a form of wealth. It is really the only significant form of wealth held by working-class people. Lack of home equity by the Black and Latino population is a major source of racial inequality. This has an historical dimension to it because the government programs that favored broader home ownership in the 20th century were built on a racially biased foundation. In the 1920s, mortgage credit was in its infancy. Typically a mortgage would be for 7 years and then you'd have a balloon payment at the end and you'd have to refinance. Back then less than 40% of households in the US owned their home. To the extent working class people owned homes, these were often self-built. Radical activists in the labor movement in the 1920s often opposed buying a home because they saw a mortgage as a ball and chain that would make people less willing to strike. With the collapse of the banks in the early 30s, there was no way to refinance the short-term mortgages and many people faced the loss of their home. The banking collapse and foreclosure crisis of the early 1930s led to a collapse of the construction and mortgage industries. To revive employment in the construction industry, the New Deal created the Federal Housing Administration in 1934 to reorganize the way home financing was done. To understand what happened here, it's necessary to look at the history of class and race sorting by the financial and real estate sectors in the construction of the built environment in American cities. After the Supreme Court banned racial zoning in 1917, the American real estate industry doubled down on its use of racial deed restrictions called covenants, conditions, and restrictions in real estate jargon. CC&Rs go with the property, so they are forced on the buyer. By the 20s and 30s, racist CC&Rs were a common practice in the real estate industry, especially in cities such as Chicago, Detroit, and Los Angeles. Restrictions were aimed at class segregation of housing in addition to exclusion of blacks or Jews. A 1947 study of Chicago found that over half the residential area not occupied by Negroes banned the presence of blacks by deed restrictions. Racial deed restrictions originated in two different situations. In new construction, large-scale builders were the main force for race restrictions. A 1947 study in New York found racial restrictions in 85% of the developments of 75 or more dwellings but fewer restrictions in smaller projects. The CC&Rs created by the land developers and builders were not the only type of deed restriction. The second type of racial deed restriction occurred in older neighborhoods. Typically, neighborhood improvement associations would organize homeowners to enter into voluntary deed restrictions. This did not tend to happen spontaneously but was actively encouraged and organized by realtors and mortgage bankers, who took the lead in creating such associations. Association leaders would go door to door getting homeowners to sign covenants in which they would pledge not to sell to black buyers. A 1951 study of homeowner associations in Chicago concluded that realtors, builders, and mortgage bankers were directly involved in control over the activities of neighborhood improvement associations and were actively engaged in promoting racial deed restrictions. Realtors fanned the flames of race prejudice through propaganda claiming that the presence of blacks were a threat to property values. 10. In a study of the 1919 race riot in Chicago, a city commission noted, recently, there have been conspicuous instances of open and organized efforts to influence the minds of whites against Negroes. Ignorance and suspicion, fear and prejudice, have been played upon. The stated purpose of the propaganda was to unite white property owners in opposition to the invasion by Negroes. The Property Owners Journal, the organ of the real estate men, became so violent in its preachments that the protest of whites forced its discontinuance. 11. Robert Weaver reached a similar conclusion in his book, The Negro Ghetto. The rise of racial covenants and other instruments of enforced segregation was more the result of manipulation than the reflection of a spontaneous movement. Resistance to Negro neighbors became widespread only after the professional advocates of enforced segregation had spent much time and money to propagandize its necessity and desirability. 12. Although class and race sorting by developers had been common for decades before the 30s, these practices were not uniformly applied throughout the industry. The FHA made the situation worse because an agency of the federal government now officially encouraged such practices. According to historian Mark Weiss, FHA was largely run by representatives of the real estate and banking industries. 13. These people then brought their racist and class-biased gospel into the policies and recommendations of the FHA, which recommended use of CC&R restrictions to ensure that families in an area would have the same class and race characteristics. The redlining practices mandated by the FHA made it harder to obtain home improvement loans for older central city neighborhoods. For example, as late as 1966, Trenton and Camden, New Jersey, did not have a single FHA loan. 14. During the massive highway building and suburban home building expansion after World War II, many white families including working-class families benefited from government subsidies to private home ownership, such as FHA mortgage insurance, the new government-created system of 30-year and 15-year mortgages, and the income tax exemption for mortgage interest and property taxes. This raised the homeownership rate domestically from less than 40% before World War II to over 60% by the 1960s. Although quite a few white working-class families became homeowners during this period, far fewer black families did, either because their wages lagged behind or because they faced discrimination from builders or mortgage bankers, or both. This means that today more white families in the USA and fewer black families have home equity that can be passed on as an inheritance to their children. Home equity and capital gains from sale of houses that have increased in value can be used for many purposes such as buying a new house, paying off debts, or financing the college educations of one's children. Despite the fair housing laws passed in the 1960s, discrimination in housing still occurs. A black couple who inquire about a rental unit or a house for sale may be told it's already been taken when it's still available, or they may be quoted a higher rent than the actual rent. The financial panic of 2008 also revealed that discrimination in lending is still a reality. Black and Latino families were more severely affected by the huge plunge in housing values in the crash, leaving them with fewer resources to fall back on. According to the Center for Responsible Lending, Black and Latino families lost between $146 and $190 billion in home equity in the post-2007 housing crash. Discriminatory lending is partly to blame. Often risky subprime mortgages were sold to black families who would have qualified for less risky loans. 15. A recent study of 31 million Home Mortgage Disclosure Act records found that African Americans and Latinos continue to be routinely denied conventional mortgage loans at rates far higher than their white counterparts. The study found that black applicants were turned away at significantly higher rates than whites in 48 cities, Latinos in 25, Asians in 9, and Indigenous Americans in 3. Black Americans had the hardest time getting loans in southern cities such as Mobile, Alabama, and Gainesville, Florida. All four groups were significantly more likely to be denied a home loan than whites in the Washington, D.C. area. In making the comparison of white to non-white applicants, the study compared applicants who were similar on 9 factors: the applicant's income, the amount of the loan, the ratio of the size of the loan to the applicant's income, and the type of lender, as well as the racial makeup and median income of the neighborhood where the person wanted to buy property. In response, banks claimed the study left out the credit score that banks use. But banks keep the credit scores to themselves, and the American Bankers Association has opposed all efforts to force the banking industry to reveal the methods they use for determining credit scores. Studies have claimed that the secret bank credit scoring schemes are discriminatory against people of color. 16. Segregated schooling. Schooling is an area of society where there is a lot of segregation along both class and race lines despite the efforts at desegregation in the 70s. The Southern scheme of Jim Crow laws requiring racial segregation in schooling and many areas of public life had been based on the 1890s Supreme Court decision in Plessy v. Ferguson, which ruled that separate but equal was not a violation of equal protection of the laws as guaranteed in the 14th Amendment. The poorly funded schools for black children in the South were a clear indication that separate did not mean equal. The Supreme Court reversed that ruling in 1954, and the Brown v. Board of Education decision held that race segregation in schools was indeed a violation of equal protection of the laws as guaranteed in the 14th Amendment. This blew away the legal basis of Jim Crow in the South. At the time of this decision, Earl Warren, a former Republican governor of California, was Chief Justice. As Warren later revealed, the decision was motivated by the political balance of forces in the world at the time. 17 After World War II, the old European colonial empires were being unraveled and many countries in Africa and Asia were gaining their independence and becoming more assertive in world affairs. At the same time, there were also powerful communist-led labor movements in Western Europe and communist-led revolutions in China and Vietnam. Communists and other radicals harshly criticized the United States for its system of racial segregation. In the Cold War struggle for world public opinion, racial apartheid was an embarrassing liability for the American ruling class. The interests of the American corporate elite require that the federal government defend the world capitalist system and the access of American corporations to the markets and resources of countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Despite Brown v. Board of Education, de facto racial segregation in schooling has grown over the past 2 decades. The American school system is now more segregated than it was in 1968 before the school desegregation push by Nixon's Justice Department in the early 70s. Even though white students are now only 40% of the total number of school attendees in the U.S., almost half of white kids now attend schools that are more than 90% white. According to one study, growing numbers of Black and Latino kids are attending intensely segregated schools where students of color are more than 90% of the attendees at that school. 18. Police and the courts. Another area where racialized inequality survives is in the treatment of black working-class people by the police and criminal justice system. The war on drugs was first announced by Richard Nixon back in the early 70s and then ramped up further by Ronald Reagan in the early 80s. The drug war also went hand in hand with get tough on crime politics in the 80s. This led to ramped up stop and frisk operations by police, tougher sentencing laws, 3 strikes laws, and a federally funded militarization of local police forces. All of which then fed a vast increase in the incarcerated population. As the Human Rights Watch report Nation Behind Bars put it, lawmakers have criminalized minor misconduct, instituted mandatory prison sentences even for low-level crimes, and established 3 strikes and U.R.E. laws for recidivists. 19. Even though crime rates have declined since the early 90s, the buildup of the American police state hasn't let up. Blacks and Latinos make up 56% of the prison population, 2 times their proportion of the general population of the United States. Between 1983 and 2000 the total population in cages grew from 300,000 to 2 million. Within the first 3 of those years, 4 times as many people were sent to prison on drug charges. 3/4 of the people put in cages for drug charges were Black and Latino. Today about 500,000 people are in jail for drug offenses, whereas in 1980 fewer than 42,000 were. 20. Claims that the police were targeting drug kingpins are implausible. In 2005, 80% of drug charges were for possession. In the 1990s, 80% of the drug arrests were for marijuana, a drug that is less harmful than alcohol or cigarettes. Blacks and Latinos are arrested and sent to prison for drugs at a rate far higher than their proportion of the population. A 2000 study by Human Rights Watch found that in 7 states blacks were at least 80% of those sent to prison on drug charges. As drug infractions are victimless crimes, police have broad discretion about who to target for traffic stops or stop and frisk street sweeps. Here it's also relevant to look at studies of the racial attitudes of white cops, to understand how likely racial bias is in their conduct. A 2017 study of white police officers found that they were 9 times more likely than white conservatives in general to endorse the idea that black people are more violent than whites. With violent crimes like homicide or crimes like burglary or forgery, there is a victim. This points the police in the direction of a possible perpetrator, based on the evidence they collect. A case can be made that there is no clear evidence of police racial bias in arrests for these types of crimes. Point 21 But what happens in court is a different story. Racial discrimination and prejudice against the poor in general is common among prosecutors and judges, which is clear in the way that people are loaded up with charges, and in the harsh sentences that are handed out. For example, a 2000 study of juvenile offenders found that black youth were 6 times as likely to be sentenced to prison as a white offender for the same crime. Point 22 Most criminal charges do not go to trial but are settled via plea bargains. Blacks routinely get worse plea deals. Studies generally show that blacks are on average given a 15% longer sentence than a white perp in the same situation. A major study of research literature in 2005 found discrimination against black and Latino people in the length of their sentences and in whether they were sent to prison. Point 23 As well, black people are much more likely to get the death penalty in homicide trials. And there is also evidence that blacks get wrongly convicted more often than whites. Point 24. Studies show that black and white defendants in jury trials are equally likely to be acquitted if there is at least one black juror, but whites are more likely to be acquitted with an all-white jury. Moreover, prosecutors have a tendency to use various stratagems for removing black jurors. These racial differences in how people are treated by prosecutors and judges are violations of the equal protection of the laws supposedly guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. But rights in the U.S. Constitution are just words on paper with no coercive force. The Supreme Court has routinely protected the criminal justice system against any challenges of racial bias based on the 14th Amendment. Point 25. At present, black men are 5 times as likely to be in prison than white men. Although there is evidence for racialized difference in things like length of sentence or likelihood of the death penalty, a recent study by the People's Policy Project shows that the main explanation for mass incarceration of black men is their poverty. Researcher Nathaniel Lewis looked at the situation of black and white men at a similar low rung of the working class, low income, raised in a low income family, not much formal education, don't own a house. He found that white men from this lower section of the working class are incarcerated at roughly the same rate as black men. Thus the main explanation for the much higher incarceration rate for black men is that they are much more likely to be poor than white men overall. Lewis suggests that mass incarceration is primarily a system of managing poor people, rather than black people, and the racial disparities show up mostly because black people are disproportionately poor. Point 26. In a society based on class oppression, it should not be surprising that the institutions of the state, the criminal justice system in this case, have a structural bias against the subordinate class, and especially the poorer segment, but, as we've seen in this overview, there is a racial dimension as well. Voting rights. Voting rights is another area where race discrimination is in play. When the U.S. Constitution was imposed, only white men of the propertied classes could vote. Ever since the right to vote was extended to the working class, starting with propertyless white men in the 1830s, the elite have had to devise methods for managing the system of electoral politics to minimize the threat to elite interests. After the American Civil War, the 15th Amendment was passed to guarantee black people the right to vote. But the 15th Amendment was always completely useless because Congress would not ban the tactics used to suppress the vote of non-whites and poor people in their home states. Between 1890 and the 1920s, many new laws restricting the right to vote were passed. This included poll taxes, literacy tests, and elaborate voter registration procedures. 7 states in the South and 11 states in the North and West imposed literacy tests. These tests were intended to take the right to vote away from blacks in the South, from working-class European immigrants in the North, and from indigenous peoples and Asian immigrants in the West. By the 1920s, black participation in voting in the South had been reduced almost to zero. Overall voter turnout in the South in the 1924 presidential election was only 19%. Even though these vote suppression tactics violated the equal protection of the laws guaranteed in the 14th Amendment, the federal judiciary never banned these practices. The various schemes used in southern states to keep blacks and poor whites from voting were not really attacked until the mass protests of the Black Freedom Movement in the 60s. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 was specifically aimed at outlawing the use of literacy tests. In 1967, the U.S. Constitution was also amended to ban the use of poll taxes. Nonetheless, some Jim Crow-era laws limiting voting rights have survived. In particular, most states have laws that take away the right to vote from people held in prison, and many states especially in the South have laws that permanently take away a person's right to vote if they have been convicted of a felony. This is a class and race-biased policy because the entire criminal justice system is riddled with class and race bias. More recently, the efforts of the Republicans to pass voter ID laws are another attempt at suppressing the votes of the working poor, young people, and racial minorities. This is a page out of the playbook of the old racist Dixiecrat Party. These laws typically require government-issued photo IDs to vote, such as a driver's license or passport. The initiative for these laws can be traced to the corporate-funded American Legislative Exchange Council. What I've described here is a racialized set of social practices that tramples the positive and negative freedom of Black Americans. And thus it satisfies my definition of oppression in the previous chapter. When police and the criminal justice system target blacks for worse treatment, it is coercive and thus a denial of negative liberty. A person's ability to pursue their goals and control their life, their positive freedom, is restricted if jobs and resources are harder to obtain or closed off through discrimination. Perceptions. But Black and white Americans often disagree in their perceptions about racial inequality and the reasons for it. For example, about 60% of Black people believe that race discrimination is still a systemic problem, but only about 30% of white Americans do. 28 Only 22% of whites think that Black people are treated less fairly in the workplace than whites, but 2/3 of Blacks believe this. 29 There are a number of things that help to explain this. The corporate media and both liberal and conservative pundits tend to tout the changes in American society since the 60s, the destruction of legal Jim Crow segregation, the passing of laws outlawing discrimination, the visibility of successful Black athletes and celebrities, and the emergence of a class of Black high-end professionals and managers. At the same time, American society is still quite segregated in various ways: social circles people hang out in, churches they attend, schools they send their kids to, and neighborhoods where they live. So this means many white Americans have few opportunities to hear stories from Black people about racist abuse or discrimination. And then there is the change in racial attitudes among white Americans, which I described earlier in this chapter. To some extent there is also a widespread confusion about what racism is. The word racism has two meanings. In everyday talk, people often use the word racism to refer to overt, in-your-face expressions of racist belief or racist language. In this meaning, racism refers to bigoted or prejudiced attitudes or beliefs of individuals. So as prejudiced language and overtly racist belief has diminished and has become socially discredited and the laws changed to outlaw race discrimination, this leads many white Americans to say that racism has been vastly reduced or mostly overcome. But this is looking at the surface. The word racism can also be used to refer to a structure or pattern of discrimination and denial of equal access to resources. In this case, we're talking about the structure of power among groups in society. This means the racialized group is subordinated in society, they have less power. I say racialized because biological race is a myth. The human species is not partitioned into biologically distinct breeds or races. The human species in modern form originated in Africa hundreds of thousands of years ago, and various groups from that population spread out over the planet through thousands of years of migration. The similarities and overlapping genetic lines of human groups make race too fuzzy a concept from a scientific point of view. Thus, race is created by a pattern or social practice that assumes that a group are inferiors who it is okay to treat worse for arbitrary reasons related to ancestry. A practice or pattern of this sort can continue even if the level of overt in-your-face racist talk and prejudiced belief has declined. Thus I assume that race oppression is a structural feature of the society not reducible to overt racist beliefs or behaviors of individuals. Sociologist Eduardo Bonilla Silva calls the present racial situation in the United States colorblind racism because racialized inequality is able to survive in an era when overt race prejudice has been discredited and discrimination is illegal. When Americans are asked to explain the reality of racial inequality, some non-black individuals and conservative pundits will fall back on alleged cultural failings of blacks' laziness, reliance on welfare, childbirth out of wedlock, violence. According to the Pew Research Center, about 70% of black Americans believe blacks work about as hard as whites, but only 40% of whites believe this. Black workers often do hard and stressful jobs, working as bus and truck drivers, cooks and other food service jobs, or as nurses' aides. Historically, blacks often were consigned to the hardest and dirtiest jobs. Given this reality, the "they aren't motivated" explanation isn't plausible. Very often blacks find that to be hired, they must have even better qualifications than their white counterparts. Among conservative pundits, a favorite explanation for greater poverty among black Americans is black family structure. This line of argument has a certain history, originating with Daniel Patrick Moynihan's 1965 report The Negro Family, A Case for National Action. Although Moynihan cited the long history of segregation and discrimination to explain the situation of the black population, he argued that the high rate of single-mother-headed households was a barrier to overcoming racial inequality. This has led to an ongoing conservative theme that welfare encouraged a breakdown of the black family and the absence of black fathers from the lives of their children, their failure to take responsibility. Thus right-wing elements argue that the ability of poor blacks to receive various types of social wage support such as welfare and food stamps is a key explanation for black poverty. The idea that government support of the poor is an explanation for poverty is a bizarre blame the victim idea that supports right-wing attacks on social support programs. Poor job prospects, incarceration, and discrimination can be disruptive to family life for the poor and can impact things like school performance of kids. But these things result from poverty. And the effects of poverty can't explain why poverty happens. Violence in poor communities can be partly explained by the desperate resort to forms of informal work among people who can't find work through an employer or can't find jobs that pay enough to live on. The informal economy includes types of services and activities that are illegal: drug dealing, prostitution, shoplifting, fencing stolen goods. When people are engaged in the illegal drug trade, they can't go to the police and the courts if they have disputes with competitors or former partners. Scores are often settled with guns or knives. But violence occurs as much among impoverished whites as blacks. Moreover, contrary to what white supremacists say, whites are also the major source of violent crime against other whites. 30. What we see here, then, is that many of the alleged facts right-wing white pundits use to explain racial inequality are actually effects or symptoms of poverty. Symptoms of poverty can't explain why poverty happens, and it can't explain why poverty happens to blacks and Latinos to a greater extent than to whites. Despite the various gains won by the movements of the 60s, in changing laws and changing minds, a white racist minority continued. Beginning with Nixon's Southern strategy, the Republican Party began to cater to this segment of opinion, winning over most of the white constituency of the segregationist Dixiecrat Party. Conservative politicians developed the particular form of deceit known as dog whistle politics. The idea was to use language that you knew would be perceived by racists as an attack on the racialized other, but without the use of overtly racist language. You had plausible deniability, you could deny racist intent. As Republican strategist Lee Atwater put it, you start out in 1954 by saying, N, N, N. By 1968 you can't say N, that hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like, forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff, and you're getting so abstract. Now, you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is, blacks get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this, is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than N. The law and order, get tough on crime, and war on drugs rhetoric of the 80s and 90s can be seen as targeting the racial other without using overtly racist language. As I argued earlier, this political movement was the background to the massive increase in people in prison and disproportionately Black and Latino people. Nonetheless, this has also led to a major increase in the imprisonment of lower-class white men. Public funding for social programs was attacked by hinting that benefits would go to the racial other but without using explicitly racist language. Thus the talk about welfare queens was part of the campaign that led to the destruction of aid to families with dependent children. The various workfare programs and drug testing for recipients of public assistance programs were also part of the appeal to white racial resentment. The Republicans, in particular, assemble their voting base through appeal to a form of white identity politics, forming a cross-class alliance that tries to appeal to working class and middling whites behind an agenda that serves the interests of the capitalist and bureaucratic control classes. Racism and capitalism. What is the relationship of racial inequality and systemic racism to the capitalist regime? Does capitalism help to explain why systemic racial inequality has been so persistent in the USA, or is racism independent of capitalism? If racism is independent of capitalism, what is the explanation for it? Does the top-down and competitive character of the capitalist class regime help to explain why racializing practices have been so persistent? Defenders of capitalism often argue that capitalism has no inherent tendency to sustain racism and will tend to eliminate it. Pundits who hold this view usually point to the cosmopolitan character that capitalism generates in society. This is the kind of argument that Milton Friedman uses in Capitalism and Freedom. It is a striking historical fact that the development of capitalism has been accompanied by a major reduction in the extent to which particular religious, racial, or social groups have been discriminated against. The substitution of contract arrangements for status arrangements was the first step toward the freeing of the serfs in the Middle Ages. The preservation of Jews through the Middle Ages was possible because of the existence of a market sector in which they could operate and maintain themselves despite their persecution. The free market separates economic efficiency from irrelevant characteristics. A purchaser of bread does not know whether it was made by a white man or Negro, by a Christian or a Jew. Furthermore, there is an incentive in a free market to separate economic efficiency from other characteristics of an individual. A businessman or an entrepreneur who expresses preferences in his business activities that are not related to productive efficiency is at a disadvantage. 31. Friedman holds that employers who discriminate will incur costs from doing so. Right-wing free market economists like Friedman may argue that a capitalist employer who discriminates against blacks would be at a disadvantage. If blacks can be paid less due to a pattern of discrimination that reduces their employment opportunities in society, an employer who hires them will be able to make a higher than average profit from paying them less wages for the same laboring ability as whites. This employer can then reinvest these higher profits in building up the firm's technology and market share and outcompete the employer who does not discriminate. Moreover, Friedman argues that employers who discriminate are transmitting the preferences of either their customers or their employees when they engage in race discrimination. This implies that the capitalists themselves have no interest in do not gain from racism. However, Friedman's vision of capitalism evades the way capitalism is a system of power over workers, a form of class oppression as I described in the previous chapter. In Capitalism and Freedom, Milton Friedman starts his description of capitalism with a fantasy. In its simplest form, such a society consists of a number of independent households. Each household uses the resources it controls to produce goods and services that it exchanges for goods and services produced by other households. Since each household has the alternative of producing directly for itself, it need not enter into any exchange until it benefits from it. Hence, no exchange will take place unless both parties do benefit from it. Cooperation is thereby achieved without coercion. Friedman then invites us to infer that the more complex present-day economy of corporate capitalism is relevantly similar, despite the importance of enterprises. In our actual economy, the characteristic of the market technique of achieving coordination is fully displayed in this simple exchange economy. 32. Friedman has defined his model of capitalism as a society of self-sufficient households. Thus there is a rough equality of bargaining power because each household has its own property, its own means of production which it can use to make a living. So people are not forced to work for others. Friedman evades the reality of class oppression inherent to capitalism, so there is no place for class conflict in Friedman's model. Friedman's fantasy land picture of capitalism overlooks features of the capitalist structure that explain why capitalist firms can benefit from race discrimination. If we consider the real situation of class conflict between employers and workers, we can see why capitalism in fact does play a role in fostering and sustaining racial inequality. Racism and class conflict. The primary way that the capitalist regime gains from racism is in the way it weakens the capacity of subgroups of the working class to come together to build coalitions in struggle against the dominating classes around political issues like public services or in building unions in the workplace. Capitalism is a system that employs workers to produce commodities for sale on markets. When the firm hires people, it is renting our capacity to do work. But it is up to management to figure out how to organize and control our activity in ways that help the company make a profit. There is a fundamental conflict of interest between workers and the capitalist firm in this situation. Workers have an interest in working less hard and being safer, whereas the company has a stake in extracting as much work as possible at the lowest cost to them. Workers have an interest in safe work practices and having some say. Employers have no such stake. The profits the employers can suck out of labor depend on how effective they are at managing the efforts of the workforce and keeping worker resistance and disruption at a minimum. This is why workers resist from time to time. When workers can form coalitions and band together, create unions, and engage in work stoppages, they can exert collective power to gain better conditions and higher wages. But the level of solidarity and resistance working people are able to put together varies a lot over time. The history of unionism in the United States, for example, shows that strikes and large-scale cross-group solidarity tends to happen mainly in certain periods, as in the strike waves of the 1930s or during World War I. During these periods, when workers are banding together on a wide scale and solidarity is growing, workers can gain enough social power to force major concessions from the dominating classes. The signature measures of the New Deal in the 30s Social Security, legal minimums for wages, unemployment insurance, and so on were passed in the wake of an unprecedented period of working-class solidarity and insurgency in the U.S. Hundreds of thousands of workers forming unions from scratch, huge waves of strikes, plant seizures, citywide general strikes. However, struggle against the employers has been at a much lower level now for decades. There are not at present large-scale mass movements where working-class people are making gains against the elites. When people don't see a lot of collective resistance around them and don't see the gains from that, they are less likely to think in terms of the advantages of class-wide solidarity. People may view their situation as you're on your own. In other words, the potential gains from wide solidarity among the various subgroups that make up the working class can be harder to see if that level of solidarity isn't actually going on. During normal times, the logic of personal competition comes into play, as capitalism is a social arrangement based on competition. The firms compete with each other, but workers also compete for jobs. Working-class families send their members out to compete with others looking for work. People forced to seek work to live will use whatever advantages they have in this situation. If the employers have a pattern of giving preference in hiring to people regarded as white, then this is an advantage for those regarded as white. If people see a personal advantage for them in being viewed as white, they may adopt prejudiced ideas about other groups in order to justify this preference in their favor. Racism can then act as a barrier that makes it harder to develop the cross-group solidarity among workers that builds greater working-class social power. Racial or ethnic divisions enable managers to play one group off against another and make it difficult to form the kind of coalition needed to build a union or sustain a strike. A manager at a Chicago area steel firm explained the importance of this. It isn't good to have all of one nationality, they will gang up on you. We have Negroes and Mexicans in a sort of competition with each other. 33. If we think of the practices of race discrimination I described earlier, who are the people who enact or carry out these activities? Hiring managers, cops, prosecutors, judges, realtors, loan officers. These are people from the bureaucratic control class. Their job is the day-to-day management of a system based on class oppression and exploitation, and racial and gender hierarchies are part of the system. When the potential for worker solidarity and working class resistance is weakened, the owners and managers retain more power over the society, over their companies, and make higher profits from the reduced power a working class has when it's divided by racism. The system is also safer if there is not a strong level of class-wide solidarity that could lay the basis for a movement of working-class liberation from capitalist oppression. The American working class loses from the weaker systems of public services and weaker systems of worker rights than exists in other highly developed capitalist countries. And racial division is part of the explanation for this. If we look at the absence of a universal free public health care system, the weak and fragmented character of the American labor movement is part of the explanation. In the 1940s, some New Deal Democrats proposed a universal public health care system. But the divided American labor movement pursued a different solution of fragmented systems of private welfare states negotiated by separate unions from various employers. This abandoned the majority of the working class. Another part of the explanation lies in the tendency in present-day American politics for a sizable faction of whites to reject systems of public support for fear that the racial other will benefit, a factor at work in the destruction of aid to families with dependent children. Liberation from the capitalist regime would require a very high level of solidarity and mass organization among working-class people. Only a high level of struggle and working-class strength would encourage working people to believe they may have the power to actually escape the capitalist cage through the creation of a socialist arrangement where workers manage the industries themselves. To the extent that workers do come around to that concept of fundamental change of the system, the necessity of solidarity between the various subgroups that make up the working class becomes clearer. Racism is against the interests of the working class, including white workers, because it tends to undermine the ability to build unions and working class social power, and leads to lower wages and lower expenditures on social services that working class people use. Writing in Negro Liberation in 1948, Black communist Harry Haywood pointed out the way that white workers in the South were losers from white supremacy. It is not accidental that where the Negroes are most oppressed, the position of the whites is also most degraded. Facts unearthed and widely publicized have thrown vivid light on the paradise of racial bigotry below the Mason-Dixon line. They expose the staggering price of white supremacy in terms of health, living and cultural standards of the great masses of Southern whites. They show white supremacy to be synonymous with the most outrageous poverty and misery of the Southern white people. They show that keeping the Negro down spells for the entire South the nation's lowest wage and living standards. White supremacy means the nation's lowest wage and living standards. White supremacy means the nation's greatest proportion of tenants and sharecroppers, its highest rate of child labor, its most degrading and widespread exploitation of women, its poorest health and housing record, its highest illiteracy and lowest proportion of students in high schools and colleges, its highest death and disease rates, its lowest level of union organization and its least democracy. 34. In the 1970s, Michael Reich did a study about the levels of racial inequality in various American metropolitan areas. In it, he compared wage levels and the level of economic inequality between white workers and the dominating classes. He found that worker wages, including wages for most white workers, were lower and profits higher in areas where racial inequality was greater. In other words, more of the economic pie is scarfed up by the elite classes when working class social power is weakened through racial division. In the 1970s, union membership in the United States was still greater than 20% of the workforce. In that era, Reich found that union density proportion of workers in unions was lower in urban regions where racial inequality was greater. Reich's analysis did not look at the causes of the racial inequality. He said, no matter how racial inequality is created, it will have the effect of weakening working class solidarity. Capitalists benefit from racial divisions whether or not they individually or collectively practice racial discrimination. 35. Exploiting lower wage groups. There is a second benefit that capitalism derives from racial inequality. Discrimination and exclusion means that some groups have a harder time finding jobs. This is reflected in the higher unemployment rates for Black and Latino workers. When groups women, Blacks, Latinos have fewer job areas they are hired into or are subject to discrimination within, there will be employers who can take advantage of this circumstance and pay these workers lower wages. Not all employers are able to pay the same level of wages and benefits. Many smaller, more marginal, or labor-intensive workplaces, such as meatpacking plants, survive and make profits because there are groups in the working class who can be hired at lower pay levels. Some larger firms have particular operations that would be unprofitable without use of low-wage labor pools. Some facets of the capitalist economy are very capital-intensive. In these areas, high levels of investment have created firms that produce high levels of market value per worker hour, such as utilities, producers of high-tech software and hardware, and highly mechanized forms of manufacturing. This higher productivity makes it possible to pay higher wages. However, in other areas of the economy, capitalist firms have found it harder to raise productivity, such as retail, restaurants, or personal services. Thus it's useful for the capitalist profits regime to have groups of workers who can be paid less and treated worse due to discrimination that limits their options. As I argued in the previous chapter, capitalism has an inherent tendency to maintain and build up a reserve army of labor pools of the unemployed. Maintaining this reserve beefs up the bargaining power of employers in the labor market. When forms of systemic discrimination create groups with a harder time finding work, it means that low-wage firms will always be able to survive by exploiting groups of workers who are in a more desperate situation. Thus, competition in the capitalist economy does not necessarily tend to equalize wages or give all workers an equal opportunity. But my argument only implies that capitalism benefits from racial antagonism and racial inequality as experienced by the working class. Friedman might be right that a globalizing capitalism can work to reduce racial antagonism or racial disparities within the owning and investing class itself and among the class of high-end professionals and managers who work to manage their ventures and governments day to day. As the capitalist firms have come to operate on a global scale and work to sell in many markets, a veneer of diversity can serve to bolster the legitimacy of the corporate realm in the eyes of the population. They may hire diversity consultants and provide opportunities for non-white professionals and managers, or fund politicians like Barack Obama who can give the impression of their respect for diversity. But this should be viewed in the same light as corporate PR and corporate programs designed to give the impression of being green or sensitive to environmental concerns, even while capitalism acts in ways that are polluting and ecologically destructive. Origins. I've suggested two ways that capitalism benefits from racial antagonism and racial inequality: weaker working class power and exploitation of groups with fewer opportunities. We can see both of these factors at work in the origins of anti-black racism in the colonial era in North America. Back when the British were establishing a settler society in North America, a capitalist economy hadn't yet emerged. In the inland areas of the North there were many rural villages where people lived on small farms, grew food, and made things for their own use. Money didn't circulate much. There was a kind of pre-capitalist peasant subsistence economy. In the South there was another type of pre-capitalist mode of production, based on the use of slave labor. All the European powers that engaged in conquest and plunder in the Americas used slave labor. However, British North America was unique in its extensive use of enslaved Europeans, mainly lower-class English people. They were called bondservants, servants bound to a master. But, as English novelist Daniel Defoe put it, in the early 1700s, they were more properly called slaves. A typical term of service was 7 years. Masters could buy and sell bondservants. They were routinely whipped, or branded, for disobedience. When a master died, they were listed among his possessions along with his horses and tools. In other words, servants were owned as mere chattels, as tools. Rape and sexual abuse was endemic for female bondservants. Bondservants were not only used on plantations, but throughout the economy. In iron foundries, shipyards, lumber camps, in merchant houses. Quite a few bondservants were worked so hard that they died before their term of servitude was over. I don't mention this system of European slave labor to diminish the reality of black slavery that came later, but to explain how the latter form of racialized slavery came into existence. The use of bondservants in North America was part of the fallout from the huge displacement of rural people in England in the 1500s. Due to the enclosures movement by the big landowners, rural people were being thrown off the lands where they had grown food for themselves. They were forced to seek work as wage workers, if they could find work. So England had a huge number of unemployed people tramping the roads and engaged in begging and forms of informal work, such as groups of troubadours singing for coins. This led to the passage of the Vagrancy Act of 1597, which allowed the authorities to round up anyone who didn't have a job and put them in a forced labor regime. Beginning in 1618, in London and other areas, sweeps of children who were deemed vagrants began. Representatives of the Virginia colony were allowed to select those for shipment to Virginia. 36. So this initial system of slave labor in North America was not racialized. The first Africans were brought to British North America in 1619 by the White Lion, an English pirate ship. Those people had been captured and taken aboard from a Spanish slave ship. At that time Africans were treated as just another group of bondservants. In those early years, they could obtain their freedom once their 7-year period of enslavement ended. On the plantations, Europeans and West Africans labored side by side in the tobacco fields, performing exactly the same types and amounts of work. They lived and ate together in shared housing, they socialized together, and sometimes slept together. 37 African bondservants sometimes married working-class European women after their period of servitude ended. Just as black and white bondservants worked together, they also cooperated in acts of resistance and occasionally ran away together. In the early 1600s, a conception of white race and black race hadn't yet developed in English culture. Marxist C.L.R. James used the example of Shakespeare's play Othello to illustrate this point. Written between 1602 and 1604, this play is a telling symbol of the change in attitudes towards Africans between the English society of the early 1600s and America in later years. The central protagonist in the play is a dark-complected Moorian African who is a powerful commander of military forces for Venice. Writing about Othello, C.L.R. James says, "I say with the fullest confidence that you could strike out every reference to black skin and the play would be essentially the same. He is a military bureaucrat, a technician, hired to fight for Venice. The Senate has no consciousness whatever of his color. It simply has no place in their minds." 38. Taming the resistance of the plantation labor force would be one of the motivations for the introduction of a racialized system of slavery. The potential for rebellion was a major fear of the colonial elite. In 1672, the Virginia government reported that many Negroes are now out in rebellion in sundry parts of this country and warned about dangerous consequences if other Negroes, Indians, or servants should happen to fly forth and join with them. 39. In 1676, a dispute among different landowning factions in Virginia led to Bacon's rebellion. In a last desperate effort to maintain his revolt, landowner Nathaniel Bacon promised freedom to bond servants who would fight for him. When the British military eventually crushed the rebellion, the last group to surrender were an armed force of English and African bond servants who were fighting together. This was a nightmare for the colonial elite. To solve their labor control problem, the American elite decided on a divide-and-conquer strategy to divide the black and white laborers. Through a series of laws passed by the colonial legislatures, between about 1690 and 1725, the elite began to define a new system of racialized slavery. People of African ancestry would be condemned to lifetime servitude. It would be an inherited condition, so the masters would own the children of the enslaved. To justify the new laws they were creating, the elite started a campaign to disparage people of African ancestry. The purpose of the campaign was to encourage the poorer white population to look upon blacks with contempt or skepticism, to discourage them from supporting or joining them in acts of resistance. The colonial elite, North and South, were creating a system of racialized oppression, creating social categories of a white race and a black race. During the 1700s, there was a very large increase in the number of enslaved Africans brought to work in North American plantations. Because of the new system of inherited lifetime slavery for people of African ancestry, it was now more profitable to use enslaved black people than European bondservants. A plantation owner could buy an African person for lifetime service at the same price as a European bondservant who would serve for 7 years. And the enslavers would own the children of the enslaved blacks for free. And so, the shift to enslaved Africans reduced labor expenses. The dominant class thus benefited from a scheme of racializing people of African ancestry in 2 ways. First, it strengthened the control of the elite by making it more difficult for the laboring class to come together to cooperate in resistance. And, secondly, it enabled the dominant class to gain greater profits from the more intense exploitation of the disfavored groups who could be treated worse. Here I have discussed the way racialized slavery was created as a form of labor exploitation and divide and conquer used by the main owning class in the colonial era, but racializing human subgroups also served another purpose at that time. The indigenous population were also racialized, disparaged as savage or inferior. But that had a somewhat different purpose, since the organizers of the English settler society did not intend to exploit indigenous labor unlike their Spanish counterparts in Latin America. Rather, the aim was to justify dispossession or ethnic cleansing, pushing the indigenous population aside in order to take their lands. The slave labor regime in the colonial era was a pre-capitalist form of economy. A characteristic feature of capitalism is the constant change in techniques and work organization as firms seek to reduce labor expenses by reducing labor hours per unit of output. The firm saves money by laying off workers during slack times. This dynamic derives from the very structure of capitalism as a system of competing private firms operating in a market-oriented society. But this kind of dynamic didn't exist in the slave regime. Because the enslaved person was a fixed investment by the enslaver, plantations tended to maximize the use of the enslaved population over the course of the year by making the plantation largely self-sufficient, for example. Although there were occasional one-time improvements in technique, such as the shift to cooperative gang labor on cotton plantations in the 1820s, labor productivity remained largely static. 40. Nonetheless, the 2 ways in which the planter class benefited from the introduction of a racialized division in the laboring population also continued to help investors and entrepreneurs make profits under the capitalist regime that emerged in the United States from the 1800s on. This benefit to capitalism helps to explain the persistence of racial inequality and systemic race discrimination. Thus, capitalism in the United States was racialized from the beginning. Although systems of racial inequality vary from country to country, and have their own dynamics, here, in the US, racial inequality is not really separate from capitalism. Anti-racism and the working class. As I've said, American society continues to be rather segregated in various ways in the churches, the schools, and the neighborhoods. But in recent decades, as the non-white proportion of the workforce has grown in many industries, the workplace has become one of the more integrated places in American society. In any workplace, rebuilding unionism in a worker-to-worker way would mean creating and improving connection and solidarity among this diverse workforce. A renewed unionism that can build social power for working-class people today needs to have an anti-racist character. Building unionism means getting people to come together around a common purpose, i.e., supporting each other in resistance to the authoritarian power of management. Building solidarity among a large and diverse group of people requires building mutual support across their differences. One dimension of solidarity is getting people together to support a common agenda. There are a variety of possible aims or social changes that working people could fight for which would benefit the working class in general. Many of these would benefit, to an even greater extent, the Black and Latino populations of the working class. Examples are the ongoing struggles to raise the minimum wage and for a free or inexpensive system of universal, non-profit public health care. As well, equalizing per-student funding in primary and secondary schools would be especially beneficial to the children of working-class Black and Latino parents. Rebuilding unionism itself is the most basic and fundamental way working-class social power can be increased. This is the main way to address the current discontents from work: despotic management power, overwork, arbitrary schedules, inadequate pay. And this working class power can also be used for broader change in society. A renewal of the fight for a shorter work week with no loss in pay would be highly beneficial for the less advantaged segments of the working class because it would force a distribution of work and income by sharing the available work among the working class, reducing unemployment. Since the early 70s, wages have hardly risen despite the 80% increase in labor productivity. This is the secret to the vast increase in the wealth of the 1%. This higher productivity makes a shorter work week economically feasible, such as the 28-hour work week being fought for by the German Metal Workers Union. These kinds of gains would especially benefit the poorer segments of the working class and thus would especially benefit the Black and Latino working class. This approach to fighting racial inequality is favored nowadays by some Black academics such as Cedric Johnson and Adolph Reed Jr. Although building support for common class-wide goals is an important aspect of building class-wide solidarity and reducing racial inequality, it is not sufficient as an anti-racist strategy. A second dimension to class solidarity is suggested by the slogan "An injury to one is an injury to all." There are various grievances or injuries that are specific to particular subgroups of the working class: immigrants, non-whites, women, queer people, and so on. This can give rise to struggles around those grievances. Solidarity means building support among other subgroups of the working class. Often struggles of this sort can galvanize broad support, as when a workplace strikes to get a racist or sexist supervisor fired. A recent example of this was a strike by workers at a Target in New River, Virginia. The workers demanded the firing of a store manager who was notorious for sexual harassment. 41. Struggles around anti-racist issues can happen in a particular workplace, or around a larger community issue, such as police brutality, or social intimidation by racist or fascist subgroups in the local society. For example, a union can form an anti-discrimination committee to bird dog hiring and promotion practices. Another example, at times unions and other social organizations have built defense committees to fight organized racist violence in a particular city. Another example of an anti-racist issue in workplace struggles has been the effort to replace seniority limited to a particular department with industry-wide or plant-wide seniority, so that Black or Latino workers can use their seniority for access to better jobs. Anti-racist issues have also come to the fore in various community struggles in recent years, as in the demand to get police out of schools, to decriminalize truancy, to convert drug use into a health issue rather than a police issue. The various demands to disband and disarm the police who act as an army of occupation over communities also highlights the struggle against the vast expansion of police in recent decades, with police budgets in the United States growing by 170% since 1980. Although racial inequality and racialized patterns in American society benefit the capitalist and bureaucratic control classes, The racist form of oppression is distinct from the class oppression common to working class people. Racialized practices in American society have their own dynamic, and this means that racist politics and practices have to be fought by countering racist arguments and ideology, as well as by building solidarity around the grievances of racialized groups of the population. Nonetheless, anti-racist struggles that occur among a multiracial working class population are not separate from the reality of class oppression and class struggle, but are an aspect of the struggle of the oppressed class. Chapter 3: Working more now but enjoying it less. Workers often try to find shortcuts in doing the work so as to gain a breather or a bit of time for themselves. Breaks are also recommended for health reasons, for example to avoid overuse injuries such as carpal tunnel syndrome in the wrists. From a capitalist point of view, however, any moment when the worker isn't producing for the firm is waste. The so-called lean production techniques introduced and refined by firms since the 1980s have been crafted to eliminate as much of this waste as possible, driving a more intense pace of work. A recent study of work intensification found that breaks during the weekday fell by 30% between the 1980s and early 2000s for men, and 34% for women. The total time spent in breaks declined by 20% for men and 27% for women. Total break time declined from 13% of the workday in the 80s to 8% in the early 2000s. Kim Moody summarizes the situation this way: within the average 8-hour day, capital gained approximately 24 minutes or almost half an hour of extra work at no extra cost in wages, benefits, or employment taxes. 1. Work intensification is a key part of the management strategy of work reorganization and technological change that enabled American firms to avoid increasing the number of jobs in manufacturing and other areas even while increasing output over the past 40 years. Work reorganization and new technology are more important than offshoring of jobs as an explanation for the decline in the percentage of jobs in manufacturing since World War II. Tighter monitoring. Use of information technology for monitoring is another aspect of increasing the pace of work. An example is the use of monitoring in some large warehouses. When a warehouse worker is assigned to pick various products for a shipment, that individual may figure out how to do this more efficiently so as to have a bit of time before they get another assignment. But tracking technology is now used to directly assign the next task once a shipment has been made up. In 1989, the Massachusetts Coalition on New Office Technology conducted a survey of employee opinion on monitoring. About 700 workers at 49 companies participated in the survey, and of those surveyed, 80% said that monitoring made their jobs more stressful. Nearly two-thirds said monitoring was used as the basis of disciplinary actions, and a similar percentage said the monitoring made it hard to go to the bathroom. Monitoring made it harder to do a quality job, according to 68% of the responders. Point 2. Use of information technology for tracking and monitoring has grown tremendously since the 1980s. When the Congressional Office of Technology Assessment studied electronic monitoring in 1987, they found that this affected only 7% of the American workforce. By 1993, this had almost tripled to 20% of employees, according to a Macworld survey. From 2001 to 2003, the proportion of employers doing workplace monitoring rose from 78.4% to 92%, according to the American Management Association. Point 3. Use of information technology to monitor workers when outside of the office or worksite is common. The handheld computers used to track performance of UPS and FedEx package delivery drivers are an example of this. Scientific management. Firms constantly work to reduce the number of worker hours per unit of output because the reduction in labor expenses per unit is the key to making profits. But there is a conflict here. When firms hire workers, they are renting our capacity for work, but employers and workers disagree about how and to what extent these capacities are used. Tighter supervision and a more intense pace of work generate stress, which is as much of a threat to a worker's health as are exposures to dangerous chemicals. Workers have an interest in an easier pace, a safer work environment, time for social interaction with colleagues, less intense supervision, and more opportunity to learn and apply skills. Worker resistance to exploitation has spurred the development of management strategy and tactics for controlling workers. Over the course of the past century, corporations systematically developed and applied techniques of work organization and job design that enable them to intensify the pace of work and require fewer workers with scarce skills that require higher pay. Back in the early 1900s, a number of efficiency experts like Henry Ghent and Frederick Winslow Taylor developed an approach they called scientific management. By the 1920s, this had become standard practice among American corporations, and became the basis of the occupation called industrial engineering. Although the scientific management label is no longer in fashion, contemporary lean production methods are simply the latest twist in the history of scientific management. Two ways that scientific management tries to cut labor expenses are shortening the total work time to produce a product, and reducing the numbers of skilled workers, and replacing them wherever feasible with people who possess only the average skills that almost any worker would possess. According to Frederick Winslow Taylor, the task idea was key to efficiency. Work would be analyzed as discrete steps, and each would be carefully examined to determine how long it takes for each task. Taylor's ideas are thus associated with the use of a stopwatch to time the work. If a skilled worker is performing a relatively simple task that could be done by a person with less skill, then a separate job might be created, and someone would be hired to do that task without also doing the tasks requiring the more extensive expertise of the skilled technician. Because a less skilled person could be hired at a lower wage, it would reduce the company's wage bill. And if one company gains an advantage this way, their reduction in costs per unit will put their competitors under pressure to adopt the same methods. Over time, as this approach ripples through the economy, it creates more and more dead-end jobs, with reduced opportunity for personal learning or development of skills. A second aspect of scientific management is separating from the workers the conceptual, planning, and decision-making tasks to the extent this is feasible. Instead of relying on the craft knowledge of the workers, all possible brain work, Taylor wrote, should be removed from the shop and centered in the planning or layout department. Management should start by gathering all of the traditional knowledge which in the past has been possessed by the workmen for the work of every workman, wrote Taylor, should be fully planned out by management. Not only what is to be done, but how it is to be done and the exact time allowed for doing it. Separating out planning and conceptualization and decision-making from the work was a strategy for management gaining more control over how the work is performed and how much time it takes to do the work. The scientific management movement of the early 1900s was a break from the management practices of the 1800s. In that earlier era of capitalist development, a company that owned a factory acquired the equipment, hired supervisors to enforce a diligent work effort, set the length of the working day, and marketed the product. In that scenario, employers were heavily dependent on the craft knowledge of the workers they employed. Frederick Winslow Taylor described the then existing system of management as one where each workman had become more skilled in his trade than it is possible for anyone in management to be, and that, therefore, the details of how the work shall best be done must be left to him. 5. As the IWW's Big Bill Haywood put it, the boss's brains are under the workman's cap. With the emergence of scientific management, the corporate reorganization of work also led to changes in the technology used in industry. In the 1800s, technology had been based on craft tradition, which had been handed down among craft workers as various rules of thumb and pieces of practical know-how. Technology, based on the skilled crafts, was replaced by engineering, based on an education in scientific knowledge. In theory, worker craftsmanship could have been transformed by making education in applied science broadly available. Skills of workers could have been upgraded. But scientific management was incompatible with that sort of transformation of the workforce. Skilled workers weren't the only target of the scientific management movement. In the years before World War I, Taylor's principles were being applied to the management of less skilled workers such as machine operators in various large-scale manufacturing industries. People who work together over a period of time and cooperate in getting work done tend to develop a certain informal group solidarity. From his experiences as a foreman, Taylor was aware that this cooperation among workers could enable them to act as a brake on management control and slow the pace of work. Taylor proposed to break up this group solidarity and increase management control through various tactics. To reduce the need for worker initiative and group cooperation, Taylor proposed that workers be given very detailed instructions. He proposed forms of work reorganization to reduce socializing. Workers who resist speed up would be ferreted out and fired or isolated. Piece rates were introduced to encourage competition. For Taylor, the only form of worker cooperation would be obedience to the management chain of command. Speed up and multitasking were major tactics applied to less skilled workers. In a pattern that would be repeated in later episodes of work intensification, the early uses of scientific management between 1909 and 1914 often provoked major strikes. In the Paterson, New Jersey silk industry, workers were driven to desperation by the introduction of a multitasking system where they were responsible for tending multiple silk weaving machines. Speed up was also an issue in the Lawrence Ma textile strike of 1912. A major strike among rubber workers in Akron, another IWW strike was also provoked by inhuman speed up. 6. Control through scripts. Taylor's approach for controlling the way the work is done was to provide elaborate written instructions. This is still a tactic in today's lean production playbook. Lean production was first introduced in Japanese auto factories, and then brought to the American auto industry in the 1980s. Simon Head's book The New Ruthless Economy discusses his visit to the main Nissan engine and assembly plant in Europe. In the spirit of Frederick Taylor, each worker at the plant was given a blue book with a very detailed description of how to do the job. For example, unit of factor action, extend the right hand, pick up screw, insert through seal. This technique is not particular to Japanese-style auto factories. To illustrate this, the work manuals provided to UPS package delivery drivers give precise descriptions for dozens of actions. For example, turn ignition switch off and remove the key with one hand, engage the emergency brake with the other, and the pen is kept in the left shirt pocket and never left with the clipboard or placed in another pocket. The hospitality industry is an area of the service economy where this same technique is used. I talked with Sean, a worker for the Hyatt Hotels Corporation, to see how this played out at the Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. Sean had worked for several years as a server at Knuckles, the hotel's restaurant. Hyatt's corporate offices had put the staff of the restaurant through several weeks of training a couple years before our talk. Like the blue books at Nissan auto factories, the trainers provided each category of worker: server, cook, restaurant host, bartender, and so on with a binder with detailed scripts for how to do each task. Servers were told that they had to approach the customer 2 minutes after they sit down. They were given a script for what they were to say, and their talk had to take 1 minute. You had to give your name, and ask if they'd been to the restaurant before, Sean said. You were required to give your own personal recommendation from the menu. They called this authentic hospitality. Like you're their friend. An entirely scripted set of words might seem the opposite of authenticity, but they had no sense of irony, Sean said. He told me that he didn't follow the script when managers weren't watching. He felt this was a matter of his personal dignity. The detailed instructions also covered exactly where each type of food item was to be placed on the table. Place sodas at 2 o'clock in relation to the guest might be one type of instruction. Sean said the instructions for various tasks were so exact that violating the standards was inevitable. And then they'd have a reason to mess with you if they wanted to. 7. Up against Fordism. One of the first firms to be transformed by scientific management was the Ford Motor Company. In 1910, before the transformation of the Ford production process, skilled trades had a majority of the jobs at Ford. A car would be assembled from the frame up through the addition of various sub-assemblies. Teams would rotate to the next position as soon as their car had been taken the whole distance to finished product. As socialist auto worker William Logan described it, the work was performed by skilled mechanics, who were masters of their various trades and who did their work from the bottom up, so to speak. Ford engineers began the reorganization of the work process in 1912 with the manufacture of the parts or sub-assemblies. The previous method of manufacture had relied on skilled machinists using multi-purpose machine tools such as lathes and milling machines. To convert castings into a finished part, a worker might move about from one machine to another in a machine shop. Ford's new system of progressive production reorganized the layout of the machines to follow the physical sequence of steps. Single-purpose machines and fixtures were developed so that a relatively simple operation could be done repetitively in a single location by a less skilled worker. Gravity slides and conveyors were used to move parts from one step to the next. In reorganizing the work, Ford engineers put to use Frederick Taylor's method of time and motion studies to analyze the time each task might take. For example, pistons were initially assembled by a single worker from rods and piston heads through a series of steps. When the engineers timed the various steps, they discovered that workers spent 4 hours of a 9-hour day just moving about. Engineers reorganized piston assembly with workers in stationary locations and the work divided into simple steps done by separate workers. In 1913, assembly of cars in stationary locations was replaced with moving assembly lines like those of the meatpacking industry. Beginning in the late 1800s, Midwestern meatpackers used assembly lines to move cow and pig carcasses through the stages of disassembly in their plants. The Ford progressive production scheme meant that all the steps of production, from parts to finished car, were organized in a straight line so that the various sub-assemblies arrived with the minimum of human handling at exactly the point where they were to be added to the car. The reorganization consciously aimed to create simple, de-skill jobs that could be done by people who lacked the traditional craft skills of the old assemblers and machinists. The reorganization also used the physical equipment such as assembly lines to impose a very intense pace of work. Although Henry Ford claimed his progressive production methods were entirely new, in reality his methods adhered fully to scientific management principles. Ford's engineers conducted time and motion studies of thousands of distinct tasks. In his extensive use of machines to pace the work, Ford's progressive production system went beyond Frederick Taylor in an important way. Thus this combination of scientific management with mass production and machine pacing could be called Fordism. But Ford management quickly realized that it faced a new problem in worker resistance to the more intense production pace and mind-numbing repetitiveness of the new routines. At that time, other automakers hadn't yet adopted Ford's methods, and even before the introduction of the assembly line in 1913, workers began deserting Ford. With the coming of the assembly line, Keith Sword writes, their ranks almost literally fell apart. The company soon found it next to impossible to keep its working force intact, let alone expand it. Ford Motor Co. had reached the point of owning a great factory without having enough workers to keep it humming. 9. The turnover for the year 1913 was 280%. Toward the end of 1913, for every 100 workers Ford needed, the company had to hire 963 to make sure it would have enough people on hand. One worker described the new regime. Workers cease to be human beings as they enter the gates of the shop. They become automatons and cease to think. They move their arms spontaneously to and fro, stopping long enough to eat in order to keep the human machinery in working order for the next 4 hours of exploitation. Many healthy workers have gone to work for Ford and come out human wrecks. 10. To deal with the worker discontent, Ford tried job rotation. Management's theory was that this would reduce monotony and enable workers to gain a better sense of the whole process. At first workers were enthusiastic, but after they'd shifted jobs, they began to realize that one fragmented, de-skill job was like any other. It didn't open up any opportunity to learn new skills. If that was the way it was going to be, workers decided they preferred to just stick with a familiar routine. 11. The blue-collar blues. Scientific management had become standard corporate practice by the 1920s in both the emphasis on increasing the pace of production as well as deskilling the workers. The growing competition in the capitalist world market in the 1960s and 70s eventually provoked a new focus on use of new technology and ways of intensifying work. Unions had an inadequate response. After World War II, the unions in industry in the United States became more bureaucratized and stepped grievance systems were adopted, which took disputes away from the shop floor. As paid leaders became more focused on negotiating private welfare states and seeking partnership with management, there was less attention to building the struggle over actual conditions in the workplace. With the introduction of new technologies and work reorganization, this eventually led to both internal dissent in the unions as well as wildcat strikes over working conditions. The 1972 wildcat strike at the General Motors auto factory at Lordstown, Ohio, illustrated the strife and was reflected in media stories about the blue-collar blues. In 1979, the Harvard Business Review published a report on discontent among American workers. The report was based on comparisons of surveys among approximately 150,000 managerial, clerical, and hourly employees in 159 firms in 18 different industries. The surveys were conducted between the 1950s and 70s by Opinion Research Corporation, an outfit that advised employers on how to get more work out of their employees. The study found that workers in the 1970s were much more unhappy and bored with their jobs than at any time in the previous 20 years. Only 21% of hourly workers say that the company is a better place to work than it was when they started there. Only 17% of clerical and hourly workers say that the company does a good or very good job of being fair in its dealings with them. Only 36% say that the company treats them with respect. Only 21% say that the company does a good or very good job of doing something about the employees' problems and complaints. 12. Job satisfaction is related to issues like pace of work, the intensity of monitoring, and the kind of control people have on the job. When a person has more freedom, can use more initiative and skill, and do more varied tasks, the job is more interesting. Control is also related to safety. The recent national strike at oil refineries was over the right of refinery workers to shut down a maintenance operation if they believe it's not safe. This is a struggle over control. Lean production. The drive for increasing work intensification in recent decades is tied to the introduction of lean production, a new form of scientific management that's strongly influenced by methods developed by Japanese auto companies in the 1980s. McKinsey Global Institute is a research arm of a major management consulting firm. In their 1993 study Manufacturing Productivity, McKinsey described and recommended the methods pioneered by Toyota and the other Japanese auto manufacturers. McKinsey found that Japanese manufacturers had a 16% lead in productivity over the Detroit Big Three auto companies, and a lead of 23% in auto parts manufacturing. The Japanese industrial engineers and managers who had worked out their particular approach thought of themselves as working in the tradition of Frederick Taylor and Henry Ford. The Japanese approach is called Kaizen or continuous improvement. This approach includes the use of work teams and suggestions from workers, but the use of teams has led to misleading descriptions such as this one from Businessweek. Such team-based systems, perfected by the Japanese car makers, are alternatives to the scientific management system, long used in Detroit, which treats employees as mere hands who must be told every move to make. 13. Simon Head's book The New Ruthless Economy discusses the Japanese production system. Attached to each job at Japanese-style auto plants is a time allowed for completion, which was 70 seconds at the Nissan plant Head visited. Layered on top of this starting point is a campaign to continually shorten time to do tasks. This is the meaning of continuous improvement. Here we see work intensification as a continuous process. 14. Frederick Taylor understood that workers gained practical expertise from doing their jobs, and often had more knowledge than management about various aspects of the work. For Taylor, it was essential that management should gain this knowledge. Early efficiency engineers seemed to assume this could be done as a one-time event by closely studying the way workers did their jobs. Jobs might be changed over time, but this would be the result of the industrial engineers' ongoing study of methods of work in their search for ways to reduce required work time. Later advocates of scientific management came to realize that workers are always learning new things about their jobs. Thus work teams were seen as a method for vacuuming workers' brains to find out about shortcuts or other ideas that could be used to lessen costs, a kind of participatory Taylorism. Multitasking. Another feature of lean production is so-called multi-skilling. This can refer to two different sorts of situation. It may mean that jobs are redesigned so that a number of different tasks formerly done by different people are loaded onto a single worker to do, or it may mean that workers are trained to do a variety of jobs, so that they can be more readily moved from one job to another, as part of the management by stress approach. At the European Nissan plant studied by Simon Head, there was a clear distinction between the so-called multi-skilled workers and the sort of jobs that are called the skilled trades in the United States: tool and die makers, electricians, pipe fitters, and the like. People in skilled trades jobs at Nissan typically would have gone through a multi-year training program equivalent to a German-style apprenticeship or an equivalent technical school program. At the Nissan plant, these skilled trades jobs were only 9% of the workforce, fewer than at Ford's Highland Park plant in 1914. All of the Japanese auto manufacturers continuously aim to reduce the size of the skilled trades. In some cases, they do this by outsourcing machine maintenance or repair to subcontractors. Thus the description multi-skilled is misleading. The various tasks that made up the job did not require any special skill beyond what a typical or average worker possessed or could easily learn. Nissan managers told Head they attached little or no importance to technical or educational qualifications except for people in the skilled trades. The idea of Kaizen or continuous improvement is a constant search for a faster pace of work, reducing time to get the work done. And loading more tasks onto a single worker can be a form of speed up. Contrary to what business pundits say, so-called multi-skilled jobs are not a repudiation of old-school Taylorism or scientific management. Scientific management tries to reduce labor expenses and worker leverage by reducing skill requirements of jobs. So-called multi-skilled jobs are consistent with this because the various tasks or jobs are designed to require the lowest feasible skill level. Workers may be forced to work overtime in busy periods, so that a company can increase its output without committing to additional permanent hires. Temps and part-timers are another tactic for flexibility. Managers can simply not renew contracts for temps if sales drop. Extensive use of outsourcing is another aspect of flexibility under lean production. In a slack period or a period of financial retrenchment, work done by outside contractors can be simply eliminated, and work might be shifted in-house. A recent application of information technology is the use of labor scheduling software to decide how many hours to give people each week. Industries like retail and restaurants are subject to fluctuating customer volume day to day, and this is where labor scheduling software is being applied. This gives the employer the flexibility to reduce its wage bill if there is a drop in demand, but this means workers can never be sure how many hours they are going to work. Flexibility for the employer means insecurity for the employee. Just-in-time delivery of products is another aspect of the lean production regime. Parts at an auto factory are timed to arrive by truck just as they are needed. Close tracking of sales trends is used by big box retailers to time their orders to arrive just as they are needed for stocking shelves. To some extent, the firms are using the big rig trucks as moving warehouses that hold their inventory. Again, the idea is to reduce waste by reducing stockpiled inventory or storage space. Holding items in storage and the storage space itself are costs that firms try to squeeze. Trampling of positive freedom. The practices of scientific management follow directly from the logic and structure of the capitalist regime. Intensifying the pace of work means greater output per worker hour, and thus lower wage costs per unit of revenue from sales. Firms do this because of the competitive drive for profit, and they can do it because of their control over management of production. Wherever possible, management also tends to reduce the skill or knowledge requirements of the work, and concentrate needed expertise into a smaller number of people. This is done both to gain greater control over the labor process as well as to reduce the wage bill and training expenses. The result is that opportunities for learning skills are limited, and people are denied the ability to develop their potential. These are aspects of capitalism's quashing of the positive freedom of the working class. In Chapter 1, I discussed positive liberty as necessary for natural justice. The trampling of worker positive freedom makes capitalism a regime of class oppression. The lack of control over our work, the failure to develop skills, and the denial of the potential for learning through planning and the control of production are ways that capitalism systematically blocks the positive freedom of the working class. The effect of capitalist workplace management on health is another aspect of the destruction of positive freedom. Maintaining your health and preventing disabling injury or disease is necessary to your ability to pursue your chosen path in life. Thus your freedom can be adversely affected by injuries or illnesses from work. The capitalist workplace is in fact dangerous to our health. To the extent firms can avoid paying for costly protections to worker health, they can make more profit. Both intensified pace of work and long hours of work can lead to more accidents. The more pressure a person is under, the greater the temptation to cut corners to get work done. If a person has worked long hours, they are likely to become less alert and may be more prone to injuring themselves in the course of work. When capitalist firms make decisions about the technologies to employ or the way work is organized, this decision-making process is not simply a class-neutral search for the most efficient method. There are always different paths available for devising and putting to use new methods and technologies. As long as the capitalist regime remains in place, the search for power and profit of the dominating classes shapes the decisions. If the economic system was controlled by the working class, if workers collectively controlled the industries where we work, we'd see different priorities and goals. The path of change in work organization and work technology would be quite different. Chapter 4, you call this a democracy? Based on the meaning of its Greek roots, the word democracy should mean people power or the collective power of the masses to control public affairs. Although the United States is called a democracy, the government works to defend the interests of the dominating classes and to protect the capitalist system. This was illustrated in a recent study by two Princeton researchers, Martin Gilens and Benjamin Page, who did an exhaustive analysis of almost 2,000 proposed policy changes at the federal government level. Their analysis showed that the majority does not rule, at least not in the causal sense of actually determining policy outcomes. In all cases where majority opinion clashed with the views of the wealthy elite and organizations representing business interests, majority opinion will generally lose. The effect of popular opinion is effectively nil. The policies adopted at the federal government level tend to reflect the wishes of the wealthy and of business organizations. Point 1. A large part of the working class seem to be aware of this. As such, many working people don't vote because they don't think the politicians are going to act in their interests. In the 2016 American presidential election, for example, about 45% of eligible voters didn't vote. As a group, non-voters are not the same as voters. Non-voters tend to be poorer, more predominantly working class. Surveys of what policies they would prefer show that non-voters are more likely than voters to prefer government action that would benefit poor people, guarantee jobs, raise the minimum wage, and pursue other policies in the interests of working class people. Point 2. What is the state? Elections and elected politicians are only one aspect of the U.S. government apparatus. There are also judges, prosecutors, police, and prisons at all levels. The federal government alone has many armed police bodies: FBI, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Indian Affairs Police, DIA, ATF, and all the various national security agencies such as NSA and CIA. There are the vast military forces with hundreds of bases around the world. At all levels of government there are numerous regulatory agencies, from the Environmental Protection Agency to the state public utility commissions and the local building departments. And there are all kinds of public services from the U.S. Postal Service and Social Security Administration to state universities, county hospitals, and local transit and school systems. If we take all these various institutions at all levels, this is the U.S. state. The various state institutions are structured internally with a chain of command and decision-making authority concentrated in the hands of a few. State institutions thus have a similar bureaucratic structure to corporations. Public sector workers are subject to bosses, just as workers are in the private sector. The state provides a material base for the bureaucratic control class in various roles as legislators, executives, administrators, prosecutors, school principals, army officers, judges, prison wardens, and so on. The state is built in a way that freezes out the masses from having much effective control over what the government does. People may vote to elect legislators or governors or presidents, but what control do we have after they are elected? Even when the right of recall exists, it is very difficult to undertake and is rarely used. Politicians do not have to come to local assemblies to report back on their work and get our approval for their decisions. We don't have the right to hold neighborhood assemblies to overrule what the politicians have done. The elected officials are a kind of elective oligarchy. The various bureaucracies of the state of course continue to exist and do their work across electoral cycles and changes in elected officials. The state's internal class structure and its separation from direct popular control make it well suited to carrying out its social function, the defense of the interests of dominating, exploiting classes. As I see it, the usefulness of the state for defending the interests of these classes in the past explains why the state has continued to be reproduced in some form. This is why I say that this is the state's function. 3. This idea has a certain history among radical writers, as Russian libertarian socialist Michael Bakunin put it, the state has always been the patrimony of some privileged class, the priesthood, the nobility, the bourgeoisie, and finally, after every other class has been exhausted, the bureaucratic class. 4. The state's bureaucratic structure, which concentrates power into the hands of a few, is essential for the ability of the state to serve this function. As Frederick Engels put it, this structure makes the state estranged from society. In The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, Engels notes two historical features of states. The state is a power apparently standing above society and estranged from it, possessing a public force of armed men, police, army, prisons. In order to maintain this power, contributions from the citizens are necessary. Taxes. In possession of the public power and the right of taxation, Engels writes, the officials present themselves as organs of society standing above society. Because this public power is beyond the reach of control by the people, it provides the dominant class in society with an institution for holding down and exploiting the oppressed class. 5. States have not always existed. Humanity had existed for tens of thousands of years in societies without being controlled by a state-like structure. These earlier human communities may have had the ability to govern themselves and make decisions for their tribe or community. This is why it would be a mistake to define the state as simply public institutions of governance through which the society decides the basic rules of that community. Writing in the 1890s, Peter Kropotkin argues that a community's governance of its affairs is not the same as the state. The state idea means something quite different from the idea of government. It not only includes the existence of a power situated above society, but also of a territorial concentration as well as the concentration in the hands of a few of many functions in the life of societies. It implies some new relationships between members of society which did not exist before the formation of the state. A whole mechanism of legislation and of policing has to be developed in order to subject some classes to the domination of others. 6. The ability to exercise social coercion is also not what is unique to the state. The Iroquois Confederation in North America is an example of a non-state polity, or governance system called the Great Good Way by the Iroquois. By the time they first came into contact with Europeans in the 1600s, this system was well developed. There was no state apparatus, no professional police or military or paid bureaucracy. If a tribe or the Iroquois Federation went to war or engaged in an armed action, it would have to be carried out by a self-acting armed organization of the people. In other words, the men of the tribe would have to do the fighting themselves. States, on the other hand, have paid armed bodies that answer to rulers at the top. There was also no class division in Iroquois society. The land of an Iroquois village was owned collectively. The Iroquois system of social governance did, though, have the ability to use coercion. The clan was held accountable for the actions of its members. If there was a particular member of a clan who was constantly getting into trouble or killed someone in a neighboring community, the clan might kill or banish that person. In Community, Anarchy, and Liberty, Michael Taylor argues that coercion would be inevitable in a society without either the state or class division because some element of collective coercion would be needed to avoid free rider problems. We can see what he means by looking at the Iroquois communal food provision system, which was run by the women of the village. If a woman were to take her share of the communal harvest without sharing the burden of the work in the fields, she'd be riding for free on the work of the other women. If one can do this without consequences, it encourages others to do likewise. To make sure that didn't happen, women were actually under threat of being denied their share of the harvest if they didn't do their share of the work in the fields. That is coercion. The German sociologist Max Weber once proposed to define the state as an institution having a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. A monopoly over violence is a necessary feature of states, but the Iroquois pre-state society shows that this is not sufficient to define the state. So, it would be a mistake to define the state simply in terms of governance or the ability to exercise collective coercion. These can exist in a form of polity or social governance system that isn't a state. How the top class controls the state. The capitalist elite do not always see eye to eye, but their political views do tend to come together around their class interests. The capitalist elite are permanently organized to defend and promote their interests 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They have PR agencies and class organizations to act in the public realm to defend their interests, such as the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Business Roundtable. Their wealth provides them with the means to finance politicians, political operatives, and campaigns. Since the 1970s, the wealthy elite in the United States has funded numerous think tanks to articulate policies that favor its interests and to propose legislation such as the American Legislative Exchange Council, Heritage Foundation, Cato Institute, Manhattan Institute, Reason Foundation, etc. The creation of these organizations was a key part of the elite initiative that got the political shift to neoliberal policies underway over the past 40 years. The wealthy elite and business interests are able to finance permanent lobbies and representatives to attend the many legislative and regulatory commission hearings at all levels of government. The corporate viewpoint is constantly present. The major mass media corporations are owned by members of the capitalist elite, and numerous alternative internet-based media sites have elite financing as well. Most members of the U.S. Congress are multimillionaires, and even politicians at the local and state level are often lawyers or others derived from the professional, management, and business classes. Just as the capitalist elite depend on the bureaucratic control class to run their business ventures and think tanks, this class plays a similar role in the state. If a particular government jurisdiction should pursue policies unfavorable to capitalist interests, they also have another lever they can use: they can shut down businesses and move them elsewhere. Derailing economic conditions in a jurisdiction is a way to discipline politicians who go against capitalist interests. Marxists have sometimes described the state as a superstructure built on top of a capitalist economic base. On this view, the base of capitalist power is the privately owned means of production and production technologies. But this metaphor is misleading, as control over the means of coercion and destruction, military, weapons technology, police and prisons, and the whole apparatus of state power is also a base for the power of a ruling or dominant class. In fact, the state is an essential feature of capitalism. The military and police forces provide a last line of defense for the labor exploitation regime in cases where the working class has developed into a mass force tending towards revolution or seizure of the means of production. This has been shown by the repressive role of the army and police in numerous working-class insurgencies, from the Russian national mass strike of 1905 to the brutal military takeover in Chile in 1973 and the use of the army to crush a working-class revolution in Spain in 1936. Class oppression is in the state's DNA. A top-down managerialist hierarchy over public sector workers is built into the state. The state's separation from direct mass control fits the state for defense of the interests of dominating classes. This structure also tells us that the working class could not liberate itself from class subordination and oppression by putting leaders of a socialist party into control of the state and using the hierarchies of the state to implement their party program. The failure of communism in the 20th century drives home this lesson. In the Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik fixation on putting its leadership into control of a central state paved the way for the emergence of a new kind of economy based on bureaucratic class power. In the revolution, numerous workplaces were taken over by workers with their shop committees replacing management. By 1920 this had been replaced by appointment of managers from above. At the January 1918 All-Russian Trade Union Congress, the Libertarian Socialist delegates proposed a new system of economic coordination and planning through a grassroots Congress of delegates from the shop committees. The Bolshevik delegates were able to defeat this. Their alternative was the creation of the Supreme Council of National Economy staffed with professionals, party stalwarts, and bureaucrats. This eventually became the elite Russian planning agency, Gosplan. Through measures like this, state control of the economy evolved into the basis of power for a new dominating class: political functionaries, industrial managers, elite planners, and military officers. The working class remained a subordinate, oppressed class just as under capitalism. The role of the police. The class role of the police illustrates the way the state acts to defend elite class interests. Professional police forces first emerged in the early 19th century, at the time of the new industrial capitalism and a growing working-class population concentrated in cities. The elites were thus confronted with the problem of managing a large dispossessed class with the potential for strikes and riots and social problems associated with urban poverty. Growth of the police is a part of the massive growth of the state in the capitalist era. Like supervisors, cops are often recruited from the working class and they sometimes think of themselves as working class. Their work is physical at times, and they may perceive their job as having low status in the eyes of the more affluent segments of society. Nonetheless, the authority and control they exert over working class people and the role they play in defending the interests of the dominating classes makes them a part of the bureaucratic control class along with prosecutors and judges. Police are supervisors of the streets, so to speak. When workers strike, cops manage the situation on behalf of the laws and court orders that tend to favor employers. Police and sheriffs also play a property management role, for example, when they evict working-class tenants or squatters. Working people who drive for a living, such as taxi or truck drivers, are subject to the daily supervisory authority of the police on the roads. Although police often form unions or associations, these organizations are not authentic working-class organizations. For one thing, they rarely exhibit any solidarity toward or develop alliances with other labor organizations. They also tend to have a highly collusive relationship with police commanders. Although they pursue some on-the-job grievances, they mainly serve to defend the police as an institution. Police unions have come to play an increasingly important political role in U.S. cities since the 60s, an era of mass protests associated with the Black social justice movement, the student anti-war movement, and a high level of worker strikes. Incidents of police brutality and police spying on legal political organizations led to proposals for police civilian review boards and other forms of tighter citizen control over the police. With the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement and the protests against police killings of unarmed black working-class people, proposals of this kind have gained traction again. When New York City Mayor John Lindsay proposed a civilian police review board in 1966, a former FBI agent described the protest organized by the Police Benevolent Association. Thousands of off-duty policemen in uniform, with service revolvers strapped on and wearing PBA buttons. Tightly ringed City Hall and packed its corridors. Many carried signs with such slogans as "What about civil rights for cops" and "Don't let the Reds frame the police 7." During that era, police unions were a major force in defeating proposals for police civilian review boards in Los Angeles, Denver, Cincinnati, Seattle, Detroit, Newark, San Diego, Hartford, Baltimore, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. 8 Then and now, police unions rigorously defend officers accused of serious abuse. Tracking down people who commit crimes is one of the roles of the police, the sort of activity highlighted in TV cop shows. This activity is seen as legitimate and desirable by the population, but it's only a part of the function of the police. Intimidation and social control of the lower class is also a key role of the police, a role that is important to the dominating classes. A very tight democratic control of policing by the mass of the people would make it harder for the police to carry out this class role. In Chapter 2 I argued that the inherited scheme of racial inequality in the United States is beneficial to capitalist interests. If the police power police, prosecutors, courts has the role of defending a hierarchical social arrangement that works for the top class, they are also likely to defend the racial hierarchy of society as well. We see this in the racially biased conduct of the police and prosecutors, and in areas like sentencing. A veneer of legitimacy. The power of the top class in society is based on its system of pumping profits out of our labor. Defending that system is an essential feature of the state, but the capitalist regime isn't maintained solely by the police power of the state. Both the broader capitalist media and culture and day-to-day experience combine to produce a kind of cultural inertia that helps sustain the system. As I discussed in Chapter 1, capitalism tends to create different mindsets in different classes or social groups because of their day-to-day activity or role in the system. From their university degrees and their everyday exercise of power in workplaces and government agencies, managers and others in the bureaucratic control class tend to develop a sense of the legitimacy of their power to call the shots. And the day-to-day subordination of workers can create in us a kind of conflicted mindset that combines resentment with a grudging acceptance of the rules and values of the capitalist society. Nonetheless, the reality of life in a regime of exploitation and subordination provides motives for resistance. If the oppressive aspects of a society's institutions lead to a period of mass unrest and active social struggle, it can make it difficult for the state leaders to govern. At its most extreme, internal conflict can threaten the state with civil war or revolution. State leaders must be able to govern if they are to carry out their role. To keep opposition at manageable levels, the state leaders may try to make concessions to mass opinion in periods of rising social strife. If the system has at least an appearance of legitimacy to masses of the population, this makes it easier to keep the system going because the level of active struggle against it is kept in check. The capitalist elite and government leaders want social stability. This is why systems of social provision and regulations on corporate behavior became widespread in capitalist countries after World War II. The capitalist elites in many countries had been forced to grant various concessions to the working class. This change came about because the working classes around the world posed a revolutionary threat to the very existence of capitalism in the years between World War I and the 1940s. At the end of the First World War, there were anti-capitalist revolutions in Russia, Finland, and Hungary. Rising worker radicalism in Italy after WWI led to a vast seizure of industry by 1 million workers. The country was on the brink of revolution. In 1936, there were widespread workplace takeovers in France. In Spain, a revolutionary labor movement responded to a military takeover attempt in 1936 with a vast seizure of capitalist firms and the creation of a proletarian army to fight the generals. Revolutionary movements were growing in various countries. At the present time, many aspects of the American political economy certainly undermine its legitimacy in the eyes of a lot of people: the widespread workplace autocracy, the ability of police to engage in violence with impunity, decades of low wages, increasing difficulty in finding affordable housing, deaths due to lack of access to affordable health care, and a political system widely out of touch with mass opinion. and with the 1% piling up ever greater riches all the while. But the elites at the top aren't going to care how illegitimate their system of rule appears unless the working class can create, from below, an effective mass movement that can actually engage in strikes and other disruptions of business as usual and pose a real threat to elite power. In the United States, the concessions to the working class were not won by simply voting for Democrats or by relying on AFL or CIO international union hierarchies. These concessions only came about because working-class self-organization and action posed a basic threat to the profits system. A poll in 1932 revealed that a quarter of the U.S. population thought a revolution might be necessary. Between 1933 and 1937, the American working class was being radicalized in the midst of widespread strikes, citywide general strikes, plant occupations, and hundreds of thousands of workers forming new unions. Many employers were forced to negotiate with their workforce and accept ongoing worker organization. When Franklin Roosevelt first became president in 1933, he pursued a conservative policy of aiding business through policies like the National Recovery Administration, which legalized industry-wide price setting to raise profits. By 1936, the militant working-class mood forced the Democrats to move left. This was when the basic framework of the stingy American welfare state was set up. The concessions won in the 1930s had severe limitations. Social Security payouts were kept low to avoid too much competition with investment plans offered by Wall Street. The Wagner Act introduced government elections for union representation to avoid the pitched battles of strikes and encourage labor peace. This encouraged workers to look at unions as an individual consumer choice rather than a bond of solidarity and collective struggle. To get the backing of racist Southern representatives in Congress, agricultural and domestic labor major occupations for African Americans in the South at the time were exempt from these programs, and leaders of the American Federation of Labor lobbied successfully against including an anti-discrimination clause in the Wagner Act. Some level of concession to mass opinion was a feature of the so-called New Deal consensus era that prevailed from the 40s to the early 70s. This era saw various increases to the social wage government programs that improved the working class standard of living, including free or low-cost public colleges, subsidies for public transit fares, and various affordable housing programs. Powerful capitalist interests were always able to severely limit the welfare state. The banking and real estate sectors have always limited social housing funds in the United States to poor people who could barely find housing in the capitalist real estate market. With the unions building private welfare states employer by employer from the 50s on, it has been difficult to achieve a public health care system analogous to the British or Spanish systems. The capitalist insurance, hospital, and drug industries formed a powerful coalition to keep a universal public health insurance system like Medicare for all from gaining enough political leverage. The workings of the state and electoral politics had a certain institutional inertia that kept the New Deal consensus intact for a number of years. When the corporate elite began to experience their crisis of declining profits in the 1960s and 70s, various members of the elite initiated an active campaign to shift American politics to the new era of neoliberal austerity politics that has prevailed since the 80s. When the Chamber of Commerce distributed Lewis Powell's memo back in 1971, it revealed that many in the plutocracy believed the American state was failing them. Between 1974 and 1980, an aggressive new leadership of the Chamber of Commerce doubled the number of businesses that were members and began promoting the use of political action committees by wealthy corporate interests. 9 The Chamber also promoted other tactics that have since become staples of right-wing politics, such as the use of direct mail and the creation of pseudo-grassroots or fake reform groups. This was also when the wealthy elite began funding the network of right-wing think tanks mentioned earlier. The state wasn't going to automatically reverse course. Regulatory capture. The corporate elite have often chosen reform as the lesser evil to counter an even worse specter. An example is the origin of the various state public utility commissions. In the late 19th century and early 1900s, railroads, streetcar companies, and electric power companies were notorious for their corruption of city and state governments in the pursuit of favorable franchises and public subsidies such as rights of way. This led to powerful movements calling for public takeover. The farmers' coup movement of the 1890s. The populist movement had demanded nationalization of the railways as a way to end price gouging in transporting crops. To push aside the demand for seizure of corporate assets, politicians created various commissions to regulate the railroads such as the California Railroad Commission and the Interstate Commerce Commission. By the early 1900s, there was also a major growth in the movement for public ownership of the streetcar companies and utilities such as water, electric power, and telephone grids. The initiative for setting up state public utility commissions came from the National Civic Federation, which was organized in 1900 by a conservative Republican journalist, Ralph Easley, with the backing of large corporations and banks as well as the support of Samuel Gompers of the American Federation of Labor. The first president of the NCF was Mark Hanna, a wealthy Republican banker and mine owner. NCF had the firm backing of steel industry barons like Andrew Carnegie and Judge E. H. Gary of U.S. Steel, executives in the public utility industry such as Samuel Insull, and other major capitalists of that period. Emerson Macmillan, a banker, director of various public utilities, and NCF member, was worried about the rapidly growing demand for the overthrow of the system of private ownership of public utilities. Much as ALEC does nowadays, NCF drew up model legislation with corporate input. Ralph Easley believed that a model public utility regulation bill giving the appearance of protecting the public could play a very important part in preventing any serious sentiment from crystallizing in this country for government ownership of public utilities. 10. This was the origin of the Wisconsin Public Utilities Commission and laws passed by progressives in California to use the Railroad Commission to regulate local utility and streetcar companies. Other states soon followed suit. In 1911, there was a strong movement in Los Angeles to cut the fare on the profitable streetcar system from 5 cents to 3 cents, but the Railroad Commission was given power to regulate local transit that year, so that initiative failed. Decisions of a distant, appointed body preempted city action. Over time, regulatory bodies of this sort tended to be captured by the industries they regulated. The members are appointed by politicians who are funded by the corporations. Hearings are distant from the consumers and workers who are affected. The regulatory agencies often employ expert engineering consultants who move back and forth in jobs between the public and private sector, which encourages them to tone down recommendations if they want a cushy job in the private sector. By the 1970s, the Interstate Commerce Commission played the sort of protective role for the motor freight industry. The industry then was made up of a large number of medium-sized or smaller firms, and competition was moderated by a combination of ICC rate setting and the Teamsters Union's National Master Freight Contract, which took wages out of competition. This allowed the trucking industry to maintain a high rate of profit. One of the earliest initiatives of the neoliberal corporate offensive of the last 4 decades was the drive in the late 1970s to abolish the ICC and deregulate the trucking and airline industries. The freight industry's capture of the ICC worked for them, but many powerful corporations were users of trucking services. They wanted to force the trucking industry into a more intense form of competition to drive down their freight transport costs. Deregulation of the trucking industry led to intensified competition, many bankruptcies, and increased concentration of the industry in fewer firms. It also led to a cycle of concessions demanded from the unions by the employers and lower wages in the industry. The workmen's compensation programs of the various state governments are another example of how state regulation is used to protect and shelter business profit-making. Between 1898 and 1920, there were waves of strikes and growing anger at conditions. The high level of workplace injuries was a constant theme in radical literature and in popular exposés of industrial carnage, such as Upton Sinclair's The Jungle. Unions were pressing for reform and beginning to make headway with state legislatures. At that time unions and labor radicals were demanding 100% compensation for lost wages for injured workers, and laws that would make employers liable for injuries. Large corporations were alarmed by these trends. Juries are unpredictable and companies feared large awards from juries sympathetic to workers. And trials are public. Jury trials would bear the company's dirty laundry in public and further tarnish the image of business. As with the state public utility commissions, the initiative for state workmen's compensation programs came from the NCF. The state workers' compensation systems were set up in many states between 1910 and 1920, and in most states, benefits are provided through private capitalist insurance firms. To the extent these firms can deny coverage, they can make more profit. A system of separate, competing insurance carriers means that there are separate claims bureaucracies. The efforts of insurers to market themselves to employers is another cost. As with the private health insurance scheme in United States, this duplication is an inefficiency. Profits, marketing, and administrative costs eat up over 40% of revenues from premiums. For example, in California in 2005 only 59 cents of every premium dollar went to benefits under workers' compensation. The state workers' comp systems were set up to limit expenses to employers while giving an appearance of responding to worker demands. For decades, they have stabilized employers' workplace injury and illness expenses at about 1 to 2% of total payroll expenses. Workers are undercompensated by workers' comp systems through limiting payouts for death and serious injury, underpaying for or ignoring long-term disability, minimizing payments for rehab, denying medical treatment, and shortchanging workers for lost wages. In the mid-90s, the California workers' comp system was only covering 1/3 of lost wages. In many cases people fall into poverty or homelessness due to injuries. Workers may also be subject to harassment or firing if they file a claim for workers' compensation, and many states provide zero protection against firing in such an instance. When claims for injuries causes a rise in the insurance premium for employers, the class organizations of capital, such as the chambers of commerce, push for reform to limit payouts by employers. The political clout of business organizations and private insurance firms was demonstrated in the 2004 reform of the state workers' compensation system in California. The rules used to rate a person's degree of disability were changed in order to limit payouts. Also, insurers were able to force injured workers into managed care or HMO-type healthcare systems, which gave the insurers more control over medical evaluations and treatments, putting the insurers in a better position to deny or limit coverage. 11. Profit rates for insurers climbed rapidly while California employers were able to reduce their workers' comp outlays by $14 billion per year. Thus the crisis of rising workers' comp insurance was solved by shifting costs onto injured workers, through denial of care and cuts in payouts. Payouts for long-term disability were cut between 40 and 54%, according to a study by the State Commission on Health and Safety and Workers' Compensation. The no-fault workers' comp system continues to keep expenses for work-related injuries and illnesses low, which means that firms tend to treat these injuries and illnesses as merely a cost of doing business. With costs low, it fails to provide adequate incentive for firms to do research and change technologies and work methods in ways that would protect workers. One way the workers' comp system has protected the employers is through denial of compensation for occupational illnesses due to dust or chemical exposures. The resistance of the workers' comp systems to pay out for occupational illnesses is illustrated by the long struggle of workers and their supporters to obtain coverage for forms of occupational lung disease, such as black lung caused by coal dust in mines. In the late 60s, coal miners started a major movement to obtain compensation for black lung disease. West Virginia's workers' comp system had denied compensation for years. In 1969, hundreds of miners marched on the state capitol, and closed almost all the mines in West Virginia in a huge wildcat strike. A series of strikes eventually led to changes in the state and federal laws, forcing compensation for black lung. The minor strikes of that era were also part of the movement that led to the creation of the Occupational Health and Safety Administration in the early 70s. OSHA provides us with another example of regulatory capture. The laws that set up agencies like OSHA are not designed to empower workers to obtain information and take action for their own defense. Instead, we're provided with the option of invoking a distant government agency, which we have little ability to influence. In reality, this arrangement has become a way for OSHA to protect employers, much as the state workers' comp systems have done. On its website, OSHA claims that great strides have been made in reducing work-related illnesses and injuries since its creation. But it's hard to assess any claim of this sort because the government doesn't have any comprehensive system for collecting accurate data on the extent of the carnage in workplaces. The responsibility for tallying work-related injuries and illnesses lies with the Bureau of Labor Statistics, but it's well known that their annual tallies don't even capture the injuries that enter the state workers' comp systems as claims. A study published in the Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine in 2006 showed that the BLS's annual survey only captured a third of the injuries and 31% of the illnesses in 6 states. 12. The OSHA law relies on self-reporting by companies, but companies have an incentive to conceal problems. If they report a higher level of work-related injuries, their insurance may go up and their public image suffers. A more independent source of reporting might be the doctors, clinics, and hospitals that treat injured workers. Even that would not guarantee an accurate picture, as many workers lack health insurance and try to avoid medical fees. OSHA inspections have failed to be an adequate incentive for businesses to improve worker health and safety. Very often OSHA inspectors tell companies the date of their next inspection, giving management the opportunity to clean things up temporarily. OSHA may tout the occasional large fine, but the reality of OSHA's performance is actually quite dismal. OSHA's budgets for inspections or defense against lawsuits by aggressive employers have been repeatedly cut by the U.S. Congress, acting at the behest of business. As Lisa Cullen reports in A Job to Die For, OSHA has a routine practice of backroom negotiations with management without notification or involvement of affected workers. In these negotiations, citations are reclassified to help employers cover their asses. OSHA does this even though, by its own law, it is not authorized to do so. The U.S. Congress is aware of these practices and has done nothing about it. OSHA inspectors can issue citations for known hazards. There are several different classifications of citations, such as serious, repeat, or willful violation. An employer can receive a willful citation if they knew about the condition, knew it was against OSHA rules, and knew what the danger was. From a moral point of view, a willful violation that leads to death or injury is, in effect, a case of assault or homicide, but criminal prosecution of employers is very rare. The OSHA Act also provides for a so-called Section 17, or unclassified citation. According to the law, these are supposed to be too minor to be cited as serious, willful, or repeat offenses. However, in backroom negotiations, OSHA area directors agree to deals with management to officially reclassify serious, willful, or repeat violations as unclassified, which benefits employers in a number of ways. 13 Companies are often subject to lawsuits by injured workers or their families, but an unclassified citation hides the fact that a violation was in fact willful, making it harder for the employer to be sued. Also, hiding serious violations helps companies to protect their public image and makes it less likely their workers' compensation insurance will be cancelled. In the course of these kinds of negotiations, OSHA bureaucrats also agree to reduce fines. From the point of view of OSHA managers, this sort of practice makes sense because it reduces the number of employer lawsuits they have to defend against with their limited budget. Also, it makes their record look better because they can say more complaints or violations have been dealt with. Practices like these also reduce expenses to business. The real human costs of work-related injuries and illnesses are certainly not reflected in OSHA penalties. Employers can treat the occasional fines they receive as simply a cost of doing business. As with workers' comp, OSHA does not provide an adequate incentive for firms to develop different techniques or work practices to protect worker health and safety. OSHA has thus become a captive of the very industries it was supposed to regulate. A constitution of, by, and for the elite. The word democracy does not appear in the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, or the early constitutions of the states created after the War for Independence from Britain. Back then the word democracy had more of its original meaning, direct participation of the masses in making decisions, as in town meeting democracy, or participatory democracy through member meetings in grassroots unions or other community associations. The wealthy insiders who crafted the U.S. Constitution were strongly opposed to democracy in this sense. Roger Sherman, a delegate at the Constitutional Convention, spoke for most of the framers of the Constitution when he said, "The people should have as little to do as may be about the government." The framers' great fear was that the large population of poor subsistence farmers or a growing population of propertyless wage workers would eventually become large and powerful enough to force changes that would threaten the profits, property, and power of the elite. Although the U.S. Constitution begins with the phrase "we the people," the framers did not allow the people to vote on the new Constitution that would be too democratic, in their view. The document was submitted to state conventions. The Constitution benefited the Southern planter elite by strengthening slavery in various ways. Under the Articles of Confederation, if an enslaved person had escaped to a state that had abolished slavery, there was no authority that could return them. This was a matter of serious concern to the Southern planter elite. Throughout the colonial period there had been occasional revolts by enslaved people or attempts to escape to the outback. The largest was a revolt in 1712 in New York City, in which the rebels looked to a potential alliance with nearby indigenous tribes. The U.S. Constitution gave the enslavers what they wanted. The federal government had the authority to return enslaved people. This was underlined later by the Dred Scott decision of the Supreme Court, which authorized federal marshals to capture escapees living in northern states where slavery was illegal. Various features of the federal state make it an inherently undemocratic structure. The U.S. Senate is an example of this. Currently the 26 states with the lowest population have as a group less than 18% of the population of the United States, but they elect 52% of the senators. Even though California has 68 times as many people as Wyoming, it has the same representation in the Senate. This scheme is made even more undemocratic by Rule XX, which requires a vote of 60% of the Senate to end a filibuster and bring a bill to a vote. This is ready-made for obstruction by entrenched interests. There is nothing in the U.S. Constitution that requires this rule. Its origins are in slavery. Southern senators were able to rely on the filibuster to block any challenge to the South's peculiar institution. During the era of Jim Crow they used it to defend race oppression. In 1938, Senator Theodore Bilbo of Mississippi used the filibuster to block an anti-lynching law. Nowadays Rule XX is most often used as a shield for corporate interests. When wealthy insiders met in Philadelphia to craft the Constitution in 1787, their aim was to check democratic tendencies that had emerged during the Revolution and to create a bulwark to protect elite interests. Their desire to freeze the status quo is clear enough in the absurdly difficult procedures they laid down for any changes to the Constitution. In the amendment section of the Constitution there is a little-known clause that says that the equal representation of the states in the Senate cannot be changed unless all the states agree. Because it's not likely any small state would willingly give up its current advantage, this feature of the Constitution won't be changed. The United States is, truly, a frozen republic. This rigidity of the Constitution also guarantees that it will inevitably be broken in some future crisis. A particularly autocratic feature of the American federal state is the way power is concentrated in the presidency. At the point where the federal laws are executed or carried out, these powers are in the hands of one person, the president. Despite the talk about supposed checks and balances between the branches of government, the president has by far the most powerful position. The powers of the executive branch are concentrated in a single person, whereas the legislative branch is divided into two houses with hundreds of quarrelsome politicians. Charles Francis Adams, grandson of John Adams, wrote in 1859, "There can be no doubt that John Adams regarded the Constitution of the United States as forming a government more properly to be classed as monarchical than among democratic republics." 14. In reality, the president is a de facto emperor. The president is generalissimo of the world's largest military with effective power to make war on his own, from Woodrow Wilson sending troops to aid an anti-Bolshevik pro-Tsarist group in Russia's Far East in 1918 to Barack Obama's endless drone assassinations. In 1966, President Lyndon Johnson claimed he was under no obligation to even consult with Congress when he ordered the military to attack North Vietnam. The State Department sent Congress at that time a list of 125 occasions since the ratification of the Constitution in 1788 when the President had unilaterally engaged in military actions or troop movements abroad, beginning with an undeclared war with France in 1798. The President is CEO of a vast administrative bureaucracy that is under the authority of a single leader. In those cases where Congress is nominally required to approve appointments for executive departments or agencies, they almost invariably rubber stamp the President's appointees. When the President issues a so-called executive order, it is in effect a one-man decree. And these often have very far-reaching effects. For example, it was by executive order that President Franklin D. Roosevelt created the Manhattan Project, a top-secret effort that led to the United States having nuclear bombs. The agency that became the CIA was created by a secret executive order of President Roosevelt in 1936. Federal employees gained the right to join unions by executive order of President John F. Kennedy in 1962. Japanese Americans on the West Coast were rounded up and confined to concentration camps in 1942, also solely by executive order. The far-reaching autocratic power to make laws is not found in the Constitution. Defenders of it cite Chapter 14 of John Locke's Second Treatise on Government. Locke was a wealthy British writer in the 1600s, and in his time, the Crown in England had the power to make such edicts. This was part of the monarchy's royal prerogative. We see in fact that the royal prerogative, an aspect of feudal monarchy, survives in the American presidency. Like executive orders, the veto is another remnant of the feudal doctrine of the royal prerogative, the power of the autocrat to veto the legislature. On average, presidential vetoes are overthrown by Congress only 4% of the time. Of Franklin D. Roosevelt's 631 vetoes, only 9 were overridden by Congress. 15. Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution empowers the President to receive ambassadors and other public ministers. As Ferdinand Lundberg put it, the President is obviously not expected to receive ambassadors to stage pleasant chats or to pray together. The Constitution gives the President the power to conduct the foreign affairs of the USA, and making agreements, revoking treaties, and putting military forces into action are all aspects of that. The power of the judiciary is another aspect to the autocratic character of the American state. At the peak of the federal judiciary are the members of the Supreme Court, who are appointed for life. The people have no say in their selection or in the selection of any of the federal judges. This lifetime appointment of the Supreme Court is unpopular. A recent poll found that 60% of those surveyed agreed that lifetime tenure for the Supreme Court justices is a bad thing because it gives them too much power. 16. The federal judiciary have always been an important bulwark for plutocratic interests. The widespread use of injunctions against labor disputes began with the use of the elite black-robe judges to break the national strike by the American Railway Union in 1894. Workers' First Amendment rights were trampled as the injunction prohibited anyone from compelling or inducing or attempting to compel or induce by threats, intimidation, persuasion, force, or violence, any of the employees of any said railroads to refuse or fail to perform any of their duties as employees of any said railroads. This means that any action whatever to support the strike was a violation of the injunction, such as picketing or Eugene V. Debs sending wires to the various locals of the ARU. This injunction was used to smash the strike and throw Debs and other ARU leaders into jail. This use of injunctions to smash a labor strike was upheld a few months later by the Supreme Court. 17. The power to issue injunctions in labor disputes or other mass protests is a particularly despotic power. Once the court issues the injunction, anyone who violates the judge's edict can be fined or sent to jail for contempt of court. In such cases there is no right to a jury trial. One can only imagine that, if working people had the right to a jury trial in cases where judges act against mass demonstrations or strike actions, juries would often refuse to convict if they viewed these actions as things people have a right to do. From the 1880s to 1932, one of the most infamous periods in the history of the federal judiciary, the Supreme Court invalidated 38 federal laws, 384 state laws and 43 local ordinances. 18 During this same period, the federal judiciary issued 1,800 injunctions against workers and labor unions, including bans on picketing and other decisions flagrantly in violation of the First Amendment. Ferdinand Lundberg describes that era. All along, the courts at every level, sustained by the Supreme Court, were the main line of defense against organization by workers, although the right of the property to organize in corporations and trade associations was freely conceded, encouraged, and aided. 19. From the end of Reconstruction to the early 30s, the Supreme Court operated as a naked tool of the plutocracy. The labor movement would eventually get some relief from rule by injunction only with the passage of the Norris-LaGuardia Act in 1932. This law recognized for the first time a legal right of workers to form unions without employer interference and banned federal court injunctions against nonviolent strike action. But there is still no right to a jury trial for contempt of court in cases where injunctions are issued against mass protests or strikes. As shown by the Citizens United decision, which allows unrestricted campaign spending by the rich in the name of free speech, the Supremes have been gradually inching back towards the naked plutocratic biases shown in the court prior to the mid-1930s. With more Supreme Court appointments by Trump and other Republicans, we can expect results such as the overturning of Roe v. Wade or granting ever greater impunity to police for illegal, violent conduct. The power of the Supremes to overturn laws is actually nowhere in the Constitution but was the result of a power grab by Justice John Marshall in the 1803, and it has served elite interests ever since. Congress members who want to give the impression of favoring a popular policy can throw up their hands and blame the Supremes when the policy is blocked. The electoral swindle. Between the 1820s and 1840s, the right to vote in the United States was extended to working-class white males without real estate. This was when the phrase representative democracy was coined. The idea is that it's democracy just because the masses can vote for candidates to government office even if we actually have no way to control the actual policies. This was a new definition for the word democracy. Previously the word referred to direct mass participation in the making of decisions, as in town meeting democracy. The system of election of government officials provides a number of benefits for the elite. For one thing, the capitalists do not all agree on the same policies, they differ in their ideas about what would help the profits regime to prosper. Different capitalist factions use electoral politics to appeal to members of the middling classes of small business owners, professionals, and managers to rally them behind their favored policies. Other aspects of the state such as the courts also help to adjudicate disputes between different elements of the elite. Moreover, the creation of mass voting in the capitalist era is another example of the state's need for an appearance of legitimacy. The system is supposed to be legitimate because it's presided over by a government that we elect. The electoral system is important for the elite because it provides an appearance of a society based on the consent of the governed. But legitimacy doesn't come cheap. To make sure that this scheme works to the advantage of elite interests, they must devote resources to managing the process. The corporations and their wealthy owners and CEOs have vast resources they can use to game the electoral process, influence public opinion, and influence what the politicians do after they are elected. Getting elected is expensive. Corporate profits have reached historic highs, and the capitalist elite's share of total national income has reached obscene levels. As ever more cash flows to those at the top, spending on elections has also grown. Campaign spending by the banking, insurance, and real estate industries, for example, increased by 8 times to $500 million from 1990 to 2008.20. Campaigns for national or statewide offices can cost millions of dollars, money spent on campaign staff, mass mailings, advertising in the media. In 2010, the typical member of the U.S. House of Representatives spent $1.7 million to get elected. You have to spend even more if you want to be senator or governor. This is why both Democrats and Republicans seek donations from wealthy individuals and businesses. Capitalists invest in buying politicians, and to justify this investment, they expect to pay out favorable laws and government decisions. If a person wants to run for Congress as a Democrat, the Democratic Party's apparatus will refuse to endorse them unless they are willing to get on the phone and get donations from the party's list of wealthy donors. Of course, these conversations give Mr. Moneybags the opportunity to make his policy ideas clear to the prospective candidate. The elite want to make sure the candidate is not a threat to business class interests. This is just an example of how elite interests act as a filter on state policy. Whether a member of Congress started out from modest origins or were already loaded when they were first elected to some political office, they tend to be well-to-do. For example, the median net worth of members of Congress in 2010 was about 5 times higher than the general population. Overall, 219 members of Congress have a net worth over $1 million. 21 Their style of life and privileged circumstances are far removed from the problems faced by working class people. Their wealth and connections help their campaigns and shape their outlook. Labor unions put a lot of money into electoral campaigns, and most of their support, both cash and organizing efforts, goes to Democratic Party candidates. But the flow of cash from wealthy individuals and businesses is vastly greater than the resources provided by unions. The banking, finance, and real estate sectors alone provide more contributions to Democratic candidates than do all unions taken together. And what has the working class got to show for all their union dues being spent to elect Democrats? As Ferdinand Lundberg writes, because it is almost entirely the affluent that put up party campaign funds. We see here the reason both the Republican and Democratic parties are, basically and primarily, the parties of the propertied classes, the corporations, the trade associations, the real estate lobbies, the big rich and super rich. 22. The Republicans and Democrats are really just two wings of the business party. Nonetheless, the Democrats have a special role. Since the populist farmers' rebellion of the late 1800s, various insurgent movements have emerged that posed a serious challenge to the system, from the general strikes and wave of factory takeovers in the 30s to the sit-ins and mass protests against Jim Crow in the South and other mass protests of the 60s. The ability of rebel social movements to challenge the capitalist elite is blunted when leaders of such movements ask people to place their hopes for change in electoral politics and Democratic Party politicians. Placing hopes in the Democratic Party means limiting one's aims so they are acceptable to the elites who bankroll the Democrats. Bruce Dixon of Black Agenda Report put the matter this way: the job of American politicians is not to enact the policies their voters want. The politician's job is to deliver those voters to their campaign contributors. The fact that Democrats compared to Republicans, or sometimes even Democrats compared to other Democrats, appeal to varied groups of voters accounts for why they sound different from each other. But the fact that they depend on the same class of wealthy corporations and individuals to finance their political careers means that no matter what they tell voters, the policies they enact once in office are pretty much the same. 23. To appeal to working class people and minority communities while serving their corporate masters, politicians hone their skill at faking populist rhetoric and making deceitful promises. Campaign advertising and media coverage of campaigns tend to focus on personalities and vague slogans. After the candidates are elected, they don't have to get our approval for what they do. With an electoral system so captive to elite interests, it's no wonder that many potential voters opt out. Only 64% of the voting age population is registered to vote, the lowest among the more developed capitalist countries. Popular power? Various protagonists and writers on the radical left since the 19th century have advocated dismantling the state, replacing it with some more authentically democratic form of mass self-governance. This has always been a central part of libertarian socialism. For libertarian socialists, the basic strategic idea is that the state and capitalist control of the economy could be done away with through mass working class organizations, unions, cooperatives, and community associations that would form the basis of a movement to replace the state and employers with forms of direct, participatory democracy. The idea of participatory or direct democracy is derived from the long experience of unions and other grassroots social organizations in society that have been, at times, built on a participatory basis. From these oppositional organizations that form a kind of counterpower to hierarchical institutions of capitalist society, the idea has been developed of a kind of anti-state. The basic idea is that an organization is run in a way that enables the members to self-manage the affairs of that organization. A central component to this is the direct participation of members in general assemblies where people can make proposals, engage in back and forth debate, and deliberate and vote on a course of action or direction for their organization, and on the issues that lie within the sphere of that organization. This is direct democracy. As a principle of natural justice, self-management provides us with a justification for and conception of authentic democracy. Self-management means control over the decisions that affect you. Since there are decisions that have a primary impact on groups of people, self-management means that those decisions should be under the collective control of the group of people affected by that area of decision-making. When unions are self-managed by their members, for example, the members control their own collective struggles with employers and government authorities through their assemblies, their committee systems, the continued presence of leaders on the job with colleagues, and use of tactics such as rotation from office so that officials don't evolve into an entrenched bureaucracy. Since the 19th century, direct democracy has always been a central part of the libertarian socialist conception of how the state and corporations could be replaced with a social arrangement where self-management is generalized throughout the institutions of the society. From this point of view, grassroots social movements rooted in participatory democracy are seen as showing the possibility of a different form of governance for the society. This has led to ideas of direct popular power, self-management of public affairs rooted in the face-to-face democracy of assemblies in workplaces and neighborhoods, and delegates elected to larger congresses of delegates for broader scope decisions. This would still be a polity, a structure with the power to decide and enforce the basic rules of the society. A state is a polity, but a polity of a particular type structured for defense of elite class interests. There can be polities that aren't states. A basic function of a polity is social self-defense, defense against violence and predatory behavior of others. Any polity is likely to satisfy Max Weber's definition of a state as an institution having a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. But this is why his definition fails to define the state. A polity based on direct popular power without the whole bureaucratic apparatus of managerialist structures set over workers is not a state. The lack of separation from mass control makes it ill-suited to be an institution of a dominating, exploiting class. The Federalist Papers set out a basic objection to direct democracy. The authors argued that only a limited sphere of local decisions could be subject to direct participation by the masses. There are limits to the number of people who can be readily brought together to have an effective meeting. The libertarian socialist reply is based on the concept of delegate democracy. Delegate democracy is an extension of direct democracy. Here the idea is that there is an organized community of some sort, such as a workplace or worker organization, or an organized neighborhood with its own meetings as part of its organized life. The delegate is a part of the grassroots organization or community they are a spokesperson for. The delegate has first-hand experience of the working conditions or the conditions in the neighborhood. The delegate is not a paid professional politician, but shares the conditions of others in the base organization. The delegate is elected by their co-workers or their neighbors. Under representative democracy, on the other hand, The politician who represents a district may be of a different social class, an affluent lawyer or other member of the professional managerial layers, and may represent a working class area. They may have very different conditions of life than their constituents. Under delegate democracy, the delegates are spokespeople for a base who are organized and have their own meetings. Through their own discussions and meetings, the base organizations develop their own goals and plans. A delegate in a workplace such as a shop steward is of course talking with and sharing conditions with their co-workers during the course of the work week. The delegate needs to be guided by the goals of their base and the decisions the base organization has made. Part of the idea of delegate democracy is that the base organization does not give up its right or power to be the ultimate decider. This suggests that the assemblies of the base organizations would have the ability to overrule the decision of the delegates or force a general vote by the assemblies of the base organizations on the issue. Delegate democracy creates a much tighter connection between the rank and file base and their spokesperson than exists under representative democracy. This is at least a brief sketch of the libertarian concept of popular power or governance through self-management. More about this in a later chapter. For now, this is sufficient to indicate the kind of change in the governance system that would be needed for liberation from the capitalist regime of oppression and exploitation. Two faces of the state. The state has its coercive and violent face as when police smash protests or courts issue injunctions against strikes, or as expressed in the massive numbers of humans stuffed in prison cages in the United States. But people also look to the state to provide benefits or protect the public good, as with the clean air and water laws. These gains were often won through previous struggles and social movements. The state is ostensibly a vehicle for the protection of the public good. This sense of protection is used to build popular support for government institutions. Because the state is the overarching governing power in society, people tend to look to it for services or protections against the predatory actions of business entities. We can think of a common or public good as a benefit that we want to have available for everyone, such as clean air and water and an environment that sustains human life. State institutions are the means to some public goods such as libraries or free public schools or inexpensive public transit service that gives anyone access to whatever the city has to offer. But even when the state does provide public goods, the top-down technocratic structure of the state and the power of capitalist forces to restrict benefits both greatly limit the actual public benefit. Despite the state's limitations, the entrenched power it has over society means that the struggle over the public good often plays itself out through movements that make various demands on the state. The current healthcare debate in the United States is an example of this. At present, the U.S. has a market-governed medical industry, not a genuine system of healthcare provision. Today, less than half of adults in America have health insurance through their employer. Another 14% are retirees who receive healthcare coverage via Medicare. This situation contributes to the great inefficiency of American healthcare, as it consumes a higher proportion of gross domestic product than any other wealthy capitalist country. Part of the problem is bureaucratic bloat. With more than 1,000 healthcare plans on offer, the various capitalist insurers all have their duplicative claims bureaucracies. Part of their role is to search for reasons to deny coverage, thus saving costs for their employer. Hospitals and healthcare practices also have large clerical staffs just to process the claims. Health insurers are in business to make a buck, and part of the healthcare premium dollar goes to advertising. And another chunk goes to the profits sucked down by all the private corporations, insurers, big pharma, hospital corporations, and so on. Doctors in America make twice as much as physicians in other wealthy countries. According to economist Dean Baker, when economists like me look at medicine in America, whether we lean left or right politically, we see something that looks an awful lot like a cartel. 24 physicians in America, through the influence of organizations like the American Medical Association, have been able to control the number of student slots at medical schools, the availability of residencies at hospitals, and the licensing of foreign physicians. They also have been able to restrict the role of paramedicals such as nurse practitioners. All of which adds up to organizations of physicians being able to beef up their market power by restricting supply. Over time, The market power of various entities in healthcare, insurers, physicians, hospital corporations, drug firms, has led to healthcare sucking down a growing share of the total social product. In 1970, healthcare consumed 7% of GDP, but by 1995, this had doubled to 14%. Since the 1990s, many employers have responded to rising costs through cost-shifting tactics. Typically, this means many employers simply avoid providing health coverage, or force through increases in deductibles and copays. The federal state stiffened the eligibility rules for Medicare in the 80s, and more recently states have greatly cut back in available Medicaid coverage for the poor. Rising copays and deductibles mean that many working-class people put off doctor visits or drug purchases because it bites into their meager income. The result is that many people will be diagnosed with advanced cancer that could have been caught and treated earlier. The fact that many poor women lack access to prenatal care makes the country's infant mortality rate higher than it otherwise might be. In the United Kingdom, the National Health Service is one of the reasons life expectancy is a bit longer and infant mortality less than in the United States. The power of the capitalist health industry is also deployed politically. During the debates in Congress that led to Obamacare, Medicare for All wasn't even an entry in the debate. Democratic Party shills for capitalist interests acted as gatekeepers to protect the parasitic for-profit insurance industry. Obamacare ended the insurance industry practice of denial of coverage based on someone having an existing health care condition, but this provision was later under attack by the Trump administration and Republicans. Obamacare sweetened the deal for insurers with state subsidies. Even with Obamacare, 9% of adults in the United States still have no health insurance coverage. And Obamacare has no way to control costs, leaves the bureaucratic bloat of competing plans in place, and does not restrict the denial of coverage that goes with copays and deductibles. For healthcare provision to be a common or public good, there needs to be equal access to resources for protecting and sustaining health for everyone, and no denial of access based on something like inability to pay. A common good is a benefit that we want to be available for everyone, or anyone who needs it. I think arguments for a social system of free, comprehensive, quality health care provision for all can be developed from both considerations of positive liberty and human solidarity. In Chapter 1 I described two conditions of natural justice that are necessary for positive liberty. This consists of self-management as a general feature of social institutions that govern areas of collective decision-making, and equal access to the means to develop one's cognitive capacities and human potential, and equal access to the means to maintain one's capacities including one's health. Condition 2 is necessary for human freedom if people are to have the real ability to be self-governing in their lives and to participate effectively in control over collective decisions that affect their lives and their work. Due to the conditions that prevail in the profit-driven capitalist world of work and environmental degradation in working-class areas, the fight for universal access to health care provision is a working-class issue. All humans are vulnerable to disease or injury. We all age. A sense of compassion or concern for others thus suggests that we have a common stake in making sure there is an institutional basis for the common good of health care provision. Solidarity itself has a basis in the sense of concern for others. As I've said, solidarity is often encapsulated in the slogan "an injury to one is an injury to all," but solidarity also implies struggle. We know that the capitalist regime is based on exploitation and profit-seeking. We know that an adequate life for working-class people has often required collective struggle. We can expect that there is not likely to be adequate universal health provision without a fight. The Medicare for All proposal is a form of social health insurance. It's a step in the right direction, but it's not the same thing as socialized health care. A health insurance program leaves the capitalist firms intact, big pharma, the hospital corporations, and so on. We should not think of socialized healthcare as some statist, technocratic agency controlled by codders of the bureaucratic control class sending down their rules and decisions through the chain of command. If working people are to free themselves from subordination and exploitation by dominating classes, it can't be through the state. The history of the communist regimes makes that clear enough. Rather, All the industries including public services like healthcare, education, and public transit would need to be collectively self-managed by the people who do the work in that field. I earlier described the idea of popular power or mass self-management over public affairs rooted in the face-to-face democracy of worker and neighborhood assemblies. This proposal is based on the libertarian opposition to the autocratic managerialism inherent to the state. But this form of libertarian anti-statism does not mean an end to public services such as education and healthcare. Rather, it would provide the means for democratic participation in the development from below of proposals for the kinds of quality public services people want. Thus, we can think of socialized healthcare provision as the result of decision-making that has its roots in two sources. First, a democratic health industry organization where the physicians, paramedicals, pharmacologists and other workers in the sector cooperate and collectively control that industry. And, second, mass participation in decision-making over the kinds of quality public services we want. Through a process of negotiation between the health staff organization and the popular power rooted in community assemblies, an agenda can be worked out for the provision of comprehensive, high-quality health care. Health care within capitalist society deals with ailments and injuries as they occur, whereas a comprehensive concept of health care provision also has to include preventative health care. This would require systematic research into health effects of the technologies and conditions in industries. Redesign of technology and work processes to improve health is also an aspect of preventative health care, a situation that would presuppose worker control over the economy in general. Chapter 5, Cost Shifting. In Chapter 1 I described several structural features of capitalism, which explain why the relentless pursuit of profit is an essential feature of capitalism. If a firm doesn't constantly seek to minimize its expenses in production and expand its market share, its resources won't be as large as that of its competition. The larger a corporation is, the more resources it has to buy up competitors, build new facilities, hire experts and managers, design new products or methods of production, or move operations to other countries where they can pay lower wages. If a company falls behind its rivals in this drive for expansion, its rivals will have the resources to push it from the field. And this brings me to another essential feature of capitalism, cost shifting. Firms avoid financial expenses if they can shift costs and liabilities onto others. Cost shifting is a pervasive feature of capitalism, which explains pollution, dumping of toxic wastes, or ignoring the global heating produced over time by the buildup of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And thus we have the basis for the environmental crisis of today. An electric power company burns coal to generate electricity because the price per kilowatt-hour from coal-fired electricity has long been cheaper than alternatives. But the emissions from burning coal travel downwind and cause damage to the respiratory systems of thousands of people, causing preventable deaths to people with respiratory ailments. This is in addition to the substantial contribution to global heating from the carbon dioxide emissions. But the power firm doesn't have to pay money for these costs. If the firm had to pay fees, they would be equivalent to the human cost in death, respiratory damage, and contribution to global heating and its effects. Burning coal would not be so profitable for the power company. Capitalism is dangerous to your health. Firms also externalize costs onto workers, such as the health effects of stress or chemical exposures. A leaky oil refinery spews hydrogen sulfide, xylene, or other toxic chemicals into nearby working-class neighborhoods. And it also pollutes the refinery workers. The free market pundit or hack economist might deny that companies externalize costs onto workers. They might say that wages and benefits paid to workers for each hour of work measure the cost of labor. But the human cost of work can be increased without an increase in the compensation paid to workers. If a company speeds up the pace of work, if people are working harder, if they are more tightly controlled by supervisors, paced by machines or software, it increases the cost in human terms. More actual labor burden, more human life is being consumed for each hour of work. Being controlled and monitored by machine pacing or human supervision are causes of stress, and stress can have adverse effects on a person's health. For example, a study of Swedish sawmill workers showed that workers who were paced by machines had the highest levels of stress and the highest incidence of cardiovascular disease among workers studied. Stress and high dissatisfaction with work are widespread within the working class, and both are associated with decreased lifespan. Point 1. Close supervision is a feature of most working class jobs. According to a 1991 survey of people in non-managerial, non-farm jobs, 94% said it is very easy or fairly easy for their supervisors to check on their work. Among those surveyed, 40.2% also report that their work is checked more than once a day or at least once a day. 2. The working class condition generates other causes of stress such as worries about money and job insecurity. Work-related injuries and illnesses are another area where capitalist firms shift costs onto workers. Costs include pain and suffering, disability, lost wages, and costs of treatment and rehab. According to Lisa Cullen, every day, 165 Americans die from occupational diseases and 18 more from a work-related injury. More than 36,400 non-fatal injuries and 3,200 illnesses. In addition, at least another 218 people die every day from conditions created in nearby industries where they are not employed. Point 3. Workplace injuries and illnesses often have a disastrous effect on a worker's life. According to a study in the 1990s, 10% of people who are homeless became homeless due to a workplace injury. Also, 10% of people whose incomes were below the official poverty line had become impoverished due to a workplace injury. Being injured is scary, and it adds stress to a person's life. It can cause havoc in a household when a person is no longer able to work. Divorces are sometimes the result. Point 4. Toxins at work. The use of toxic chemicals in workplaces clearly shows the lack of protection of worker health. Since the end of World War II, the petrochemical industry has been busy developing tens of thousands of chemical products that are widely used in industrial processes, agriculture, and in consumer products. In 1997, the Environmental Defense Fund did a study of 100 chemicals produced in large quantities, at least £1 million annually, that were subject to governmental regulation. Their study found that 63% had no tests to determine whether they cause cancer. 53% lacked any data as to whether they are reproductive toxins. 67% had no data on how toxic they are to the nervous system. 90% had no data on whether they pose a particular threat to children. Point 5. Thus the practice allowed within American capitalism is in violation of the basic precautionary principle that advises us to do tests to assess what harmful effects will result from new chemical exposures. Many of the toxics used in workplaces are volatile chemicals that readily evaporate or are used as gases or sprays or occur in vapors or fumes. These industries then become sources of toxic air pollution that poses a danger for surrounding communities. Some chemicals, such as solvents used in cleaning and degreasing, often leach into the groundwater. There are 29 Environmental Protection Agency Superfund sites in Silicon Valley due to the pollution of groundwater from the solvents used by chip manufacturers and circuit board assembly operations in the earlier era of electronics hardware manufacturing. Toxic chemicals used in manufacturing, agriculture, and other industries thus pose a threat to people who live in nearby areas as well as to the workers in these industries. Usually working-class people live in neighborhoods near polluting industries, and often these are communities of color. A 2001 study of the 100 largest industrial sources of toxic air emissions in Los Angeles County, the largest manufacturing center in America, found that 60% of the neighborhoods near these toxic air sources were predominantly working-class Latino areas. Low-income people are substantially more affected by air toxics than the rest of the population, according to that study's authors. Point 6. Workers are on the front line of toxic pollution. Chemicals that end up as pollutants in the air or water are first exposed to workers on the job, and workers are usually subject to greater concentrations of these chemicals. Despite the existence of pollutants generated by leaky oil refineries and pollutants emitted by other industries in industrial areas of California such as the Cancer Alley of oil refineries in the Contra Costa County area or the similar refinery zone in Wilmington, the government agencies set up to deal with air pollution in the Bay Area and Los Angeles County protected polluters for years by focusing almost exclusively on pollution generated by vehicle exhaust. In this way, the South Coast Air Quality Management District and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District have been an example of regulatory capture by corporate capital. State agencies of this sort act as a barrier to restrict direct action by the population to prevent being polluted on. More recently, many local communities have taken to using electoral politics such as initiatives to ban or limit pesticides. In 2017, citizens in Lincoln County, Oregon, successfully passed a ballot measure to ban aerial spraying of pesticides in the local forests. They were worried about the potential impacts of spray drifting into their water supplies and affecting the health of people and animals. As local communities around the country have been moving more in this direction, the petrochemical industry and its elected shills have moved to use state laws to prevent local cities and counties from enacting more stringent controls. In the Oregon case, state law preempts local ordinances, another example of how the state acts to prevent the people affected by pollution from banning or limiting it. 7. Poison in the fields. The petrochemical industry's success at pushing a chemicalized industrial agriculture is having a hugely destructive effect on the world's insects. More than 40% of insect species are under threat of extinction. The vast expansion in use of chemicals in agriculture is driving this. The rate at which insects are hurtling towards extinction is 8 times faster than mammals, birds, or reptiles. For example, only half the bumblebee species found in Oklahoma in 1949 were still present in 2013. The total number of insects in the world is declining at a rate of 2.5% a year, according to a recent analysis that looked at the 75 best studies done on insect populations. 8 If this continues at the same rate, the world would have only half as many insects in 50 years, which will have a major impact on the survival of birds, reptiles, and amphibians that eat insects. If this food source is taken away, all these animals starve to death, said Francisco Sanchez Bayo of the University of Sydney, in Australia. If insect species losses cannot be halted, this will have catastrophic consequences for both the planet's ecosystem and for the survival of mankind. 9. Surveys carried out since 1980 by volunteers in Britain have shown a widespread loss of pollinating insects. An analysis of 353 wild bee and hoverfly species found the insects have been lost from a quarter of the places they were found in 1980. A small group of 22 bee species known to be important in pollinating crops such as rapeseed oil saw a rise in range, potentially due to farmers increasingly planting wildflowers around fields. However, the scientists found severe declines in other bee species from 2007, coinciding with the introduction of a widely used neonicotinoid insecticide. 10 Neonicotinoid has been banned in Britain but is still used elsewhere. The use of petrochemical fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides is linked to an industrial model of agriculture with vast fields planted in a single crop. Large machines used for harvesting and other purposes often presuppose the single crop model. Chemical firms have sold pesticides and herbicides to growers as a way to increase the productivity per acre by reducing losses to pests. The growers are businesses like any other. If they are to generate profits to expand and survive against competition, they have to be thinking about this year's profit. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, use of pesticides on vegetables and fruits increased from 217 million pounds in 1964 to 588 million pounds in 1997.11. The heavy use of pesticides, herbicides, and petrochemical fertilizers in agriculture is a major source of airborne toxins in rural areas, and a source of contamination of streams, aqueducts, and groundwater. Pesticides and herbicides contribute to toxic air pollution in several ways. They are often applied as a fog or sprayed, either from aircraft or through sprayers, which are often used in orchards. Aerial spraying is the technique used for about a quarter of the pesticides applied in California. Aerial drift was the cause of 51% of documented cases of pesticide poisoning of farm workers in California. Liquid pesticides are designed to dissipate into the air within a few days of application. Toxic vapors can then roam, polluting the wrong crops in the next field, or moving with the wind into nearby residential areas. As with urban industry, chemical use that pollutes the air and water affects workers first and foremost. There are 5 million farm workers in the U.S. including 100,000 children, but the extent of their chemical exposure has never been accurately measured. According to a 1993 federal government report, the Environmental Protection Agency has no capability to accurately determine national incidence or prevalence of pesticide illnesses that occur in the farm sector. The annual reported cases of farm worker poisoning in America is estimated at 20,000 by the EPA, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. It is a guess extrapolated from doctors' reports of poisoning in California. 12 Farm workers are under a double threat because they and their families often live near fields where pesticides are applied. Farm worker-controlled safety committees are potentially a very important tool that could be used to fight back in this area, as they would provide a way for workers to become informed and take action to protect themselves against pesticide poisoning and other work hazards. An example of this are the Farm Worker Safety Committees, one in the more recent agreements fought out in Florida agriculture by the Coalition of Immokalee Workers. The CIW started out as a grassroots farm worker organization with about 2,500 members in the early 2000s. At that time, they were running a low-power radio station called Radio Conciencia and a food coop. Immokalee is the largest farm worker community in southwestern Florida, and workers there labor mainly on tomato and citrus farms, and travel to other areas as they follow the harvest. The CIW's membership has been made up mostly of young indigenous men from southern Mexico and Guatemala, although there are also some African Americans and immigrants from Haiti working in the fields in Florida. Under the slogan "End Sweatshops in the Fields," the CIW built its boycott campaigns through marches, job actions, hunger strikes, farm worker cross-country tours, and a growing set of alliances. They have carried out an effective strategy that targets the big players at the top of the food industry's money chain: the fast food, supermarket chains, and corporate food contractors. Worker-controlled safety committees in agriculture give their members a way to protect themselves from the potential of chemical poisoning. The crisis of global warming. Capitalist dynamics are at the very heart of the current crisis that humanity faces over global warming. Power firms that generate vast amounts of carbon dioxide emissions, and firms that make profits from building fossil fuel burning cars and trucks and that make profits from the sale of gasoline and diesel and jet fuel have not had to pay any fees or penalties for the growing buildup of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The crisis has its explanation in cost shifting and the search for short-term profits and ever-growing markets, features that are at the heart of the capitalist system. When we speak of global warming, we're talking about a rise in the average worldwide temperature of about 0.8 degrees Celsius since 1880. According to an ongoing temperature analysis conducted by scientists at NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies, 2/3 of this temperature increase has occurred since 1975. A number of major climate study centers in the world agree on this trend. The Met Office Climate Research Unit in Britain, the Japanese Meteorological Agency, the NOAA National Climate Data Center. This might seem like only a small amount of heating, but, as NASA scientists point out, a 1-degree global change is significant because it takes a vast amount of heat to warm all the oceans, atmosphere, and land by that much. 13. If global capitalism continues with business as usual, the heating will continue to have major impacts on the world climate system: killer heat waves, more ocean heat pumping energy into hurricanes and cyclones, rising ocean levels from melting of polar ice and glaciers, destruction of corals in the oceans, and a greater danger to the survival of many different species. We know that carbon dioxide emissions from the burning of fossil fuels is at the heart of the problem. Various gases in the atmosphere create the greenhouse effect by preventing much of the heat from the sun from escaping back into space. Water vapor is one of these gases produced by evaporation from oceans and other bodies of water. But water vapor doesn't stay very long in the atmosphere. It soon falls back to Earth as rain. Moreover, water vapor is produced by heat, which causes evaporation. Suggesting that water vapor is the cause of the anomaly of rising temperature confuses cause and effect. Carbon dioxide, on the other hand, is known to stay in the atmosphere for a long time and is a powerful heat-trapping gas. Thus a thin layer of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere acts like the glass in a greenhouse to trap heat. For many centuries the proportion of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere ranged between 200 and 300 parts per million. By the 1950s, the growth of industrial capitalism since the 1800s had pushed this to the top of this range, about 300 to 310 parts per million. Since then the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has risen very rapidly to more than 410 parts per million by 2018. This may seem like a small part of the atmosphere, but all the gases that contribute to the greenhouse effect are only 0.5% of the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide makes the largest contribution to trapping of heat. The last time there was this much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was a period about 2 to 4 million years ago, before our species existed. Back then carbon dioxide was 380 to 450 parts per million of the atmosphere. The Arctic region was much warmer than now. There were forests in Antarctica and Greenland. In that era the Earth was at least 2 degrees Celsius warmer than it is now, and the oceans were about 20 meters higher than now. 14. Moreover, we know that the recent rise in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is from the burning of fossil fuels. There are various isotopes of carbon, and carbon-14 is the heaviest. Carbon-14 is not found in fossil fuels. The buildup of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is from the lighter isotopes of carbon that are found in fossil fuels. It's not hard to explain this rapid rise in carbon dioxide emissions. Since World War II there has been a huge increase in vehicle ownership, a growing volume of freight and package delivery by truck, and a remarkable growth in global trade with ever larger ships hauling masses of containers, as well as growth in electricity production powered by burning coal and natural gas. According to the International Energy Agency, electricity production accounts for 41% of carbon dioxide emissions, transportation accounts for 22%, and another 20% is produced by various manufacturing processes. In the United States, more than 2/3 of electricity is generated by burning fossil fuels. The US currently generates almost 15% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions but has only 5% of the world's population. Because of the massive industrialization in China since the 1990s, that country is now the largest source of carbon dioxide emissions. But China has 4.2 times as many people as the United States, so the US contributes twice as much carbon dioxide pollution as China on a per-person basis. In the United States, there have been considerable changes in land use since the Second World War. Capitalist real estate development has created a vast suburban sprawl and patterns of land use that centers the need for constant use of private motor vehicles. For decades, developers domestically based their practices on the assumption that people would get to far-flung suburban single-family houses, shopping centers, cineplexes, and office and industrial parks by car. This wouldn't have been possible without the cost-shifting dynamic of capitalism, which underpriced gasoline-burning car use. With global warming and its effects, it has become harder to ignore the social costs of our dependence on cars. Chemical runoff from roads contributes to water pollution, democratic mixing and mingling of people in public space shrivels as people get from place to place in individualized metal pods, the working poor are segregated into underfunded bus systems. Huge expenditures in infrastructure on streets, freeways, extensions of utility grids and free parking have subsidized a dispersed, auto-dependent pattern of land use. Over time, these patterns have changed our way of life, and it's become increasingly difficult for Americans to get to the various fragments of their lives without a car. The developers' investment practices have built an environment that made not having a car a real liability, with the result that the use of public transit has plummeted. The number of rides people take on public transit in American metropolitan areas has dropped to very low levels compared to cities in Europe and Asia. Between 1950 and 1970, rides on public transit in the older, denser core of Los Angeles fell from about 300 annual rides per person to less than 100. For the whole of Los Angeles County, there are about 50 annual rides per person on public transit versus 250 in London. According to a study in the 1980s, residents of American cities consume nearly twice as much gasoline per person as residents of Australian cities. Nearly 4 times as much gasoline per person as residents of European cities. 10 times as much gasoline per person as people in Hong Kong, Singapore, and Tokyo. 15. Previous attempts to get global agreement to cut back burning of fossil fuels have been ineffective. The Paris Accords merely proposed voluntary targets. NASA scientist James Hansen described it as a fraud. There is no action, just promises. 16. According to the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the dire situation calls for rapid and far-reaching transitions. Unprecedented in terms of scale. The IPCC warns that there needs to be a 45% worldwide reduction in the production of heat-trapping gases from 2010 levels by 2030 if humanity is to avoid dangerous levels of global heating. 17. Clearly a global change is needed. But how to bring it about? A Green New Deal? The concept of a Green New Deal has been proposed by Green Party activists, the Sunrise Movement, and other climate justice groups for some time. The slogan is based on a comparison with the statist planning used by President Roosevelt to respond to the economic crisis of the 1930s as well as the vast and rapid transition of American industry to war production at the beginning of World War II. The idea is that the crisis of global heating should be treated with equal urgency as the mass unemployment of 1933 or the fascist military threat of the early 1940s. Surveys suggest that more than 2/3 of Americans support the goal of binding limits on carbon dioxide emissions, not the mere promises of the Paris Accords. With growing protests and political pressure, we are likely to see more reform proposals in the spirit of the Green New Deal at various local levels. For example, since the island's power system was destroyed by Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico's legislature has approved a proposal to completely overhaul the electricity sector. Previously they were dependent on diesel generators that are polluting and also are very expensive. Puerto Rico will move towards 100% renewables for electricity by 2050, and 40% renewables by 2025.18. After Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a member of Democratic Socialists of America, was elected to Congress, she and others proposed a congressional committee be set up to address the climate crisis through Green New Deal programs. The resolution she and Senator Ed Markey introduced lays out a set of ambitious goals, such as 100% electric power generation in the USA from clean, renewable, and zero-emission energy sources. Other goals include removing pollution and greenhouse gas emissions from manufacturing, as much as is technologically feasible, and overhauling the transport sector to eliminate pollution and greenhouse gas emissions from transport through investment in zero-emission vehicles, accessible public transportation and high-speed rail. 19. Along with this resolution, a letter was sent to the U.S. Congress from 626 environmental organizations backing the Green New Deal proposal. These environmental groups made it quite clear they oppose any market-based tinkering reforms that we know won't work, such as cap and trade. But how would these goals be realized? And what would happen to the multi-billion-dollar industries that profit from fossil fuel extraction and refining, from the manufacturing of fossil fuel-burning vehicles, or the generation of electric power from fossil fuels such as natural gas and coal? And what would happen to the workers in these industries? To address these issues, many have proposed public-private partnerships and public subsidies to private corporations. Robert Pollin, writing in New Left Review, talks about preferential tax treatment for clean energy investments and market arrangements through government procurement contracts. 20. All part of a so-called green industrial policy, a green capitalism, in other words. but workers are often skeptical of these promises. Experience tells us that companies will simply lay people off, underpay them, or engage in speed-up and dangerous work practices if they can profit by doing so. For example, low pay, work intensification, and injuries have been a problem at the Tesla electric car factory, which has received $5 billion in state subsidies. Tesla laid off 7% of its workforce in 2019 in pursuit of profitability. An alternative approach that looks to statist-central planning has been proposed by Richard Smith, an eco-socialist who is also a member of Democratic Socialists of America. Smith characterizes Ocasio-Cortez's proposal this way: Ocasio-Cortez is a bold, feminist, anti-racist and socialist-inspired successor to FDR. She's taking the global warming discussion to a new level. She's not calling for cap and trade or carbon taxes or divestment or other market solutions. She's issuing a full-throat call for decarbonization, in effect throwing the gauntlet down to capitalism and challenging the system. 21. Smith points out that the Green New Deal resolution lacks specifics about how the goals will be reached. To realize the goal of decarbonizing the economy, he proposes a three-part program. Declare a state of emergency to suppress fossil fuel use. Ban all new extraction. Nationalize the fossil fuel industry to phase it out. Create a federal program, in the style of the 1930s Works Progress Administration, to shift the workforce of shut-down industries to useful but low-emissions areas of the economy at equivalent pay and benefits. Launch a state-directed crash program to phase in renewable electric power production, electric transport vehicles, and other methods of transport not based on burning fossil fuels. Develop programs to shift from petrochemical-intensive industrial agriculture to organic farming. Smith understands that humanity needs to move to an economy that can respect the environment. Perhaps the biggest weakness of the G&D plan is that it's not based on a fundamental understanding that an infinitely growing economy is no longer possible on a finite planet. Of the imperative need for economic degrowth of many industries, or of the need to abolish entire unsustainable industries from toxic pesticides to throwaway disposables to arms manufacturers. However, Smith seems conflicted. He says, it's difficult to imagine how this could be done within the framework of any capitalism. Our climate crisis calls for something like an immediate transition to eco-socialism. Nonetheless, he calls for top-down state planning as the deus ex machina. Even though AOC makes a powerful and explicit case for state planning, Smith says, a weakness of the Green New Deal resolution, from his perspective, is the failure to call for a national planning board to reorganize, reprioritize, and restructure the economy. When he talks about nationalization, he doesn't mean expropriation. He's talking about buying out the shareholders at a fair price. 22. This is essentially a proposal for a largely state-directed form of capitalist economy, a form of state capitalism. How realistic is this proposal? Can electoral politics be used to elect politicians through the business-controlled Democratic Party to enact a multi-trillion-dollar program of seizures of the fossil fuel industry, auto manufacturers, and chemical firms, and set up a planning board to direct the economy in the style of FDR's War Planning Board? Since Smith doesn't propose to expropriate the capitalist owning class, they will still have their vast wealth to influence politics and state behavior, through their control of the media and private investment. In reality, we have to expect that the powerful overlords of the fossil fuel death industry would fight with ruthless determination against any proposal to shut down or nationalize the enormous fossil fuel-based sectors. The American working class did make important gains in the 30s, and the New Deal did enact some beneficial reforms, such as the Fair Labor Standards Act and aid to families with dependent children. These concessions were only won due to a vast uprising of the American working class in a context of vast struggles around the world: a working class revolution in Spain, plant occupations in France, a communist insurgency in China, the communists holding on in Russia. The Democrats chose to move left in that moment. But it is a mistake to romanticize the New Deal. People talk of the 1930s Work Progress Administration as the model for job guarantees, that is, government as employer of last resort. But there was still 17% unemployment in United States as late as 1940, and workers in the WPA often had beefs such as low pay. Communists, socialists, and syndicalists often organized unions and strikes among WPA workers to deal with these grievances. The gains that working-class people were able to win in the 30s did not simply come about through electoral politics, nor were the conservative, bureaucratic international unions of the American Federation of Labor the vehicle either. They were more of a roadblock, exactly why several 100,000 workers had already created new grassroots unions from scratch by late 1934. As is often the case with democratic socialist or state socialist advocacy of central planning, Smith's proposal seems to assume that the state is a class-neutral institution, which somehow the working-class population can lay hold of and wield for their own interests. In reality, the state is not class-neutral but has class oppression built right into its structure. For example, public sector workers are subordinate to managerialist bureaucracies just as workers are in private corporations. The day-to-day workings of state institutions are controlled by the cadres of the bureaucratic control class state managers, high-end professionals employed as experts, prosecutors, and judges, military and police brass. This is in addition to the professionals of representation, the politicians, who are typically drawn from either the business or bureaucratic control classes, that is, classes to which working-class people are subordinate. Statist central planning is inherently authoritarian because it is based on a denial of self-management to people who would be primarily affected by its decisions, consumers and residents of communities, on the one hand, and workers in the various industries who would continue to be subject to managerialist autocracy. The alternative would be a form of planning based on self-managed socialism. Self-management means that people who are affected by decisions have control over those decisions to the extent they are affected. There are many decisions in the running of workplaces where the group who are primarily affected are the workers whose activity makes up the production process. Taking self-management seriously would require a form of distributed control in planning, where groups who are primarily affected over certain decisions, such as residents of local communities or workers in industries, have an independent sphere of decision-making control. This is the basis of the syndicalist alternative of distributed planning, discussed below. State socialists will sometimes make noises about worker control as an element of central planning, but real collective power by workers is inconsistent with the concept of central planning. If planning is to be the activity of an elite group at a center, they will want to have their own managers on the work site to make sure their plans are carried out. Any talk of worker control always loses out to this logic. Statist central planning can't overcome either the exploitative or cost-shifting logic of capitalism, which lies at the heart of the ecological crisis. Numerous populations are directly impacted by pollution in various forms, such as the impact of pesticide pollution on farm workers and rural communities, or industries' impact on air and water in various communities. The only way to overcome the cost-shifting logic is for the affected populations, workers and communities to gain direct power to prevent being polluted. For global warming, this means the population in general needs a direct form of popular power that would enable them to directly control the emissions allowable into the atmosphere. Overcoming the threat of global warming does require a massive shift away from the burning of fossil fuels, which will require major shifts in manufacturing processes and the transport system, as well as changes in electricity production. As difficult as it may be, we need a transition to a self-managed, worker-controlled socialist political economy if we're going to have a solution to the ecological crisis of the present era. But this transition can only really come out of the building up of a powerful, participatory movement of the oppressed majority in the course of struggles against the present regime. What is needed here is a strategy that has a good fit with this goal of self-managed socialism that empowers both workers and communities. The basic problem with the electoral socialist strategy is its reliance on methods that ask working-class people to look to professionals of representation to do things for us. This approach tends to build up and crucially rely upon bureaucratic layers that are apart from rank-and-file working-class people. These are layers of professional politicians in office, paid political party machines, lobbyists, or those who negotiate on our behalf but belong to the paid apparatus of the unions, paid officials and staff, or the paid staff in the big non-profits. The institutional interests of these groups tend to keep the working class captive to the capitalist regime. Eco-syndicalism. In the next chapter, I will discuss syndicalism as an alternative strategy that does have a good fit with the goal of replacing capitalism with a society built around workers' self-management of the industries and popular power in communities. Syndicalism is based on a strategy of building grassroots worker unions that are directly controlled by the members, and using these organizations as a means of workers controlling and pursuing direct struggle against the dominating classes, building forms of working class counterpower through disruptive forms of collective struggle, such as strikes, occupations, rent strikes, militant mass marches, and so on. For now, however, it's useful to think about the way that workers can act against the ecologically destructive effects of capitalist dynamics. Eco-syndicalism is based on the recognition that workers and direct worker and community alliances can be a force against the environmentally destructive actions of capitalist firms. Toxic substances are transported by workers, groundwater-destroying solvents are used in electronics assembly and damage the health of workers, and pesticides poison farm workers. Industrial poisons affect workers on the job first, and next they pollute nearby working-class neighborhoods. Nurses have to deal with the effects of pollution on people's bodies. Various explosive derailments have shown how oil trains can be a danger to both railroad workers, communities, and environments. Workers can potentially resist decisions of employers that pollute or contribute to global heating. For example, back in the 70s, the Australian Building Labourers Federation enacted various green bans, such as a ban on transport or handling of uranium. A recognition of this possibility led to the development of an environmentalist tendency among syndicalists in the 1980s and 90s, eco-syndicalism. The organizing work of Judy Bari, a member of the IWW and Earth First, exemplifies this. Working in the forested region of Northwest California, Bari attempted to develop an alliance of workers in the wood products industry with environmentalists who were trying to protect old-growth forests against clear-cutting. Worker and community organizations can be a direct force against fossil fuel capitalism in a variety of ways, such as the various actions against coal or oil terminals on the Pacific Coast, or labor and community support for struggles of indigenous people and other rural communities against polluting fossil fuel projects, as happened with the Standing Rock blockade in the Dakotas. Unions can also be organized in workplaces of the green capitalist firms to fight against low pay and other conditions described earlier. Workers can support alternatives to reduce global heating, such as expanded public transit or railway electrification. Moreover, powerful social forces organized independently of the politicians and building disruptive social actions can be a major force to push for the changes in policy that move us away from fossil fuel capitalism. For example, the idea of a just transition to a carbon-free future was developed by activists within the labor movement. This is the idea that the cost of the shift away from polluting industries should not be borne by the workers through the loss of their jobs. If fracking is shut down or refineries are scaled back or coal mines are shut down, comparable incomes or jobs for those workers should be guaranteed. If there is going to be a shift to green energy projects, we need to make sure that there is a union presence in these jobs, and avoid this being just a new low-wage sector where capitalists can profit off of green slogans. The opposed strategies of syndicalists and electoral socialists lead to different conceptions of what socialism and democracy mean. Politicians tend to compete on the basis of what policies they will pursue through the state, which encourages a state socialist view that socialism is a set of reforms enacted top-down through the managerialist bureaucracies of the state. A top-down form of power controlled by the bureaucratic control class in state management is not going to solve the ecological challenges of the present. The history of the communist camp countries of the mid-20th century shows that they were also quite capable of pollution and ecological destruction, rooted in cost-shifting behavior. On the other hand, the syndicalist vision of self-managed socialism provides a plausible basis for a solution for the environmental crisis because a federative, distributed form of democratic planning places power in local communities and workers in industries, and thus they have power to prevent ecologically destructive decisions. For syndicalists, socialism is about human liberation, and a central part is the liberation of the working class from subordination and exploitation in a regime where there are dominating classes on top. Thus for syndicalism the transition to socialism means workers taking over and collectively managing all the industries including the public services. This is socialism created from below, created by the working class itself. Syndicalist movements historically advocated a planned economy based on a distributed model of democratic planning, rooted in assemblies in neighborhoods and workplaces, with residents of communities and worker production organizations both having the power to make decisions in developing plans for their own area. A distributed, federative system of grassroots planning uses delegate congresses or councils and systems of negotiation to adjust the proposals and aims of the various groups to each other. Examples of libertarian socialist distributed planning models include the negotiated coordination proposals of the World War I-era Guild socialists, the 1930s Spanish anarcho-syndicalist program of neighborhood assemblies and worker congresses, and the more recent participatory planning model of Robin Hahnel and Michael Albert. A 21st century form of self-managed socialism would be a horizontally federated system of production that can implement planning and coordination throughout industries and over a wide region. This would enable workers to gain control over technological development, reorganize jobs and education to eliminate the bureaucratic concentration of power in the hands of managers and high-end professionals, develop worker skills, and work to integrate decision-making and conceptualization with physical work. Reduce the work week and share work responsibilities among all who can work. Create a new logic of development for technology that is friendly to workers and the environment. Production would have to shift away from a dependency on burning fossil fuels, and a general green conversion program. Some might say that this eco-syndicalist program is unrealistic, but state nationalization and shutdown of the fossil fuel firms via American electoral politics is a fantasy. Moreover, the increased growth in radicalization and mass-scale disruptive movements that would be required to push that through would also provide the social base for a revolutionary transition to a more self-managed form of eco-socialism based on distributed popular planning. Chapter 6, Thinking about Anti-Capitalist Strategy. If we think about achieving liberation from the capitalist regime as described in the previous chapters, we can see some of the institutional changes that must happen. For example, working people can't free themselves from their subordination and exploitation by the dominating classes unless they gain the power to collectively self-manage the places where they work. But how to bring this about? To achieve liberation we need a strategy, or line of march. A plausible politics for replacing the capitalist regime requires realistic ideas about the methods of action and organization that could build a social movement with the real capacity to transform the society. The levels of resistance and struggle that confront the powers that be have a long history of waxing and waning. There may be fairly long periods when resistance to the system is at low ebb. Conflict erupts from time to time along this or that fault line of the system. Sporadic protests or strikes take place, but the challenge to the system is not sustained or massively organized. And the number of radicals continues to be thin on the ground. To illustrate what I mean by low ebb, we can look at strike statistics. Between 1967 and 1976, the era of the big social movement gains of the 1960s each year averaged more than 330 major strikes, including major national wildcat strikes among postal workers, truck drivers, and railway workers. But since 2007 there's been an average of fewer than 20 major strikes per year. If we were to look at some earlier eras, such as 1933 to 37 or 1915 to 21, we'd see even greater levels of strike activity than between 1967 and 1976. That gives us a concrete idea of the difference between eras when worker resistance is flowing, and eras when it is at low ebb. 1. The recent low level of strike action is not limited to the United States, as a study by the International Labour Organization showed that, across 38 countries, Strikes declined by 80% between the 1970s and the 2000s. During periods when there is a rather small amount of collective struggle going on around us, people may feel they don't have power to change things. If people don't see much action and solidarity against the powers that be in their situation, they may not look to mutual solidarity as a solution for issues that immediately affect them. They may think that they're on their own. In this situation, ideas about reorganizing society on the basis of worker control of the industries or democratic control of social policy by the masses are likely to be dismissed by many people as a nice idea but unrealistic. Aims like these are not likely to seem possible unless people come to realize that they have the power to bring this about. Thus people may pursue individualistic strategies for survival, trying to find a better job, taking classes to secure a credential or degree of some kind, or relying on personal networks. When managers and high-end professionals are in charge of our workplace and we're forced to take orders all day, it encourages deference to authority, and disobedience to people who have power over us can be scary. The capitalist way of organizing social production doesn't just produce shoes and 7-Up and Apple computers. It also produces and reproduces a mindset that accepts the system, acceptance of executive authority, and a belief that social hierarchy is inevitable. Even so, people may also have grievances or resentments from the assaults to their personal dignity from the boss having power over them, from the actions of their landlord, or from their struggles to secure well-being and survival. In this way, people can have a kind of conflicted mindset about the various institutions of the society. When working class resistance is at a lower ebb, the struggles that do happen will often be struggles of a particular sector of the working class who go into motion around particular issues that affect that group: low wages at a particular company, round ups of immigrants, racist police behavior in a particular community, a fight against an effort to ban abortion, and so on. But the particular mindset that people have about the possibility of change isn't written in stone. What if people in their workplace are banding together to support each other against management? What if strikes are becoming widespread? If people see effective collective action spreading in the society around them, it might alter the way people see their situation. Once they perceive that collective power is available to them, it can change their perception of the kind of change that is possible. So a different mindset develops in a period when collective struggle builds and becomes more sustained and widespread. This is when collective struggle shows that working people have power to challenge the employers and the authorities. When working class people build unions and other organizations of struggle that they control, and develop collective solidarity in action, it begins to give them a sense of power, which changes their perception of what is possible. This idea is expressed in the closing stanza of the song Solidarity Forever. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold. Greater than the might of armies, multiplied 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old. For the union makes us strong. Organizations of struggle also create a space for workers who have a radical agenda for social change to connect with the grievances and concerns of other working people. Through this connection and solidarity, we can develop a social base for fighting for change. An increasing level of mutual support among groups of working class people is crucial to building a force for change, because the growth of solidarity among the various groups who make up the working class is a key dimension of class power. The working class needs to develop its own class-wide agenda and gather its forces from the various areas and sectors of struggle to form a united bloc with both the power and agenda for change. What I've been describing here is class formation. This is the more or less protracted process through which the working class overcomes fatalism and internal divisions, acquires knowledge about the system, and builds the confidence, organizational capacity, and the aspiration for social change. It is the process through which the working class forms itself into a force that can effectively challenge the dominating classes for control of society. The oppressed and exploited majority do not automatically have this capacity to change the society. This capacity has to be developed over time. This tells us that there are various levels of organization and social power available to the working class at different points in this process. In an earlier period, Struggles occurred from time to time, but the order of the day for activists was organizing, popular education, developing links, and building struggles which often have limited goals. Once participation and solidarity has grown and a more powerful and sustained social movement is emerging, more powerful kinds of challenge to the system becomes possible. The ups and downs in the history of the American labor movement illustrates this. There are certain periods when the working class was on a roll. Between 1909 and 1921, there was a growing wave of disruptive strike actions and several citywide general strikes. There was also growing support for socialist ideas in the working class and growing popularity for the radical slogan of workers managing the industries. Hundreds of thousands of workers built independent industrial unions outside of the conservative American Federation of Labor. 3. Periods of working class upsurge like that don't just fall from the sky. There will have been a lot of groundwork in prior years: organizing, anti-system education, earlier strike efforts, new people drawn into action. During periods of mass insurgency, people are inspired by what others are doing, and they copy their methods. The period of the 60s provides another example of how actions by one group of people can inspire others. Many of the earlier organizing efforts against Jim Crow and race discrimination occurred in the 30s and 40s, such as the efforts of the International Labor Defense or the call for a march on Washington in 1941 by black socialist A. Philip Randolph. Eventually the civil rights movement grew into a mass movement in the South and the North, through sit-ins and boycotts and mass marches and other kinds of actions. This led to victories such as the destruction of Jim Crow segregation in the South, and passage of the Voting Rights Act, as well as laws banning race and sex discrimination in hiring, lending, and housing. This social movement inspired the women's movement, Chicano movement, and gay liberation. That same period saw an insurgency among workers through wildcat strikes, movements to democratize trade unions, and strikes in the public sector such as the Memphis sanitation workers' strike and the many teacher strikes of that era. When a period of mass insurgency emerges, it typically has new features. That's because new issues have come to the fore. New groups of people go into motion. New tactics come into play. People create new organizations. New political ideas may have gained currency. This tells us that a new period of large-scale working-class insurgency is not likely to simply reproduce what happened in previous eras such as in the 1930s or 60s. I've described the process of class formation here because I think it gives us a tool for evaluating proposed strategies and tactics. We can look at how helpful they are to building the self-organization, cohesion, confidence, and aspiration for change among the oppressed and exploited majority. Socialism and strategy. We need strategy to build a social movement with the capacity for liberating the oppressed and exploited majority from capitalism. A liberatory strategy is a proposed path toward the change needed to realize our vision of a society without the oppressive and destructive features of the present capitalist regime. A strategy has various elements. First, we might ask, what is our vision of the society we want to build as a replacement? What are the changes we are aiming for? The type of society that emerges from a period of intense social struggle is likely to be shaped by the main social forces in the process of change. Thus the vision or program for change needs to be tied to an understanding of the kind of social movement we need to work for and the methods of struggle it builds on. For example, if the struggle is ultimately controlled by a political party that aims to nationalize the economy and build a powerful state, then that is likely to conflict with goals such as workers' self-management of the workplaces and labor process. Another element of strategy is an analysis of the constituency or social forces for change. Who is likely to become active and what would their concerns be? The tactics or methods are another ingredient in strategy. What kind of action and organization do we propose? Do we propose a strategy of building on grassroots self-organization and mass self-activity of workers and other social groups? Or do we propose to rely on elections and building an electoral political party as the centerpiece? Finally, another starting point in strategic thinking is our understanding of the capitalist regime and its current dynamics and fault lines. The heart of capitalism is its class structure, which drives the process of capital accumulation. The capitalist class tends to monopolize the ownership and control of the non-human means of production. Because the working class do not have their own means to a livelihood, they are forced to seek work from the employers. And thus we are forced to submit to an autocratic managerialist regime that denies working people self-management of the labor process and denies us control over the system of social production in general. This is why the vision of workers managing the industries has to be a core part of the program for liberation. And it's hard to see how this could come about without an ongoing, grassroots, organized worker movement building resistance and struggle in the workplaces. But capitalism isn't just the system of class oppression and exploitation. The capitalist regime is layered with the destructive and oppressive fault lines I described in the previous chapters. Capitalism has always had its racist and patriarchal dimension and its top-down, bureaucratic state machine. The numerous fault lines in the capitalist regime also give rise to forms of resistance and social movements. Thus a strategy has to address the various forms of oppression and consider the ways the diverse areas of social struggle can be brought together. Strategy and social vision tend to be closely linked. The vision for a replacement for capitalism is going to also influence our strategy, since the strategy needs to have a good fit with what our aim is. The society that emerges in a period of heightened struggle and social conflict is likely to reflect the social forces that drove that change, their organizational practices and aspirations. Bringing an end to the regime of class oppression and exploitation is going to require doing away with private ownership of the non-human means of production, the various facilities used in all the industries. This is why the movement for a replacement system is called socialism. But socialism is a contested concept. Since the 19th century, socialists have differed in both their conception of the goal and their strategy for getting there. By the 1920s, a number of different grand strategies had been developed by different groups of socialists. These include cooperativism, the electoral strategy developed by socialist parties, revolutionary libertarian unionism, and the communist movement that emerged in the wake of the Russian Revolution. Ever since the working class gained the right to vote under North American and European systems of so-called representative democracy, groups of socialists have sought to use elections as a way to advance working class interests. An important example of this in the United States was the American Socialist Party, which built local political machines in various cities between the early 1900s and 1919. Electoral socialism is based on the assumption that the working class could gain political power by electing party leaders to office and then gradually create socialism through reforms legislated through the state. This is a partyist strategy because the assumption is that a political party could represent the interests and social aims of the working class. Marx was a firm advocate for a party-based strategy, which won out in the debates about strategy in the First International, the International Workingmen's Association of 1864–72. Thus Marx was a strong supporter of a programmatic proposed at the 1871 London Conference of the IWA, as follows. In the struggle against the collective power of the propertied classes, the working class cannot act as a class except by constituting itself into a political party, distinct from, and opposed to all other political parties. The constitution of the working class into a political party is indispensable in order to ensure the triumph of the social revolution, and its ultimate aim, the abolition of classes. The conquest of political power has therefore become the great duty of the working class. Point 4. But Marx didn't believe the working class could capture and wield the inherited bureaucratic and military state machine of capitalist society. He believed that the working class had to create a new state, a dictatorship of the proletariat, and he saw the 1871 revolt by the masses in Paris as illustrating this idea. In the Civil War in France, Marx emphasized the democratic character of the reorganized governance setup that was created in the revolt. There was universal right to vote, and judges and other officials were elected. The old professional army was replaced by the militia-like National Guard with a working-class membership. Officials were paid a worker's wage. Marx said this created the basis of really democratic institutions. the tendency of a government of the people by the people. But Marx did not emphasize the face-to-face democracy of neighborhood or workplace assemblies. His emphasis was on an improved representative democracy. In The State and Revolution, written in late 1917 while the Russian revolutionary process was in full flood, V.I. Lenin makes clear his agreement with Marx's view that the old state machine needs to be broken up and replaced with a new state. When the Russian Bolshevik leaders set out to create the international communist movement in the early 1920s, their aim was to create revolutionary parties that would differ from the more gradualist, reform-oriented electoral socialist parties. The communist movement's strategy was based on building mass working-class movements, but with the aim of these providing a power base for a political party. The militants in the movements, the vanguard, would be drawn into a political party that would manage the overall social movement to attain state power for the party. The mass movements were viewed as a transmission belt for the party's aims. The central goal of the strategy was putting the leadership of a political party into control of the state either through elections, mass uprising, or guerrilla war. As I argued in a previous chapter, class oppression is inherent to the state structure, which is clear from the way public sector workers are subordinate to hierarchies of professionals and managers in the state. The state also excludes social self-management of public affairs by the masses. This structure makes the state fit for protecting a social arrangement where the masses are subordinate and exploited. The communist movement's partyist strategy thus prefigured the empowerment of a bureaucratic class. Although the communists expropriated the capitalist class, the working class remained a subordinate class under the Communist Party-controlled regimes. In the wake of the Russian Revolution, a new dominating, exploiting class emerged: political apparatchiks, industrial managers, elite planners, and military brass. After the emergence of the communist movement in the 20s, many electoral party socialists began to differentiate their politics from the communists. By the Cold War era, the phrase democratic socialist had become a standard label the electoral socialists used to highlight their support for civil liberties and multi-party elections in the style of Western European or North American representative democracy. Although democratic socialists have evolved over the years in how they conceive of democracy, a core part of their politics has been a defense of representative democracy. This makes sense if we consider how electoral politics is central to their strategy for social change. In Chapter 8 I'll return to a discussion of democratic socialism and its electoral strategy. Syndicalism. A third form of socialist politics that offered a competing strategy and vision with significant support in the 1920s and 30s was revolutionary syndicalism, the main strategy advocated by anarchists or libertarian socialists in the period between the late 1800s and World War II. I believe that the history of the past century has vindicated many of the libertarian syndicalist criticisms of electoral party socialist and communist strategies. In this chapter, I explain and defend an updated form of syndicalism as a strategy that is relevant to the situation faced by contemporary working-class people. Movements for changing the society start from particular fault lines in the system as struggles emerge around particular issues or demands. Lacking the power to fundamentally change society right now, the changes we fight for at first are going to be limited. Reforms, in other words. But there are different ways that reforms or short-run changes can be fought for. Some people might advocate the use of electoral politics as a strategy to fight for reforms, electing radicals or progressive reformers to government office. Others rely on the large foundation-funded, staff-driven nonprofits or expect the full-time paid union hierarchies to represent us. But syndicalists do not favor strategies of that sort because those strategies do not build on the direct participation, direct solidarity, and decision-making of working-class people. Syndicalists do favor the fight for reforms and building social movements to push for popular demands, but through a strategy based on direct struggle and self-organization of the people who are affected by the issues. Even if struggles that take place at present are around a particular immediate demand or change, through this process we can build organized movements of the oppressed and exploited majority that can eventually develop the power for a more fundamental challenge to the system. Syndicalism combines a libertarian vision of self-managed socialism with a grassroots movement building strategy that has a good fit with that goal. Unlike party-oriented socialism, syndicalism tends to follow the libertarian socialist emphasis on face-to-face participatory democracy in worker, union, or neighborhood assemblies. The origins of syndicalism lie in the libertarian socialist tendency in the International Workingmen's Association of 1864-72. The emancipation of the working class must be the work of the workers themselves was a principle stated in that organization's statutes. Syndicalism is based on this idea of socialism being built from below by a mass working class movement. The idea is that working class power in the workplaces and society can only be built by working people themselves using their own action and solidarity through mass organizations they directly control. Syndicalism is an extra-parliamentary strategy. It is based on mass action and self-organization that develops independently of the politics of parties and elections. From a syndicalist point of view, a potential for working-class liberation lies in the development of three tendencies. A strategy based on disruptive direct action, like strikes, work to rule, tenant rent strikes, and workplace occupations rather than relying on professionals of representation. Self-managed unionism, workers taking direct control of struggles with the employers and direct control of the mass organizations people use in such struggles. Syndicalists also advocate for self-managed mass organizations in other areas of struggle such as tenant unions. The emergence of a more active and wider solidarity among the oppressed and exploited majority building a movement based on the principle an injury to one is an injury to all. Class-wide solidarity and a coordinated movement are needed in order to maximize the potential power that working-class people have for making changes. The ultimate goal would be to bring the worker unions and grassroots social movements together into a common front or alliance to challenge the power of the dominating classes. These methods tie in with the idea of working-class independence, independence from professional politicians, political parties, and the paid hierarchies of top-down unions and bureaucratic nonprofits. This is how working people can chart an independent course in struggles with the bosses and state authorities. Syndicalism is thus a kind of self-organization strategy based on direct self-activity of workers and a participatory structure for member control, a kind of formally organized worker combat movement. Syndicalism was developed by self-educated worker militants, organizers, and publicists between the late 1800s and the mid-1930s. Syndicalism wasn't a frozen doctrine but an evolving practical approach to building a direct form of working class power. There were vigorous internal debates in those years. Both Marxist and anarchist ideas had an influence. During that era, large mass union federations were built that combined a participatory, horizontal form of unionism with a commitment to libertarian socialism and workers managing the industries. Organizations of this sort emerged in various European countries, throughout Latin America, and in other parts of the world. If militant, self-managed unionism were to develop in the 21st century as a core part of a grassroots alliance of social movements with the tenacity and scale to challenge the system, a social movement alliance of this sort would look different than the syndicalism of the early 1900s or the mid-30s. Any concrete strategy and vision must take account of the major fault lines in society, the issues that have come to the fore, changes in capitalist society, and the social groups that can form a successful alliance of the oppressed majority. In what follows, my aim is to present just a sketch of a contemporary version of libertarian syndicalism. Self-managed class unionism. The British writer R. H. Tawney once described capitalist management of the workplace as autocracy checked by insurgency. Workers rebel against management despotism in various ways. The resistance can be individual or collective. It could be that a group talks back to a department manager. Or maybe workers stick up for each other against a supervisor. People who've worked together for years may have their particular ways of looking out for each other or getting around management. Informal resistance has its limits. Informal resistance may be based on these personal networks. For example, people may protest around the action of a boss, but the resistance may fade once that particular issue is resolved. That means there isn't a sustained organization that can take on new issues that crop up. Creating a formal, democratic, participatory union organization makes it possible to have a sustained worker movement. In its grassroots form, a union is a form of association where workers come together to resist the power of the employers. Large workplaces are often quite diverse: white, black, and Latino workers, immigrants, people of different genders, and effective resistance to management needs to bring together a variety of people who make up the workforce. When we create a formal organization with a democratic, participatory character, it creates a framework for bringing diverse people together. A union may start from an informal network of people talking about the issues at that workplace. The first formal organization may be simply an organizing committee, people who have committed to build a union. The active workers who are initiating the organizing may first try to find out about what the salient issues are for people, what would motivate them to fight back. Learning this will come through discussions and listening to what people say. People who work together over a period of some months or years will have various conversations either at work or at lunch or hanging out after work, and ideas about building a union can emerge in these spaces. The main issue may not be a purely economic issue, but could be something like sexual or racial harassment. Grievances like this can resonate with people because workers are vulnerable to arbitrary management authority. A union is a mass organization in the sense that membership is based on the willingness of people who work for the same employer to stand up to the boss, to resist management. Part of what I mean in saying that a union is a mass organization is that it isn't a self-selected group who seek each other out based on some common affinity such as a hobby like fixing up old cars, or the members of a socialist or anarchist group who come together based on their particular set of political ideas. A union is not a self-selected group because you don't select who is there in the workplace with you. In a workplace you find yourself with people from different backgrounds who have different opinions about various things. Being a mass organization doesn't mean a union has no politics. When people are engaged in a struggle with their employer, it is inherently political. Like any organization of struggle against institutional power, a union will have a certain politics, ideas about how to organize, how it is run, how to relate to other organizations, the aims that it pursues. The union is an organization that contends with the structures of power in society. This makes it political. Libertarian syndicalists want the union organization itself to be directly controlled, self-managed by its members. A union is likely to be an effective means of struggle for worker aspirations only to the extent it is actually controlled by the workers themselves. This means that control of the union needs to be rooted in the face-to-face participatory democracy of general meetings or assemblies of the members. Self-managed unionism is based on the idea of direct control of struggles by those who are directly affected. The emphasis on direct action is part of this. When workers deal with grievances through our collective resistance in the workplace, not passing them up to arbitration or negotiation by paid officials, the issue is directly in our hands. If the union has an active presence in the workplace and is engaging in direct struggles, it puts the focus of the union on the workers and their situation. Self-managed unionism also means that links and relationships with people in other unions and social movements are built horizontally, by workers themselves, not relying on alliances built top-down by paid officials. In a self-managed union we adopt a we consciousness where we create a joint commitment to work together in our collective struggle. We can come together to discuss our situation, brainstorm, make proposals. We give each other reasons pro or con on the proposals, and decide on a course of action. As partners in the struggle, each member has equal voice and vote in the meeting. Direct democracy is the foundation for collective self-management of a union and the struggles we take on through that organization. The union assembly is the place where we, the members, make the decisions. Sometimes a union continues over time to be a minority of the workforce. Nowadays people call this minority unionism. Although a militant minority of the workforce can have an influence and gain concessions, a union needs to try to become a majority if it is going to be a powerful force against the employers. It's hard to carry out a strike that halts production if this is not an action of the majority. Numbers are important. Once a workplace union or shop organization becomes large enough, it may create a committee of elected workplace delegates or shop stewards. The shop delegate or steward is the person in the workplace who helps to get people involved in the union and in resistance in the workplace. They form the leadership of the movement on the job. The steward helps to collectivize the grievances people have and mobilizes people in the resistance activity. Electing people as delegates makes them accountable to the workers in the shop. In American unions nowadays, shop stewards, if they exist, are often appointed by paid officials of the local union, which ties them to the political machine of the paid officers. They are not accountable to the members. In unions with a more grassroots character, there has often been a goal of having one delegate for every 10 workers. To justify appointed stewards, an CEU paid organizer once told me that elections would be just a popularity contest. But if the stewards are to coordinate and mobilize their co-workers in shop floor resistance, they need to have the support and respect of their co-workers. Delegates can play an important role in mobilizing workers and coordinating the effort to defend ourselves in the framework of the corporate despotism. A self-managed union needs to have an active shop floor presence so that the union is based on the activity of the members. Since World War II, American unions with contracts with employers have typically had grievance procedures with various steps. These systems were originally pushed by the National War Labor Board to put an end to the many strikes over workplace conditions during the war. The typical procedure pushes grievances or issues up the ladder to paid officials or lawyers who participate in hearings far from the workplace. This takes the issue out of workers' hands. If the issue were fought out in the workplace, on the other hand, workers could use their direct solidarity with each other and their ability to stop work to push the issue. The effect of stepped grievance systems is to empower the paid officials and shift the focus of the union away from the workplace. The syndicalist approach is to reject these stepped grievance systems. The alternative is for grievance struggles to be pushed by the members and coordinated by the elected, unpaid shop stewards or delegates. Syndicalists also advocate elected rank-and-file negotiating committees to conduct any negotiations with management or public authorities to settle strikes or other direct action campaigns. People who negotiate the deal need to be people who will live with the consequences. Another syndicalist-influenced union is the American Industrial Workers of the World. The Philadelphia organization of the IWW Maritime Transport Workers Union in the World War I era provides an example. After several years of organizing, the IWW carried out a successful strike at a number of the major docks in the Philadelphia harbor in 1913. To negotiate a settlement to the strike, their local union Local 8 of the MTWU elected a rank-and-file negotiating committee that reflected the diverse membership of the workforce, an Irish-American longshoreman, an African-American, and a Polish immigrant. When paid officials of top-down American unions control negotiations, they often prefer to keep the members in the dark. This makes it easier for them to get a contract because they can focus on the issues where company brass is more willing to bend, such as narrow economic issues of pay or benefits. The most important issues to workers may be ones the bosses are most intransigent about, such as issues of control in the workplace. Paid union officials are more likely to give in to the bosses on such issues because they don't have to work the job. Member control over negotiations also means direct feedback, keeping the members informed about what is going on in negotiations. The United Electrical Workers Union Member Guidebook mentions a number of methods for this. Newsletters. Reports on website or through email. Report backs before work or at lunchtime meetings. Phone tree. Special stewards meetings so the stewards can inform the members. 5. Member control of this process also means a well-advertised member assembly where the proposed agreement is dissected, debated, and voted on. Most syndicalists are not opposed to entering into written agreements with management, as an agreement that ends a particular strike or protest movement is a kind of truce in the class war. However, syndicalists are opposed to signing contracts with a no-strike clause, an agreement that would make it a breach of contract if workers engage in direct action such as a slowdown, sick-out, work rule, or a strike. This kind of agreement puts us in handcuffs. Managers often fail to enforce their own agreements or twist the interpretation or test the resolve of a worker organization. Workers need to have the freedom to defend themselves through collective, direct action. For unions to be self-managing, there must be programs or methods to train members, a way to learn how to do all the tasks of running a member-controlled union. American unions sometimes have programs to train shop stewards in unions that rely on stewards for dealing with grievances on the job. But staff-driven unions rarely have programs or trainings for rank-and-file members on how to organize, handle negotiations, and all the other tasks of running a union. If the members can run the union, what would be the role for the paid hierarchy? Once a local union organization has built itself up to a certain size, it is useful to have its own physical space, a union hall or worker social center. This provides a stable location, not just for meetings, but also for social get-togethers and educational events, such as speakers or workshops. The direct democracy in self-managed unionism needs to be able to scale up. Self-managed unionism needs to be able to take on coordinated actions and solidarity among large groups of workers, such as in a citywide or industry-wide strike, or action throughout a corporate chain. Coordinated action on a larger scale creates greater worker counterpower. The need for coordinated action among larger groups of workers has often been the basis for arguments for centering control of unions in a paid professional layer outside the workplace. American national unions, so-called international unions, or large multi-employer local unions, are often organized as a form of democratic centralism, akin to the representative democracy that statist politics are based on. This means there is an executive of paid officers who have overall power to manage the affairs of the union and control the hired staff. This layer forms a kind of paid apparatus apart from the workers in the shop. The officers may be elected, but control of the union is centered in the control of this paid layer. With the stepped grievance systems, and the many details of the private welfare states American unions have negotiated, the union organization gets focused on the servicing of the particular relationship to the employer. It's easy to lose sight of the need for a larger working class politics or the issues workers face in their communities. As they stay in office over the years, officials tend to develop interests that diverge from the members. They are no longer subject to the harsh discipline of supervisors and other conditions on the job. They will want to keep the level of conflict with the employers and the authorities within definite limits, since their main concern will be the financial solvency of the union, which is the basis of their position and social prestige. Even if a person initially seeks to serve the interests of their co-workers as a union official, careerist impulses can take hold. In American unions, there are thousands of officials who make more than $100,000 a year. The libertarian, syndicalist alternative to this democratic centralist approach rests on the concept of delegate democracy. We've already met the idea of delegate democracy with the earlier discussion of shop stewards. The delegate works in the same facility as the people he or she speaks for and shares the conditions of the job. Because the delegate continues to work with the people who elected her, she is going to hear what her co-workers think about the issues she is dealing with. She will be under peer pressure and scrutiny in her work as delegate. Delegates share the same conditions of life and work as their constituency. Delegates need to report back to the members and should be removable if the members are not satisfied. Delegates can always be overruled by their base. The assemblies or general meetings of the members can reject decisions of delegates. Meetings of delegates elected by the worker groups at different facilities can be a way to organize solidarity and campaigns among workers throughout a company or industry, or a major struggle in a city such as a citywide general strike. This is how delegate democracy provides the means for participatory democracy to scale up to a broader social and geographic focus. Syndicalists have often proposed that a national union in a company or industry should develop as a horizontal federation of self-managed workplace unions. Solidarity and campaigns through such a federation can be organized through conferences of unpaid workplace delegates. Any ongoing coordinating committee can also be made up of unpaid delegates, who do coordination at the behest of their workplace unions. The strike by the meatpacking workers at Hormel's main plant in Austin, Minnesota, in the 1980s is an example of how a group of workers came to move in this direction, proposing to replace the United Food and Commercial Workers Union in the meatpacking industry with a new union that would be a horizontal federation of local workplace unions. The ability of the UFCW national officers to block a coordinated campaign from below by the local UFCW meatpacking unions, and their ability to cut off strike pay and remove elected local officers were ways that democratic centralism operated in the case of the UFCW. From this experience, the strikers began to develop a concept of a new type of industrial union in the meatpacking industry. The new union was called the North American Meat Packers Union, and it described its proposal this way. We believe that we must return to the one plant/one local philosophy that built our old union. Your plant's rank and file will elect officers that live in your town and answer only to you. Your leaders will be able to represent you on a renewed chain committee that bargains for you, not against you. Negotiations with the boss are never easy. Even so, we make one promise that the UFCW cannot match: for your contracts, your vote will be law. North American Meat Packers Union is a federation of locals controlled by locals. The last thing we need is a new bureaucracy dreaming up new ways to feather its nest at headquarters. If your local decides to go its own way, even to go back to the UFCW, that will be your privilege. Rank and file control means rank and file control. Point 6. Another aspect to rank and file control over a union is control of the administration of the union, maintaining the union and carrying out tasks the members want the union to do. Rather than the strong leader model, libertarian unionists emphasize rank and file rule. As a part of this, syndicalists have advocated term limits, mandatory rotation from office after a certain period. A system of worker education for the tasks of running the union helps to sustain this kind of practice. Here we might look at the practice of Spanish unions influenced by libertarian syndicalism. These unions typically have secretariats that are made up of positions defined by a particular task: health and safety secretary, secretary of training, secretary of organizing, social action secretary, women's secretary, and so on. A social action secretary, for example, would be responsible for coordinating the union's work with other social movements, tenant organizations, women's groups, direct action environmentalists, and so on. The union might also have volunteer committees such as a social action committee, and the secretary coordinates the work of the committee. In a 1938 article, entitled Rank and File Rule, veteran IWW organizer Fred Thompson describes how the IWW avoided long-time office holding. We have officers, some voluntary, some on the payroll. None of them are officers for many years. The various terms of office vary from 3 months to a year, and in no case can a member serve more than 3 successive terms. Thus our members are elected in and out of office. Point 7. If they were to stay in office for life, Thompson says, they would begin to identify defense of the union's financial state as their priority. But they don't stay, he continues, and thus they look at the problems of organization in much the same way as the members do. He also points out that a good portion of the decision-making takes place in general member meetings and in district or industrial union conferences of delegates. All this results in cohesiveness and solidarity without the imposition of a central authority. 8. The large Spanish libertarian, syndicalist union of the WWI to 1930s era provides an example of how self-managed unionism can scale up to a very large movement. Spanish syndicalists still refer to the CNT's form of unionism as self-managed, assembly-based class unionism. A core element is the role of worker assemblies. Workers coming together in the face-to-face democracy of assemblies is important to building unity in struggles against the employers. They enable the rank and file to set the agenda and determine the goals of the struggle, and are needed for control of their own union organizations. Class unionism is not the same thing as industrial unionism. As Bill Haywood defined it, a class union organizes all the workers against all the employers. The CNT Federation in the 1930s was not a loose alliance of top leaders, with each craft or industrial union going its own way in the manner of the AFL-CIO. The local unions in a city or local area were united into a local federation to facilitate class-wide mobilizations as in general strikes. Through periodic assemblies and congresses of the regional federation, the delegates from all the industries would come together to debate and decide on a common class-wide agenda for the movement. This is how a class union works. Thus the local industrial unions were knit together into a single class-wide force. In this way, the labor movement was run through a horizontal, federative unity. The union provided a grassroots democratic framework and a setting of struggle that developed tens of thousands of militants formed through the strikes and street battles as well as the storefront worker schools of the Spanish movement. The unions also provided a setting where the revolutionary militants in the union could connect with the grievances and concerns of other workers. The major citywide or regional general strikes in Spain in the World War I era and again in the 1930s were key moments in building a sense of class-wide power, which helped to wean workers away from a reliance upon politicians. As worker class-wide power was demonstrated in practice, workers came increasingly to look to their own movement as the basis for social change. Building capacity. Thus far we've been discussing the idea of workers directly controlling their struggles and their mass organization self-managed unionism. How do people learn how to be effective in running their own organizations, or organizing where they work? People often learn through doing the organizing, but knowledge and skills for organizing needs to be shared. A way that officials and staff maintain their control over unions is by not sharing what they have learned about organizing, negotiating, and running the union. Doing favors for members is part of how a bureaucracy builds a political machine to stay in office. Sharing of information and skills and learning about the system we're fighting needs to be an organized effort. People can work at this either through one-off workshops or through ongoing participation in a grassroots popular education program. A union, or other working-class organization, might have its own worker school to develop organizing ability and share skills among the members. A more effective grassroots unionism is possible if more working people have the skills and confidence to act as organizers and to participate in the running of their own union. This is why many syndicalists have stressed the process of preparation or formation of the worker as organizer and activist. At present, the IWW conducts their own one-off organizer training workshops and has annual sessions at Work People's College. Labor Notes has also put on workshops with useful examples and information. An ongoing local popular education program or worker school may be able to do even more in building skills and confidence for organizing. In the 30s, activists in the revolutionary syndicalist CNT unions in Spain built a kind of storefront popular education center, called an Ateneo. In the mid-1930s, there were dozens of these centers in working-class neighborhoods in cities such as Barcelona and Valencia. The centers hosted literacy classes, classes on public speaking, debates, cultural events, and workshops on a wide range of topics, from ideology and tactics of the CNT to art, literature or the social sciences. Collective debates and discussions helped young militants to educate themselves. 9. Through the centers, working people developed as activists and organizers. Workers who were active in the CNT unions acquired confidence and skills that enabled them to be organizers on the job and participate actively in the movement. Spanish libertarians of that era called this capacitation building the person's capacity to be a factor in social liberation. Building capacity in people is a part of building a self-managed form of unionism. Unionism based on member participation, collective leadership, and rotation of people in responsible positions needs to have a way to develop skills, confidence, commitment and information among the members. A widespread process of preparation or education of members is essential if a union is to avoid becoming dependent on the knowledge and skills of a handful of militants and representatives. This is necessary for working-class social movement building in general, not just labor unions. Disruptive direct action. If one person complains about arbitrary changes to work schedules, they may simply be ignored or threatened, but the struggle can be collectivized by getting others in on the action. The discontent is harder to ignore if it's an entire department that is at odds with management. If they all stop work and march to the manager's office to press their case, it makes the resistance collective. Other forms of direct action include the slowdown or work to rule. A strike is a form of collective direct action where workers stop work. To be effective, a strike needs to bring production to a halt. An effective strike cuts off the flow of profits to the employer, or shuts down the operation of a public agency. In other words, a strike has to be disruptive to gain power for workers. Strikes happen in various ways. They sometimes occur spontaneously. However, if a group of workers have built over time a strong in-the-shop organization and developed links to other unions and community organizations, their strike is more likely to be successful. Preparation, unity, and organization are important to a successful strike. An effective strike can't be organized overnight. Preparation should have been going on for some months, listening to concerns of various groups and building unity. A poorly organized strike is likely to create internal resentments between people and can take a long time to heal from. Action is direct to the extent people are carrying it out and controlling it themselves. A form of resistance is indirect when workers are relying on others to secure a change for them, for example, lobbying or voting for politicians in the hope they will enact a reform favorable to us. Resistance is also indirect to the extent workers are relying upon the paid staff and officials of a union to control negotiations with employers, represent us in arbitration, schmooze with politicians, or build alliances by chatting up executive directors of nonprofits. According to the French anarcho-syndicalist Émile Pouget, direct action is the plain and simple fleshing out of the spirit of revolt. It fleshes out the class struggle, shifting it from the realm of theory and abstraction into the realm of practice and accomplishment. As a result, direct action is the class struggle lived on a daily basis, an ongoing attack upon capitalism. 10. To the extent that workers organize this action themselves and control the struggle against the employer, it is a form of worker counterpower. Counterpower means that people are organized independently in a struggle against those who hold institutional power over them. Even if a strike is organized through a union with a hierarchy of paid staff and officers, the mass participation of the members makes it a form of direct action. When workers have stopped work and are picketing and protesting, it puts the focus on the solidarity and activity of the workers themselves. To the extent that the participants depend on paid officials and staff to do negotiations and control strike strategy, the action is also somewhat indirect. Direct action is not the same as action that is merely symbolic. Sometimes a symbolic action such as a protest march can be useful to raise popular awareness, show support for a struggle from various groups and constituencies, or show the extent of discontent. And this can help to build confidence. Direct action actually disrupts business as usual. From a syndicalist point of view, this disruptive character is essential to direct action. Other forms of protests such as a march or demonstration may be participatory, but the power of direct action lies in its ability to shut down the flow of profits to the firms or short-circuit the plans of bosses. In recent years, there have sometimes been events that are called strikes where activists who don't work at a facility are recruited to picket outside a fast food restaurant or big box store, but few workers from that facility are present and business as usual continues in the store. These events are often orchestrated by a top-down union such as SAU or UFCW, or staff of a nonprofit. It's highly misleading to call this a strike. These are really just PR events. An actual strike needs to shut down the workplace so that the flow of profits to the owner are shut off, or the work of a public agency grinds to a halt. That's how workers exercise some actual social power. Employers depend upon the cooperation, skills, and diligent effort of the employees. Workers sometimes resist management by being less cooperative. For example, people may refuse to work extra hours when asked, or scrupulously following rules in a way that slows down work. The direct participation of workers and the real effect on the workplace are what make this a form of direct action. Over time, a campaign for changes may combine elements of symbolic protest and direct action. Direct action is not the same as civil disobedience. Civil disobedience is an action that defies laws or rules, such as a group of people sitting down in the freeway to protest a war or a police shooting. Civil disobedience can be either symbolic or a form of direct action, depending on the extent of the disruption. When coal miners laid down in roads leading to mines during the Pittston strike in 1989, for example, it was civil disobedience that helped to shut down the mining operation. That's why it was direct action. A very powerful type of direct action takes place when workers stop work and seize control of the facility, a workplace occupation. Between 1933 and 1937, there were more than 1,000 workplace occupations sit-down strikes in the United States. The occupation has many advantages over the strike where workers walk out and form a picket line. If workers are occupying the workplace, the employer can't bring in scabs to keep the work going. When workers are outside on a picket line, they may be subject to violence by police, vigilantes, company supervisors, or strike breakers crossing the line. The history of the U.S. from the 1870s to the 1930s is littered with cases of violence against strikers by vigilantes, hired security agents, the National Guard, and police. Plant occupations are a form of disruptive direct action because they bring work to a halt and stop the flow of profits to the employer. Although occupations have a certain power in and of themselves, large-scale outside support is highly desirable. In the 1930s, American unions typically organized mass support such as large-scale picketing by community supporters. Although workers are not as exposed during an occupation as they would be on a picket line, there have been cases where police were brought into the workplaces. When members of the Mexican Metal and Mine Workers Union occupied the huge Cananea copper mine in Sonora in 2008, the government brought in a heavily armed federal police force to remove the strikers. Of course, there are cases where occupations are a symbolic protest, for example, the occupation of Zuccotti Park by Occupy Wall Street. No corporate or government operation was brought to a halt, and the encampments were sort of a continuous demonstration. As with mass demonstrations, the occupations of public space in 2011 were a way to make a visible public statement. Polls showed that most Americans agreed with the Occupy message critique of the financial elite and class inequality. The coordinated police actions against Occupy throughout the United States at the end of 2011 was a state action to suppress Occupy's subversive message. Point 11. Labor historians say the first workplace occupation in the United States was an action by members of the Industrial Workers of the World at General Electric's Schenectady, New York, plant in 1906. The IWW tended to emphasize activity inside the shop in order to encourage participation in actions and build a living presence for unionism at work. Slowdowns and stop work occupations were inside actions among a menu of possibilities. Veteran IWW militants were involved in the first sit-down strike in the 1930s, a takeover of the Hormel meatpacking plant in Austin, Minnesota, in 1933. In the wake of the plant takeovers at General Motors in 1936, a huge wave of perhaps 1,000 workplace takeovers spread over the United States. This was a crucial moment in the building of on-the-job union organization and changing the balance of class forces in American society at the time. In the post-World War II era, large-scale workplace occupations have been rare in the U.S. The paid hierarchy of the CIO unions already worked tirelessly to stop the practice of sit-down strikes in the late 30s. Workplace takeovers have occurred historically in a variety of circumstances. The Republic Windows and Doors takeover in 2008 was, as Carrie Litterson says, more akin to the factory takeovers in Argentina following the country's 2001 economic collapse. Tens of thousands of workers took over idle factories that had made everything from auto parts to leather to chocolate and ran the companies themselves. More than 15,000 workers in Argentina now run 350 recuperated enterprises, typically organized as a cooperative. Recuperations of workplaces have also taken place in Uruguay and Brazil. As Dario Azzolini has pointed out, the re-emergence of efforts to take over production in various periods shows how the aspiration for worker control has frequently emerged as an inherent tendency among the rank and file. 13. Taking control of workplaces to continue as a cooperative in the capitalist framework may have certain immediate advantages, saving jobs and gaining some say in one's work. But worker cooperatives will be under great pressure to conform to the same practices as competing capitalist firms. In addition to these situations where workplace occupations occur as a limited tactic without challenging the larger institutions of capitalist society, workplace occupations have also occurred as a part of revolutionary situations where the working class was moving to break down the larger capitalist framework and build a society-wide shift to self-managed socialism, as in the workplace takeovers in the Spanish Revolution of 1936 and the October 1972 mass workplace takeovers in Chile. For syndicalists, this generalized takeover of social production, the expropriating general strike, is an essential part of the process of social transformation towards libertarian socialism. Class-wide solidarity. In addition to direct worker control of struggles and unions, and disruptive direct action, libertarian syndicalism is based on the idea of unionism as a class-wide solidarity movement. Solidarity is fundamental to building a movement that can unite larger numbers in struggle against the system. Solidarity is based on concern about others, but in a context of struggle against an oppressive enemy. When people take action in solidarity with others, it's sort of understood that other people might do likewise for them at some point down the road. People have a tendency to learn first about the form of oppression they are subject to. When people are engaged in a collective struggle against the bosses, they face a situation that encourages them to think in terms of us versus them. They are faced with the basic antagonism of class against class. But in thinking of us against them, people may think at first only of us as people who are like them in some way narrower than all working class people, people in the same occupation, people who look like them, who work for the same employer, people of the same gender or the same nationality. When workers take on their employer in an action such as a strike, they are likely to find the various institutions of society arrayed against them. Courts may issue injunctions, police or sheriff's deputies often act on the side of the employer, the corporate media might portray the strike in a bad light. This is often a learning experience, learning about the nature of the system we live under. This situation can lead people to reach out to other groups for support, and when they do so, they may find others engaged in struggles of their own, and learn how the system steps on the toes of other groups of working class people. This can lead to a broader concept of who we are, the we who are oppressed by the dominating classes. And through this process people may come to support the struggles of other groups of people, people who are different from themselves. The workforce in many industries and companies is quite diverse these days. Developing solidarity, getting people to support each other in this setting, encourages an understanding of we the people we are in solidarity with, as including people whose background or identity are not the same as oneself. When workers stop work and walk to the manager's office to support a grievance of a particular worker, this is solidarity on a small scale. Solidarity can extend throughout a particular sector. For example, if teachers were to stop work to support a strike of school bus drivers, it would be a sympathy strike. With solidarity there is also a distinction between direct action and actions that are more symbolic. A statement or a peaceful demonstration in support of a group in struggle is a more symbolic form of solidarity. The sympathy strike is solidarity as direct action. Sympathy strikes have not been common in recent years in the USA, but sometimes they do occur. On November 2, 2011, in support of the aims of the Occupy movement, a shutdown of Oakland's port took place as 20,000 people massed at the terminals. In the morning that day, a large group of longshoremen refused work assignments at the union hiring hall. This was a wildcat sympathy strike. In 2003, dock workers in Los Angeles walked out in a show of solidarity with 70,000 grocery workers locked in a grueling strike against cuts to health care benefits. On May 1, 2015, port workers in Local 10 of the ILWU stopped work for the day in solidarity with the movements against police brutality in Baltimore and Ferguson, Missouri. Syndicalists aim to build a form of unionism that becomes the movement of a united working class against all the employers, but that is not possible when unionism is limited to purely sector-by-sector struggles or to negotiations and struggles at individual employers. This is why cross-sector actions such as sympathy strikes are important. If workers on strike at an auto factory can get railway and trucking workers to block deliveries, they can prevent the company from starting up work with strike breakers. This is very powerful, and this is why the Taft-Hartley Act bans secondary action. To have an effective labor movement, workers have to be able to defy or get around these laws that are designed to keep us down. At present, the Railway Labor Act does not ban secondary action. If workers are on strike at a warehouse or refinery, they can put a picket line where the private spur meets the railway line. The pickets can persuade the train crew to not drop off or pick up freight cars at that site. Dock workers are likely to think about solidarity action since dockers have links with each other around the world, and occasionally refuse to handle cargo as a form of active solidarity. When dock workers in Iquique, Chile, struck in 2013 over chemical exposures, the Chilean government only began to negotiate with them after the dock worker unions in Spain, Italy, and Portugal threatened to boycott ships from Chile. An example of this occurred in the US in the fall of 2010 after Del Monte decided to move its transport of produce to a non-union operation in Philadelphia, which would put 300 union dockers out of work. Dock workers from Philadelphia picketed out longshore workers in the New York/New Jersey area. This solidarity action continued despite a court injunction and opposition from the bureaucrats of the International Longshoremen's Association. After 2 days, Del Monte promised to negotiate and the pickets went home. 14. Syndicalism has always been internationalist, opposing nationalist or racist ideologies and projects. Economic interdependence and the global nature of capitalist power means that a movement for working class liberation needs to develop as a globally linked solidarity movement. An internationalist orientation favors the development of links and solidarity across borders, especially links among grassroots unions and community organizations. As the capitalist system has become more globalist in its operation over time, corporations have become globe-straddling, labor exploitation regimes both directly and through a myriad of subcontracting relationships and contract manufacturers. With capitalism working as a global factory, the ability to coordinate struggles across borders and along the lines of transport and distribution becomes more important. A coordinated strike in 2018 against Amazon by employees of that global firm in Spain, Poland, and Germany illustrates the potential for coordination of worker actions across borders. That was the second transnational strike to hit Amazon in Europe. Class solidarity is summarized by the slogan "An injury to one is an injury to all," which acknowledges that various groups within the working class may be subject to forms of mistreatment that others are not. The working class is heterogeneous, and various groups of people are subject to distinct forms of oppression. The workplace is a location where class oppression intersects with the oppressions around race or gender status that working class people are subject to. This can include things like sexual harassment, or meting out harsher discipline to black workers than to white workers in the same situation. For example, sexual harassment is still a very common experience for women in low-paid jobs, such as women who work in restaurants or in farm labor. A study of farm worker women found that 80% have experienced sexual harassment on the job. In the organizing by the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, they found a woman was fired after she complained about a crew leader's uninvited visits to her cabin after her husband left for work. These problems led the CIW to negotiate the right to organize against sexual harassment in its Fair Food Code with Florida growers. 15. In a recent wildcat strike at a Target big box store in Virginia, the issue in the strike was sexual harassment and racial discrimination directed primarily against the Latino employees. 16. They demanded the firing of the store manager. Their demand was met. The struggle against sexual harassment in work is a class struggle issue. Workers are aware of their vulnerability to arbitrary management power. Thus it's possible to bring workers into a collective action against sexual or racial harassment even if they are not of the same identity as the person who is being harassed. Wide differences in pay scales or pay differentials may mean that workers of color are paid less than their white counterparts. Building class solidarity means these issues have to be addressed. Making sure that Black lives matter in the world of work, for example, means building organization and solidarity with Black workers. If a group of workers take up a struggle to demand the firing of a racist supervisor, it is both a class struggle and an anti-racist struggle. Rank-and-file organizers can try to build support for the grievances or concerns of particular subgroups in the workforce in a variety of ways, such as by talking about the way management uses favoritism to divide us, or by laying out a vision of the greater power the working class gains from greater unity and how a more powerful labor movement can win more far-reaching changes. Being able to treat groups of people worse is a reason that capitalism tends to exploit ongoing patterns of racial and gender inequality. Playing favorites is a tactic to prevent people from uniting against management. Firms can benefit when there are groups of people who they can pay less, provide fewer benefits to, or subject to worse conditions. When revolutionary unionism was more influential in union struggles in the earlier decades of the 20th century, sometimes industrial unions would directly attack the wage differentials imposed by employers. They would do this by fighting for higher wage increases for the lowest paid in strikes. Where women or workers of color are stuck in the lower paid jobs, demands of this kind are a fight for racial and gender justice. Developing a bond of solidarity and struggle across social groups in the working class builds greater collective power. If unions act as the hammers of social justice, and support the struggles of groups of working class people against the various forms of mistreatment or discrimination, it is much harder for our enemies to simply dismiss the unions as a special interest group. Solidarity creates the basis for a movement that can act together on a larger scale, and therefore a movement with greater potential to change the society. Class-wide solidarity is important to the process of class formation, building a force for changing the shape of society. The working class needs to develop its own class-wide agenda and gather its forces from the various areas and sectors of struggle to form a united bloc with both the power and agenda for change. Building class-wide solidarity has various dimensions, such as developing solidarity around the concerns of the various oppressed subgroups that make up the working class, as in struggles against racism, ableism, and sexism. Cross-sector solidarity as expressed in actions such as sympathy strikes, drivers refusing to cross picket lines for deliveries, or a general strike to support a group of workers in struggle. Service workers developing a supportive relationship with the users of the services through a defense of the interests of the users, such as teachers fighting for higher quality education or the needs of their students, or bus drivers pressing their demands while running the buses but refusing to collect fares, or working with residents for expanded bus service. Worker organizations taking up the wider concerns of workers, such as struggles in the community around high rents or landlord abuse, or building campaigns for class-wide demands such as free comprehensive health care or a shorter work week. Engaging with important issues that arise in the community is essential to unionism being an effective force in the life of the working class. Struggles outside the workplace. Although our subordination in work is the heart of class oppression, the class power structure and resistance to it spreads throughout the society. Sectors of capital exploit workers as consumers, as with the rent extracted from a worker's income. Poorly paid workers who live paycheck to paycheck are exploited by sectors of finance capital that charge extreme levels of interest at payday loan stores. Class struggles take place outside the workplace in various areas, such as struggles of tenants against eviction or against poor maintenance of buildings by landlords. Mass struggles dealing with other issues that affect working class people also occur outside the workplace, as in the case of fights against racist police brutality or harsh school district rules on students being late for class. Struggles also take place around the social wage services or collective forms of consumption financed through government funding, such as transit fare subsidies or funding for low-cost social housing. For example, struggles against fare hikes have taken various forms, like the ongoing fare evasion campaign to force lower fares on the Stockholm subway or the 1998 fare strike on the Los Angeles bus system by the Bus Riders Union. Alliances between transit rider organizations and transit unions have sometimes blocked fare hikes. In the 1920s and 30s, syndicalist unions often developed campaigns around issues outside the workplace such as high rents. In the mid-1920s, Catalan syndicalist theorist Juan Piró argued that the CNT needed to take on broader issues related to a worker's life in order to avoid being limited by sectoral struggles against particular employers. He proposed that the CNT develop a district organization to be a center of struggles outside the workplace. The CNT eventually created ward assemblies, which were not open meetings of neighborhood residents but meetings of the CNT members who happened to live in a particular neighborhood. Through the member discussions of social issues that were seen as particularly important at that time, a campaign for lower rents was developed in 1931, eventually leading to a massive rent strike with the participation of 100,000 people at its peak. The rent strike was the event that galvanized the CNT to further develop its neighborhood committees, which played an important role in the Spanish Revolution in 1936.17. The Brighton Housing Union in Brighton, England, is a contemporary example of an organization of renters' struggle formed by a libertarian syndicalist organizing group. In 1 year of activity and organizing, they were able to force rent reductions, repairs, and return of deposits for the benefit of various renters. 18. In more recent years, some libertarian socialists in the United States have discussed the idea of using syndicalist ideas of organization and direct struggle to build ongoing mass organizations in areas of struggle outside the workplace, as in building tenant unions or transit rider groups. Some people call this community syndicalism. The idea is to carry on struggles not as a one-off fight but through an ongoing organization grounded in assembly-based decision-making, training people how to organize, delegate structures, and in the use of mobilization and direct struggle. Direct action in workplace struggles is rooted in the leverage that workers have on the job. Employers need our cooperation to get the work done so they can make profits. If we stop work, we can bring the flow of profits to a halt. For public employees, we are needed to carry out the political agenda of government leaders, and we can shut this down by withholding our labor. What leverage do we have outside the workplace? Advocates for community syndicalism point to various ways tenants have leverage, such as their ability to withhold rent or harass the landlord or property management firm in various ways. A good example of this is the 2018 rent strikes in areas of Los Angeles, such as the Highland Park and Westlake neighborhoods, led by the LATU. Referring to a recent rent strike in Highland Park, Julian Smith Newman of the LATU pointed out that this was a pretty drastic, strong, and courageous step. LATU has organized chapters in various parts of the city, the Northeast local chapter of the LA Tenants Union helped the renters form an association, which newer tenants of the building have also joined. Tenants were then encouraged to post flyers on their windows to protest rent hikes and living conditions in the complex. In the Highland Park rent strikes, buyouts by corporate investors led to huge rent hikes. One of the renters was taken aback when in March he received notice that rent for his two-bedroom apartment would be raised from $1,160 to $1,860. He found out he wasn't the only one. Tenants living there between 5 and 20 years were informed their monthly rents were going up by $500, $700. 19. Some solidarity networks or tenant unions have built up groups of community members who are willing to support others. They then mobilize people from their networks to protest against landlords, to demand return of deposits, or to fix problems in buildings. Even without a rent strike, tenants have been able to gain concessions from landlords simply by organizing together and making common demands. There has been a tendency for some tenant organizations in the U.S. to evolve into staff-driven 501c3 nonprofits, funded by philanthropies. Going this route tends to lead to a narrow legalistic approach and a limited definition of the purpose of the organization. It may be able to mobilize people in protests or to lobby or vote for changes to the laws, but it's not going to build a sense among working class people that this is our organization. With sufficient power, An organized movement can not only block increases in rents but demand a rollback if an area has recently gone through rapid rent inflation when landlords use a housing crisis for rent gouging. Avoiding the transition to acting as a lobbying agent and focusing on direct action and direct democratic organizing, writes Shane Burley, is central to developing a community syndicalist strategy, a strategy based more on confrontation and mobilizing community solidarity. Point 20 We can see this kind of approach in tenant victories won by solidarity networks. Burley also points to the example of the various agreements won by tenant associations in struggles over bank foreclosed buildings in Boston in the wake of the 2008 financial panic. Nonetheless, the dominating classes cannot be defeated solely by community organizations. What is needed is the development of an alliance between militant worker-controlled union organizations and grassroots organizations in the various other spheres of struggle. This strengthens both the worker organizations and the struggles outside the workplace. As Burley put it, community syndicalism succeeds without a militant wing inside the workplaces. The defeat of capitalism requires the working class to ultimately take control of the means of production and reorient the system of social production for social benefit. A social movement alliance. To effectively challenge the dominating classes for control of the society, the grassroots worker organizations of struggle would need to bring together a working class-based front or alliance of social movements that would be counter-hegemonic, capable of offering an alternative future for the society in opposition to the leaderships from the dominating classes. A social movement alliance of this sort would bring together worker organizations of struggle with other social movement organizations that have developed along the various fault lines of the society, such as grassroots tenant and environmental organizations. Unionism needs to take on an anti-racist and feminist character to unite a working class who are subject to a variety of forms of oppression and exploitation. Issues of racial and gender equity enter directly into the struggle in the workplace, as with struggles against racist and sexual harassment and discrimination. Capitalism is a competitive system that puts different groups of workers into competition with each other. If workers go along with discriminatory practices toward people different than themselves, towards women, gay people, people of color, immigrants, or whoever, it divides the working class in ways that prevent working people from developing the solidarity and cohesion and social power to challenge the power of the dominating classes. This is why the working class needs a movement that supports struggles along all the lines of oppression if it is going to build the social power that can challenge the capitalist regime. Because a union is likely to focus first and foremost on the fight with the employers, there are probably limits to how much a worker-controlled union organization can take on struggles against the various areas of oppression and exploitation in society. But it is possible for such an organization to relate to issues and struggles outside the workplace by developing alliances with other social movement organizations that have a similar grassroots character and similar values. Building an alliance means showing support and backing each other's concerns and struggles. As an example, some of the libertarian, syndicalist-influenced unions in Spain have tried to build alliances of this sort. In national general strike mobilizations, for example, unions such as the CNT have tried to develop a class front among a variety of radical unions and mobilized the support of other like-minded grassroots organizations in strikes housing squatters, women's groups, environmental groups. Although syndicalist unions in the pre-World War II era were mostly focused on uniting the working class into a single class union, there were cases where libertarian union organizations developed alliances with mass organizations that were directed at other aspects of oppression than the labor-capital relationship. An example is the alliance between the syndicalist CNT labor unions and the Mujeres Libres in the Spanish Revolution in the 30s. Mujeres Libres stated that its purpose was to liberate women from the triple enslavement of ignorance, enslavement as women, and enslavement as workers. Thus they viewed the oppression of women as distinct from the class regime, but also believed that the liberation of working class women was inseparable from the liberation of the working class. The organization developed in the early 1930s out of a women's caucus in the CNT unions in Barcelona. Their aim was to build the capacity of women to participate more effectively in the unions and in the struggle for liberation. To do this they developed literacy classes, study groups around social issues, public speaking classes, and the like. To overcome the machista attitudes of men including CNT members, the Mujeres Libres believed that women had to be able to stand up in meetings and hold their own in debates with men. Spain's present-day Radical Union, the CGT, identifies with aspects of the legacy of the revolutionary syndicalism of the CNT of the 30s, including the legacy of Mujeres Libres. In its workshops for women workers, the CGT points to the legacy of Mujeres Libres in explaining the union's commitment to anarcho-feminismo. The CGT has a practice of organizing encuentros and workshops of women members and has various women's groups attached to local groups of unions. At nationwide encuentros, the CGT women discuss and develop campaigns for the union on gender issues, such as the CGT's campaign for free abortion on demand. 21. Because libertarian syndicalism approaches working-class struggle and social change through self-organization, it makes sense for syndicalists to recognize autonomous organizations that emerge along the various fault lines in a society split by various distinct but interrelated forms of oppression. If libertarian syndicalism can re-emerge on a mass scale in the coming years and coalesce social forces with the numbers and strength to challenge the system, it will look different than the syndicalism of the World War I era, as forces will come together as an alliance of grassroots social movements. At present, leaders of bureaucratic unions in the United States do sometimes talk about social unionism and try to develop alliances with other social movements, but this tends to happen through paid hierarchies of the unions talking to leaders of foundation-funded nonprofits. This is different than an effort of rank-and-file worker organizations to build relationships with grassroots social movements. The elements for such an alliance could include grassroots, participatory social movement and struggle organizations, such as environmental and climate justice groups, groups working around racial justice issues such as police brutality and mass incarceration, immigrant rights groups, tenant organizations, and the various organizations that self-manage social resources, such as social centers, cooperatives, and so on. The vision or goals of the movement are likely to reflect the diversity of the social base that drives change. Working people can't be successful in struggle against the dominating classes without getting diverse groups of people together and building increasing levels of mutual support to each other's struggles. A movement for liberation has to address not only the oppressive class structure of the regime, but the various other structural fault lines that generate struggle and social movement pressures on the system. The working class can't liberate itself unless it can form itself into a movement that aims at general social liberation, addressing issues like the oppressive character of the state, the patterns of racialized and gendered inequality, and the ecologically ruinous character of capitalist dynamics. Looking at the big picture, the syndicalist emphasis on building a new worker-controlled unionism in the workplaces of a changing economy, in the big retail stores and new warehousing and distribution systems and building social movements in the cities is not merely economic, it's about building the social power to push for greater changes going forward. Politics is about power in society, it's not just about elections and political parties. Periods of mass popular insurgency are not really predictable. In such a period, solidarity and connections between different mass organizations may deepen, and struggles may work to sharpen antagonisms with the powers that be, and various organizations may come closer to agreement on the goals for the movement and on their tactics. The activists who form the core of the kind of libertarian social alliance I've described may seek to sharpen these antagonisms and develop their front's leadership influence in the struggle against the institutions of the inherited capitalist regime. The ultimate aim would be to build popular power, that is, to transfer collective authority for making decisions in the workplaces and the larger society to the worker and community organizations. Why the working class? The syndicalist emphasis on direct worker struggle, self-organization, and class solidarity isn't based on some assumption that workers are necessarily nicer or more moral than people of the bureaucratic and business classes. Nor is it based on an a priori Marxist labor metaphysic. Syndicalism looks at the project of social change from a working class point of view. The working class is an oppressed and exploited group, and as such it has the right to seek its own liberation. As a revolutionary strategy, Syndicalism is based on worker struggle and self-organization, providing a basis for a process of revolutionary change. Workers have the ability to shut down workplaces in strikes and to shut down whole cities in periods of mass insurgency. Also, syndicalism makes sense as a method of transition to working class power because workers have the skills and knowledge to run the workplaces. As hinted at in periods of takeovers of industry, workers have the potential to shut out the dominating classes, take over control of the industries, and run the society themselves. There are a number of criticisms that have been leveled at the syndicalist strategy in recent decades. Looking at the low levels of struggle and the conservative and bureaucratic character of the unions, some radicals are skeptical of the idea of grassroots unionism re-emerging as a revolutionary force. This led many radicals in the 1960s to abandon the working class and look for other agents of revolution. Murray Bookchin offers a good example of this way of thinking. Contrary to Marx's expectations, the industrial working class is now dwindling in numbers and is steadily losing its traditional identity as a class. Present-day culture, modes of production, have remade the proletarian into a largely petty bourgeois stratum. The proletarian will be completely replaced by automated and even miniaturized means of production. Class categories are now intermingled with hierarchical categories based on race, gender, sexual preference, and certainly national or regional differences. Point 22. However, syndicalists did not place exclusive emphasis on workers in basic industry. Instead, syndicalists understand the working class as the entire class of people who do not have their own means to a livelihood and must seek work from employers, submit to control by bosses, and are not part of the management regime over other workers. This includes workers in retail, healthcare, warehousing, transit systems, and so on. Moreover, as advocates of class unionism, the syndicalist strategy is aimed at developing a class-wide movement based on solidarity across all sectors. Employment in manufacturing in the United States has diminished partly due to the capitalist elite moving locations of production to avoid unions and lower their costs. At the same time, capitalist firms constantly seek technological change and work intensification. This is the main reason for the decline in manufacturing employment, a trend that was already at work back in the 1920s. One of the barriers to unionism in manufacturing is the widespread use of workers from temp agencies. For example, the BMW auto factory outside Spartanburg, South Carolina, employs 10,000 workers and is the largest BMW factory in the world. To keep the workforce under control and keep costs low, BMW hires about 60% of the workers from temp agencies with low wages and virtually no benefits. It's an approach that is used in various kinds of factories in the United States, and a new unionism will need to completely destroy this temp labor system to rebuild unionism in manufacturing. Despite the relative decline in jobs in manufacturing, there is an increasing concentration of workers in large workplaces, big box stores, hospitals, large warehouses, etc., and the globalized nature of production has made the transport system ever more central. Also, the globalizing tendencies in capitalism have added vast numbers of manufacturing workers in many countries outside the older capitalist centers in China, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and so on. Today, 3/4 of the US population is working class, and so as a class, it is far from disappearing. Moreover, manufacturing such as food processing, vehicle parts and assembly, medical equipment, oil refining is still a significant part of the American economy. And basic industry, including transport, utilities, and construction, are areas that have not gone through the steep decline characteristic of manufacturing. Syndicalism looks to the emergence of a worker-controlled unionism that has disruptive power, as demonstrated in strikes that shut down the flow of profits to the owning class. With an increasingly globalized and far-flung production system, the logistics of transport and warehouse systems become increasingly important. Thus, the workers in large workplaces in manufacturing and utility and transport systems have a potential power that can be used to advance working class interests with the development of a higher level of class-wide solidarity. Writers about the labor movement sometimes refer to structural power, and workers in some industries do have more of it. A strike in that industry or workplace may have far-reaching effect, as for example, a strike at a single essential parts plant may shut down all of the auto plants at General Motors. That is tremendous structural power. Railroad and motor freight industry workers also have great potential power, but laws have been enacted to restrict the right to strike and keep the workers from using this power in these sectors. Moreover, the workforce potentially has the power to evict the capitalists from control of the system of social production, taking over the workplaces and reorganizing production on the basis of worker self-management of the industries. Bookchin completely ignores this reason for the syndicalist emphasis on worker struggle and self-organization in the world of work. But workers in various parts of the service sector also have a certain potential leverage because of their direct personal connections to the customers, clerks in supermarkets, delivery drivers who distribute packages to homes and businesses, nurses as providers and defenders of patient care, teachers who fight for student interests and develop connections to parents. Community support is a key factor in building power for groups of workers in struggles. Bookchin argues that the lower level of worker struggle since World War II is due to the fact that people no longer have a living memory of the pre-capitalist era when small farmers ran their own farm or artisans ran their own workshop. The theory here is that the aspiration for worker control was based on familiarity with the previous era when producers did control their work. Bookchin maintains that the radical workers in the era of large syndicalist unions were most often craftspeople for whom the factory system was a culturally new phenomenon. Many others had an immediate peasant background and were only a generation or two removed from a rural way of life. Among these proletarians, industrial discipline as well as confinement in factory buildings produced very unsettling cultural and psychological tensions. They lived in a force field between a pre-industrial, seasonally determined, largely relaxed craft or agrarian way of life on the one hand, and the factory or workshop system that stressed the maximum, highly rationalized exploitation, the inhuman rhythms of machinery, the barracks-like world of congested cities, and exceptionally brutal working conditions, on the other. Hence it is not at all surprising that this kind of working class was extremely incendiary, and that its riots could easily explode into near insurrections. 23. This theory, to begin with, is an implausible form of economic determinism, as if economic structure directly causes people to believe certain things. Secondly, the theory's assumption isn't true. Back in the World War I era and in the 1930s, many radical workers had no background in the long-gone pre-capitalist era of self-employed artisans and farmers. Often their parents and grandparents had been wage workers. Moreover, control struggles are still a part of worker struggle today. When nurses fight to defend staffing levels, it is a control struggle. In 2015, refinery workers conducted a national strike for the right to shut down maintenance operations they regard as unsafe. That's a control struggle. When teachers fight for smaller class sizes and the resources their students need, that's a control struggle. To understand the relatively low level of worker struggle in recent decades, it's necessary to look at the way that working class insurgency has only emerged in certain periods, as I described earlier in this chapter. Periods of this sort follow on a protracted period of organizing, efforts at popular education, learning from earlier failed struggles, and with increasing numbers of active workers becoming radicalized and learning organizing skills and so on. Thus a high level of worker struggle and the development of solidarity consciousness isn't simply an automatic product of the working class condition. The emphasis on worker self-organization and direct worker struggle has sometimes led to the accusation that syndicalism is class reductionist. The idea is that a strategy that emphasizes worker struggle, workplace organization, and class solidarity leaves out the various structures of oppression in society apart from the capital/wage-labor relationship. Throughout the period from the International Workingmen's Association of the 1860s to the worker insurgencies of the 1930s, the various tendencies of the radical left Marxists, electoral socialists, syndicalists, Anarchists had a conflicted or spotty record on issues related to the racist and patriarchal social relations in capitalist society. Some activists believed that racist aspects of society had to be fought directly, as with the struggle against lynch terror and Jim Crow segregation in the American South. This viewpoint was expressed by Vern Smith in the IWW paper Industrial Pioneer. The radical portion of the white proletariat must at once sharply define its break with the white bourgeoisie, and the ideology of superior race. The only way we can do this at all is to emphasize and overemphasize the fact that we have absolutely no part in the discrimination against the black skin. We will have to go considerably out of our way to make this clear. We will have to sit with the Negro in the streetcar by choice, and not by necessity. We must a vigorous, public, defiant defense of all Negro workers in whatever trouble they find themselves, and never tire of protesting against, striking against Jim Crow laws, lynchings, and every other form of vicious attack on the Negro. 24. Others took a color-blind approach that advocated uniting the various subgroups of working people around class-wide demands. There were also some socialists in that era who were outright racists, a problem that divided the American Socialist Party in the early 1900s. When Spanish anarcho-syndicalist women organized Mujeres Libres in the 1930s, some anarchists or syndicalists of the older generation viewed the idea of an autonomous women's movement as divisive. The CNT had always had a commitment to equality of the sexes since it was founded, but this is not the same as organizing a struggle against the subordinate position of women in society. These militants failed to appreciate the way that liberation for women was not reducible to the general proletarian liberation movement. Libertarian socialists had often recognized some complexity in the hierarchical structures of society, for example, refusing to reduce the state to just a capitalist class institution. This meant that libertarian socialist thinking was open to the idea that the oppression of women was a distinct fault line where a group can organize a movement for its self-emancipation. As a movement of working-class women, Mujeres Libres also recognized that the oppression of women within capitalism is not separate from class oppression and exploitation, but is tied in with it. Bookchin was correct that struggles around the fault lines of race and gender and ecological destruction came increasingly front and center by the 1960s and 70s. The struggles of the Black freedom movement to break segregation and attack other aspects of racial inequality and the women's movement and movement of gays and lesbians in that era influenced the whole left to come to a deeper understanding of non-class aspects of the social structure that trample freedom. And this has also influenced libertarian syndicalist activists and their organizations. Moreover, our thinking about strategy has to look at the ways that the system changes over time, how new issues come to the fore, new segments of the population have moved into action, and new social movements arisen. Our strategic thinking has to take these things into account. As I see it, class reductionist thinking is inconsistent with the revived syndicalist strategy for the contemporary working class situation. In order to build a working class movement for liberation from the oppression and exploitation of the capitalist regime, that movement has to address not only the oppressive class structure but also the various other structural fault lines that generate struggle and social movement pressures on the system. The patterns of racialized and gender-based inequality flow into the world of work and influence the lives of working-class people in various ways both inside and outside the workplace. Capitalism has always been a racialized and gendered regime. Working-class power is based on class solidarity, as encapsulated in the slogan "An injury to one is an injury to all." If a subgroup is subject to a particular injury such as race discrimination, sexual harassment, racist police killings, or attacks on immigrants, to not develop practices of support to struggles around grievances of these groups is a denial of solidarity. The working class can't liberate itself unless it can form itself into a movement that aims at general social liberation, addressing issues like the oppressive character of the state, the patterns of racialized and gendered inequality, and the ecologically ruinous character of capitalist dynamics. Working people can't be successful in struggle against the dominating classes without getting diverse groups of people together and building increasing levels of mutual support to each other's struggles. Militant minorities and political organization. When we look at how workplace unions are organized or other kinds of mass organizations such as a tenant union, we are likely to find that some people are more active or more committed to the cause than others. Some may have had more experience with organizations, are better public speakers perhaps because they have had more experience with this in the past. Others may go to them for guidance on their own issues or grievances. Showing commitment and concern and being a personable and supportive person also affects what influence active militants have. This is the layer of people in workplace struggles that syndicalists called the militant minority. There can be different militant minorities in workplaces, in unions, in other mass organizations because people may have different views about how to organize or different ideological commitments. Some but not all militants have radical views. Workers with radical views have often played an important role as rank-and-file on-the-job organizers, helping to build unions or fight the sellouts by union officials. Working with other people of diverse views in a mass setting, those who do have a radical vision for changing society can connect with the grievances and concerns of other working people. For syndicalists, an important task today is rebuilding in workplaces a voice for self-managed worker organization, militant struggle, and a radical working class outlook. The kind of unionism that syndicalists favor doesn't just happen spontaneously. A syndicalist militant minority is needed to influence the labor movement in this direction. Sometimes militant minorities organize themselves into political organizations that are defined by agreement with some specific political ideology. As such, these are not mass organizations. Back in the early 1900s in France, Italy, and Spain, active workers with libertarian socialist political views often formed political groups in addition to their activity in unions. Anarchists called this dual organization. I support the idea of dual organization because I think a libertarian socialist political organization could carry out certain useful tasks. I think one potential role is in the area of popular education, including through publications, conferences, and possibly through a revived form of working-class centers for workshops and self-education like the Spanish storefront schools of the 30s. Part of this is the battle of ideas, which can include a spectrum of activities from countering the ideologies and arguments that try to justify the capitalist regime to engaging in discussion and debate among radicals who are active in organizing. Organizations with an ideological commitment also work to keep lessons of the past alive, lessons derived from past struggles and revolutions. They can function as a kind of working class memory. A libertarian socialist organization can also provide a venue in which activists from various movements come together, share experiences, and report on the struggles that other activists might not know about, whether they are struggles in other unions or social movements, around particular issues, in other cities, other countries. Earlier on I discussed the importance of unions and other social movements coming together into an alliance or working class front, one that is based on mutual support for each other's goals and struggles. A militant in a union or tenant organization, or an organization around a particular issue like climate change, may have some familiarity with what is going on in their area, their union, industry, or neighborhood, or their area of activism, but they also need to gain connections over a broader range if a class-wide alliance is to be developed. If activists in a particular movement develop connections with those in other organizations, and learn about their demands and grievances, they can bring this knowledge back to their union or organization. Political organizations may be able to contribute to the development of these connections between diverse militants. Thus, libertarian socialist militants can act as a catalyst in helping to bring groups together into a working class-based front or alliance. But connections between activists need to be more than just connections within a particular political organization. What is needed is for different mass organizations and groups working on different issues to develop links and discussion and to develop support for each other's struggles. This is part of the process for building toward a working class front or social movement alliance. Libertarian socialists are opposed to the idea of democratic centralism in either unions or political organizations, and as such have a different idea from Leninists on the role that a political organization should play. Democratic centralism was developed by some socialists in the late 1800s and early 1900s as a concept applied to both unions and political parties. This usually meant that a high degree of control would be centered in a management committee of some kind, typically paid officers and staff. Leninists inherited this view of organization. Libertarian socialists, on the other hand, believe that the mass organizations need to be self-managed by the members. This is essential to the process of building participation and initiative, contributing to the process of class formation. A problem with democratic centralism is that it entrenches control and undermines initiative. Leninists tend to see the role of the vanguard party as using the wide presence of its militants to gain a kind of management power over the working class movement, with the aim of eventually using the mass movement as a transmission belt or springboard to jump their party into control of a state. However, libertarian socialists disagree that the goal is putting a political party or vanguard organization into state power. The syndicalist and libertarian socialist aim is for the mass movement itself to gain power. This is how syndicalists interpret the slogan, "The emancipation of the working class is the task of the workers themselves." Thus the idea is that the mass movement, the self-managed unions and other grassroots organizations they are allied with, should be the vehicle for liberation of the oppressed and exploited majority through the creation of workers' management of industry and rebuilding social governance institutions on the basis of self-management and participatory democracy. The aim is to socialize power, not put power into the hands of a political party. In a period where social transformation is on the agenda, libertarian syndicalists pose the hegemony of the class front or social movement alliance as the alternative to the Marxist idea of the hegemony of the party, as directing force in social transformation. I've suggested that we can think of this alliance as made up of various democratic mass organizations of struggle, such as unions and tenant organizations, and various single-issue groups, women's groups, or other groups specific to particular communities, and cooperatives that play a supportive role for the movement, but there should also be various socialist or anarchist political groups in the mix. We can expect that the layers of active militants, and organized ideological minorities such as a libertarian socialist or anarcho-syndicalist ideological group, might have important influence within the mass movement. From a libertarian socialist point of view, however, the aim is not to put the ideological group into power running a state, managing the society. In a period of transition, the working class movement might create new organs of popular power, such as worker councils, regional delegate congresses, community councils, and industrial self-management organizations. If this is going to be a process that moves towards liberation, however, these need to be organizations that respect multi-tendencied, participatory democracy. We have to avoid building a new top-down managerialist state run by a political party. The history of the 20th century tells us what party states become. A note on assembly democracy. Syndicalists have always supported an inclusive form of formal democratic organization rooted in the face-to-face democracy of worker assemblies or general meetings. Democratic participation is essential to building the character of the union as a collective or shared means to our common benefit. The idea is to have a free discussion where people have a fair opportunity to speak and make decisions in a timely and transparent manner. We want to have freedom of discussion because we need to hear what our co-workers think in order to arrive at a collective decision. Decision-making in syndicalist unions is based on majority rule. A vote enables an organized group to come to a decision that expresses the collective will even when there is some disagreement, but this doesn't mean that all decisions are made by voting. In grassroots organizations that are based on majority decision-making, it often happens that many decisions are made without taking any vote, especially in smaller meetings. That's because people are often able to come to agreement just by discussing the issue or proposal. As a mass organization, a union will inevitably tend to have a diversity of viewpoints, but the ability to reach agreement is helped by the shared circumstances in work and life. The members of a local union are working-class people who share common subordination to a particular employer, or they work in the same industry. Although different jobs or departments may have special problems and some groups may experience particular forms of discrimination, they share the general conditions of that workplace, and the general working class condition. Many will have personal connections with other members from working together, which makes it easier for members to take up the form of we consciousness involved in making collective decisions in a union. Majority vote assembly democracy can be a basis for ensuring member control in other kinds of mass organizations, not just worker unions. This preference for a formally democratic organization based on majority vote in meetings is at odds with the consensus decision-making process that gained a foothold in certain activist subcultures in the United States between the 1970s and the Occupy movement of 2011. Consensus decision-making refers to a method of talking things out with the goal of achieving unanimous agreement. The attraction of consensus makes a certain sense because we often make decisions informally among groups of friends or family by simply talking about things until we reach agreement. Referring to the use of consensus decision-making in the New Left of the 1960s, Stoughton Lynd writes, "Consensus is the most natural and human way to make decisions. It's the way families and friends decide things." However, consensus was often less democratic than voting. A longtime participant in the Join Community Union project in Chicago insists that voting was more democratic even in joint meetings of 2 or 3 dozen persons, because the community people intimidated by the verbalism of the student organizers felt free to cast ballots as they wished. 25. Although making decisions by talking things out until agreement is reached can work fine in small groups of like-minded friends, consensus process is not well suited to working-class mass organizations. The core of consensus is the ability of any individual to block a decision. In David Graeber's version, anyone who feels a proposal violates a fundamental principle shared by the group should have the opportunity to veto that proposal. 26. When someone blocks a proposal favored by a large majority, a consensus-based group can try to persuade the blocker to stand aside, or they can make concessions to the blocker. Even when no one does block, everyone is aware each person has that ability. Within a grassroots organization that uses majority vote, on the other hand, people can express disagreement without blocking the majority from pursuing the course of action it favors. The potential to block can empower individuals to insist on agreement to their individual notions. As L.A. Kaufman writes, movement after movement found, moreover, that the process tended to give great attention and weight to the concerns of a few dissenters. In the purest form of consensus, a block by 1 or 2 individuals could bring the whole group to a screeching halt. Sometimes, that forced groups to reckon with important issues that the majority might otherwise ignore, which could indeed be powerful and transformative. But it also consistently empowered cranks, malcontents, and even provocateurs to lay claim to a group's attention and gum up the works, even when groups adopted modifications to strict consensus that allowed supermajorities to override blocks. 27. The consensus process model came out of the New Left of the 60s. The 60s-era activist emphasis on participatory democracy was taken up by Movement for a New Society, founded in 1971 by Quaker pacifists. MNS would be highly influential in the spread of the consensus decision-making model. As Andy Cornell writes, MNS was a major innovator and force promoting consensus process, collective living, and translating political ideas into personal choices in daily life, and other tactics that influenced networks of activists oriented to direct action. 28. Founded in 1980, Food Not Bombs chapters were an influential example of how consensus was adopted by small, self-selected groups of activists. Consensus was continued by anti-war groups like Direct Action to Stop the War during the opposition to the Iraq War in 2003. The most important recent North American experiment with consensus procedure was with Occupy Wall Street and the Occupy assemblies in various cities. Why did this approach come to characterize a number of protest movements? The bureaucratic and conservative character of the inherited American trade unions, the top-down character of many nonprofits, and the vanguardist manipulation of the various Leninist groups in the 1980s and 90s tended to push people away, motivating activists to search for some other model for mass protest campaigns. I argue that there is an alternative approach to mass struggle organization that has a participatory and grassroots character but without the limitations of the methods advocated with consensus process. Voting may be discredited in the eyes of some because of its use in bureaucratic organizations such as the U.S. Congress or meetings of unions dominated by officials and paid staff. On the other hand, decision-making may be a lot less alienating in a small circle of like-minded acquaintances who simply talk things out to reach agreement. But this contrast is misleading because a working-class social movement must be able to do effective decision-making in large settings where consensus is less effective. The use of consensus process often leads to very prolonged meetings. L.A. Kaufman describes the problem of protracted meetings, which played out in Occupy as well as earlier movements like the Clamshell Alliance. The process favored those with the most time, as meetings tended to drag out for hours. In theory, consensus might include everyone in all deliberations, but in practice, the process greatly favored those who could devote limitless time to the movement and made full participation difficult for those with ordinary life commitments outside their activism. Point 29. Such a circumstance makes an organization not very useful or welcoming to working people. Consensus is biased in favor of people who work shorter hours or have more flexible schedules, such as students. An organization that thwarts the will of the majority and gets mired in long meetings is not going to be an effective vehicle for working class people. Luke Cooper and Simon Hardy describe the way consensus process is exclusionary. The long General Assembly meetings of Occupy can ultimately be exclusive, because those that last the longest and stick it out to the end will get their way. Leave because you have to go to work, or have some other commitment, and you lose your say. 30. In my earlier discussion of self-managed unionism, I presented a different model from the structureless or consensus-based practices. In the libertarian unionist model, the basis of decision-making lies in majority vote and the democracy of assemblies. Elected delegates or shop stewards and elected and accountable administrative committees provide accountable leadership. This approach to unionism provides an alternative to top-down, staff-driven unions controlled by an unaccountable paid hierarchy. This organizational approach can also be applied to mass organizations other than labor unions. This approach does require a consensus on the value of participation and seeking what is best for the collective. It also shares the grassroots orientation of the consensus approach. But democratic majority vote and systems of accountable delegates have the ability to scale up to mass movement power. With concepts like self-managed class unionism, working to widen solidarity and building an alliance or front among social movement organizations, there is a basis for coalescing a united force, based on the oppressed and exploited majority, to transform society. Chapter 7, Two Forms of Prefigurative Politics. There are several reasons why libertarian syndicalists have advocated for worker organizations of struggle built on the basis of direct mass participation, the direct democracy of assemblies, elected delegate or shop stewards councils, and avoidance of centralized union or political party bureaucracy. First, this type of organization is needed in order to encourage mass participation in the disruptive direct action that builds worker power. Working people build power for themselves to the degree they control their own movement and can take action in defense of their aspirations. When paid hierarchies gain control over worker unions, and worker movements are committed to top-down party and union control, these hierarchies tend to restrain struggle to protect their partnership with the bosses and their role as mediators and representatives in class-divided society. To the extent that a movement is based on mass participation and workers directly control the struggles, these efforts are likely to be more effective for them. People learn how to organize and direct their own movement. Self-management of struggles contributes to the process of class formation. Second, in a period of mass struggles in society when it becomes possible to change the structures of the dominant institutions, working people can only ensure that they end up in power when the smoke clears if they have a movement they control that drives the changes in society. to the degree that the movement that drives the change is characterized by highly democratic practices and a political commitment to direct rank and file power, that politics and those practices then prefigure and foreshadow the emergence of worker power in the new society that emerges through the action of that movement. This is why the IWW said that in building democratic industrial unions, they were building the new society in the shell of the old. If these worker-run unions seize control of the economy in an expropriating general strike, the democratic practices built up through struggle are then reflected in democratic worker control of production. To put this another way, there is a causal relationship between the democratic practices and libertarian commitments of the social forces that drive change, on the one hand, and the libertarian changes in the social structure, the structures of workplace and political control that emerge from the struggles of that time. The idea that the way mass movements organize themselves may prefigure and foreshadow a new, self-managed social structure created through a process of social transformation was explicitly formulated by some people in the New Left in the 1970s, but the concept has been around for a very long time. We can also say that top-down, statist, centralizing practices and commitments prefigure a very different outcome to a revolutionary process. For example, in The State and Revolution, Lenin says that the German post office is a good model for socialism. Marxist sociologist Samuel Farber comments, it is revealing that, in his view, the needed changes did not affect its existing organization and hierarchical systems. Point 1. State socialist ideas of this sort were common in pre-World War I European social democracy. Says Farber, in the last analysis, the key political problem was that Lenin and the mainstream of the Bolshevik Party, or for that matter the Mensheviks, paid little if any attention to the need for transformation and democratization of the daily life of the working class on the shop floor and in the community too. The preference for democratic centralism in party and union organization was also common among Marxist social democracy before World War I. This meant giving strong powers to central bodies to manage and direct organizations. This kind of politics and practice would tend to prefigure the emergence of a new bureaucratic social layer through the revolutionary process. Once the Bolsheviks got the Soviet Congress to hand them central state power in October 1917, they quickly built a committee to develop top-down plans for the whole economy, the Supreme Council of National Economy. This was staffed with managers, professionals, and party stalwarts, who were not elected by workers. An alternative for planning the Russian economy had been proposed by the Russian anarcho-syndicalists at the First All-Russian Trade Union Congress in January 1918. This would have been a grassroots congress of factory committees. Grigory Maximuov, a leading anarcho-syndicalist, argued that the aim of the proletariat was to coordinate all local interest, to create a center but not a center of decrees, but a center of regulation, of guidance, and only through such a center to organize the industrial life of the country. 3. But this was successfully blocked by the Bolsheviks. Although the Bolsheviks had initially participated in, and supported, factory delegate committees and citywide worker councils in 1917, these were viewed more as a trampoline to jump the party into state power than as building blocks of a new social arrangement based on direct worker participation. Bolshevik politics and practices thus prefigured the emergence of a bureaucratic social layer, which would become a new ruling class. Thus, we can say that libertarian syndicalism is a form of prefigurative politics, based on a strategic understanding of the importance of directly democratic control in a working class movement for social change. Point 4. But there is a second form of prefigurative politics that also thinks in terms of building the new society in the shell of the old. This is the idea that we can advance toward self-managed socialism through a kind of evolutionary strategy of building up alternative institutions within the cracks of capitalist society: worker cooperatives, consumer food coops, community land trusts, fair trade organizations, social centers, women's shelters, community gardens, food not bombs chapters, and so on. Some anarchists have told me they prefer this approach as a peaceful, evolutionary, and practical strategy for changing society. Can society be changed into a form of self-managed socialism through gradually building up cooperatives and other alternative institutions of this sort? To begin, we need to be clear about the issue. I'm not questioning the practical usefulness of organizations such as social centers, child care coops, land trusts, and so on. People sometimes form worker cooperatives to save their jobs. As with the New Era Windows coup in Chicago. A social center can be a place where cultural events, political debates, and organizer trainings happen. In the 1930s, a vast food coup movement was created in Los Angeles to ensure people had food during a period of mass unemployment. I think it is useful here to make a distinction between two different kinds of organizations, mass organizations of struggle and organizations that manage a social resource. This distinction is not always clear because sometimes there are struggles over the resources, such as a building taken for a social center, or a piece of land occupied for a community garden. An example of the latter is Occupy the Farm, a community gardening project that was part of a struggle over a piece of land owned by the University of California in the East Bay. 5. The evolutionary anarchist strategy is based on building up the organizations that exercise self-management over resources. The strategy has been around for a long time. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon advocated this evolutionary approach in the mid-1800s. This Proudhonist strategy was advocated by Social Anarchism magazine in the 1970s and 80s, as when Leonard Krimmerman discussed a worker coup poultry plant. My initial hope was to help create an anarchist workplace, and then a network of such workplaces, and from there to begin once again to launch the entire social revolution. The working assumption here is that the self-managed business can embody on a small scale the ideal of a society without the boss/worker hierarchy, a stateless self-managed society where production is motivated by the people's collective benefit instead of profits for the few. Otherwise, why would one see cooperatives as the building blocks of socialism? I think the Proudhonist strategy has two basic weaknesses. First, there is the problem of the great external pressures on cooperatives within the capitalist framework. A worker cooperative is a collective form of self-employment based on collective private ownership of the firm's assets. Coops do not have some special ceramic insulation from the competitive pressures of the business world. If capitalist firms engage in socially destructive practices that enable them to lower their prices, pay low wages, dump toxic wastes, competing coops will be under pressure to do the same. The market acts as a transmission belt of oppression. There are many examples of cooperatives that became increasingly indistinguishable from capitalist firms over time. In the United States in the 30s, there were many electric power consumer coops formed. In 1979, the Environmental Policy Institute published a report on the rural electric power coops, in which they charged that the coops had forgotten their original grassroots function and behaved no different than corporate power baronies. The Dairyland Power Cooperative in Wisconsin, for example, built its own nuclear power plant. A number of coops have engaged in practices of hiring people at low wages and then not giving them membership rights, or they have subcontracted work to low-wage capitalist supplier firms. As private owners of their firm, coops can legally do this within the capitalist framework. This process was visible in the plywood coops in the Pacific Northwest, which were formed in the 30s, mainly as a way to create jobs. By the 70s, about 10% of the workforce at Hoquiam Plywood, for example, were hired as non-members. They had no vote, got no share of year-end profits, and were given the noisiest, dirtiest jobs. If a coop expands by taking on more worker members, then the members will have to share year-end profits with more people, and they can avoid this by hiring people as non-members. Tendencies of this sort have a long history in worker cooperatives. Many of the coops that Proudhon helped to set up in the 1840s ended up as collective employers of wage labor. The Mondragon Cooperative Federation in the Basque Country in Spain is often touted as a model by advocates of market socialism. Because the coops were owned by the various employees in the Basque region, they offered at least a form of job security since there was no absentee capitalist owner that could relocate elsewhere. Nonetheless, As the recent bankruptcy of their large appliance coup Fager shows, they are still subject to potential loss of their jobs through insolvency. Sharon Kashmir's study The Myth of Mondragon shows an entrenched internal class division in the Mondragon cooperatives. The coups are basically managed by a hierarchy of managers and professionals. Manual workers are subordinate in day-to-day operations. Workers were supposed to be able to provide input through so-called social councils, but workers interviewed by Kashmir said that they were not provided time and resources to develop a meaningful participation. "We are not given a room to talk," said one worker. "We have to talk right in the factory, and there is a lot of noise. We are not given any tools, like an overhead projector." Another worker said that management is paid to develop plans. And when they present them to us, they look bonito. But it is all we can do to criticize them. After work we have to spend our own time reading and analyzing the plan. We are in no position to prepare alternative plans. 6. To compete in the capitalist framework, Mondragon has adopted similar tactics to capitalist firms during the neoliberal era, such as networking with capitalist firms as suppliers and setting up subsidiaries in other countries to exploit workers at lower wages. Workers have no coup rights in these subsidiaries. In its coup plants in Spain, Mondragon has adopted the hyper-Taylorist/Fordist system of Kaizen, also known as management by stress. 7. This is another symptom of domination by the bureaucratic control class, who hold power in the Mondragon firms. The capitalist framework has also acted to destroy the affordability of housing coups that were set up in the past, often by unions. If speculative investment in the real estate near the coup raises land values, the coup members will be tempted to violate the original concept of providing dwellings that are affordable to working class people. This commitment to retaining inexpensive dwellings was often implemented by putting limits on resale prices for coup apartments in the bylaws. With the recent vast speculative increases in real estate values in San Francisco and New York, two massive housing coups voted a few years ago to break the limits on resale prices. In this case, there is a conflict between the short-term financial interest of the individual apartment owner and the broader working class interest in having a large pool of inexpensive dwellings. In the San Francisco case, the 300-unit St. Francis Square coup was originally organized in the 1960s by the ILWU. After coup members voted to remove resale price limits, coup share prices zoomed to $300,000. This problem was the motivation for the creation of the Community Land Trust movement in the United States. The basic idea here is to have the land under the physical dwelling owned by a separate association with democratic roots in the larger working class community. The coup then leases the land from the land trust. The ground lease empowers the land trust to block increases in housing prices driven by pressures of the speculative real estate market. Land trusts can also work as an anti-eviction or anti-displacement tactic. The San Francisco Community Land Trust is an example of this tactic. 8. In San Francisco, rent control acted to limit speculative increases in values of rental buildings because the rental income limits the resale value. However, many speculators buy rental buildings with the aim of converting them to homeownership buildings, which greatly increases the value of the building as a speculative real estate commodity. In a number of anti-eviction struggles, the land trust has been able to acquire buildings to prevent displacement of existing working-class residents. The creation of a worker coup in the anti-workplace shutdown struggle at Republic Windows and Doors, and land trust acquisition of buildings in various anti-eviction struggles by working-class tenants in San Francisco are examples where an organization to self-manage a resource is used to provide a solution for a particular struggle. Thus far I've been looking at the destructive effects of the capitalist framework on cooperatives. The evolutionary alternative institutions strategy has a second basic weakness: the strategy fails to confront the power of the corporations and the state, such as the day-to-day control over the workforce. Workers have a basic form of leverage within capitalism because the employers need our cooperation. If workers build union organizations and challenge management in slowdowns and strikes, they cut off the flow of profits. An independent worker organization rooted in the workplace is a form of counter-power for this reason. The development of this power through strikes and other forms of disruptive direct action builds a sense of us versus them and a sense of collective power among working people. For libertarian syndicalism, the mass organizations of struggle are the crucial means for the working class to exert power against the employers and the state, and develop the power needed to challenge the dominating classes for control of society. Some anarchists or libertarian socialists talk of building cooperatives and other alternative institutions as a form of dual power, which would suggest that cooperatives can form a kind of counter-power to the dominating classes. However, as businesses within the market framework, cooperatives are not organizations of direct struggle against the bosses and the state. Thus the syndicalist strategy of building worker-controlled unions that operate through rank-and-file participation and direct collective action is indeed a strategy to build counter-power. We can't get rid of the big corporations and the state by building cooperatives to compete in the capitalist market. The history of cooperativism suggests that the forces at work in the capitalist framework ensure that the coup sector will always be marginal. The Libertarian Socialist Caucus within the Democratic Socialists of America advocate a dual power strategy, as they call it. They maintain that counter-institutions are the basis of counter-power to the system. In building counter-institutions, they say, working-class people can create a new form of social, political, and economic power that exists in tension and opposition to the power of capitalism and the state. Counter-institutions can include, but are not limited to, community councils, popular neighborhood assemblies, workers' councils, syndicalist unions, rank-and-file trade unions, worker-owned cooperatives, locally and regionally networked redistributive solidarity economies, participatory budgeting initiatives, and time banks. They also include collectives committed to the provision of mutual aid and disaster relief, tenant unions, community land trusts, cooperative housing, communal agriculture and food distribution systems, community-owned energy, horizontal education models, child care collectives, and community-run health clinics, to name a few. 9. The problem here is that they are papering over the difference between organizations of struggle and organizations for self-managing resources. Land trusts, housing cooperatives, child care collectives, and community health clinics are organizations for self-managing a resource, not organizations of struggle in themselves. This is true even though they can be helpful resources for communities that are engaged in struggle. Actual counterpower is built where working-class people build organizations and actions that directly confront and push back against the power of the capitalists and the state, as in worker strikes, militant mass marches, rent strikes, and occupations. At times neighborhood assemblies have also been a grassroots site where people in a working class area have come together to define their own agenda, in opposition to elite interests, such as landlords or the state bureaucracy. Apart from problems of degeneration, the cooperative sector also does not have a natural tendency to expand. If we think back to the early 1800s, the money needed to set up businesses was a lot less than now. In strikes, workers often formed cooperatives to compete with the firm they were striking. If it was easier to form coups, why didn't a huge coup sector emerge and survive? If a person has the skills to organize a cooperative, they probably also have the ability to be a capitalist entrepreneur and hire workers as subordinates. And this would be tempting because they could make more money for themselves if they were at the head of a conventional capitalist firm. Thus the capitalist framework is self-reinforcing. The cooperativist approach tends to lead to a market-based conception of socialism, as if socialism is a system of collective private property, of competing cooperatives. Syndicalists have usually opposed market socialism because a market system is likely to regenerate many of the problems of capitalist society: rising inequality, increasing power of a corporate-style hierarchy of managers and professionals, unemployment, and a lack of control over negative externalities such as pollution. An economy of worker-managed socialism can only be built if the working class has developed a very high level of solidarity and cohesion in struggle. Why would this highly solidarity-oriented working class want to create an economy where workers are pitted against each other in competing cooperative businesses? In Envisioning Real Utopias, Eric Olin Wright refers to the Prudenist strategy of building cooperatives as an interstitial strategy for socialism trying to build the new society in the cracks of the old. Wright suggests that an advantage to the alternative institutions strategy is that it can develop a rich set of institutions apart from the logic of capitalist exploitation and domination that can sustain people and society through the difficult economic circumstances and conflicts in a period of transition. 10 Given the general failure of the alternative sector to grow, I think it is very unlikely to be large enough to provide the kind of large-scale social support to avoid the havoc that Wright fears in a period of transition to socialism. Because the syndicalist strategy envisions workers taking over control of the various industries in a period of transition, syndicalism offers a much better guarantee of continued goods and services being provided to the working class in a period of disruptive social transition. In Aragon, Spain, during the 1930s revolution, the CNT farm labor unions collectivized the land and created a democratic economy in their villages. They were then able to provide food to cities in struggle such as Barcelona. Despite the limitations of the cooperativist strategy, organizations to self-manage resources can be useful to the movement for social change. Organizations to run social centers, popular education centers, child care cooperatives, democratic land trusts, and so on. When mass worker movements have challenged the employers and the state in past periods of insurgency, the mass organizations of struggle often were built in a social context where there were a variety of working-class social organizations that played a supportive role in various ways: worker schools, food cooperatives, social centers, and so on. In the Spanish Revolution, the syndicalist unions in Barcelona and Valencia were layered on a wider set of social organizations: storefront worker schools, cultural centers, women's groups, neighborhood committees. Thus my argument in this chapter is not that cooperatives should not be built. They can be useful in providing jobs with an element of worker control or to provide useful services for a community. Instead, my suggestion here is that we need to be clear about the distinction between organizations of struggle and organizations for self-managing resources, and we need to understand the limits of the cooperativist approach. Chapter 8, Electoral Road to Socialism. In the societies in Europe and North America nowadays and elsewhere in the world, the public debate around changes needed to solve problems is often framed as a debate about candidates for government office. As if the way to work for changes in society is simply a matter of voting for Jack rather than Elaine. Thus it's quite natural for those who want reforms or improvements in society to focus on the programs and campaigns of politicians and political parties. Since the early 20th century, the universal right to vote has been widely accepted as the standard for legitimate state power. When so-called Republican government by elected leaders burst on the scene at the end of the 18th century, elites preferred to limit the vote to property owners because they were afraid that the masses would use their vote to attack the concentrated wealth of the elites. By the 20th century, those fears had largely subsided because the capitalist elite figured out ways to control elections and elected government through control of the media, campaign finance, professional lobbyists, and other methods. Even so, we still see the Republicans try to restrict the right to vote for poor people and racial minorities. In the United States, the media focuses huge attention on electoral campaigns, and the debates therein over campaigns and government policies lead many to look at electoral politics as the way to make changes in society. This means seeking change from above through the policies enacted by the professional politicians and implemented top-down through the managerialist hierarchies of the state. Democratic socialism. Many socialists see the politics of parties and elections as a way they can insert themselves into history, and this forms a core component of their strategy. Electing leaders to government office has been advocated by socialists at various times as a way to fight for reforms that would benefit the oppressed and exploited majority in the present, and as a way of building a movement for more far-reaching changes at some point down the road. In its more radical form, the idea is that a party committed to socialism could use the state to enact reforms that would break the old capitalist scheme, perhaps through widespread nationalizations, seizures of the banking system, and things of this sort. By the early 1900s, there were socialist political parties formed in many countries to compete in elections. By World War I, the American Socialist Party had gained 100,000 members and elected more than 1,000 government officials, mayors and members of city councils and state legislatures. The phrase democratic socialism was eventually coined to refer to the political tradition of these organizations. After the various communist parties were organized around the world to pursue the model of radical politics pioneered by the Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution, the electoral socialist parties developed criticisms of the communist governments and the Leninist Marxism that defined the communist movement. The democratic socialist emphasis on democracy was partly based on their defense of the systems of representative democracy in Western Europe, North America, and elsewhere. This was combined with critiques of the repressive and undemocratic nature of the communist camp regimes. Their defense of representative democracy is tied in with their basic strategy of working to gain political power through elections. These days, members of Democratic Socialists of America are clear about rejecting the communist strategy. As Neil Meyer of the New York City DSA put it, "It's one thing to know what democratic socialists fight for, and another to lay out a convincing path to realizing it." This is where democratic socialists truly differ with some of our friends on the socialist left. We reject strategies that transplant paths from Russia in 1917 or Cuba in 1959 to the United States today, as if we could win socialism by storming the White House and tossing Donald Trump out on the front lawn. What's needed is a strategy that takes seriously the particular challenges and opportunities that come with organizing in a liberal democracy. Point 1. Support for the strategy of achieving socialism through the ballot box has tended to grow where the form of representative democracy has been modified in ways that make it easier for radical political parties to gain representation in the legislative bodies of the state, as under post-World War II European systems of proportional representation and parliamentary government. Many of the electoral socialist parties in Europe and elsewhere evolved in their politics. They competed in elections through the advocacy of various immediate reforms, which became the focus of the parties. Sometimes they won elections. At the head of a national government, they found that they had to manage capitalism, to keep the capitalist regime running. If they moved in too radical a direction, they found they would lose middle-class votes, or the investor elite might panic and start moving their capital to safe havens abroad. In some cases, elements of the state such as the military and police forces moved to overthrow them. Most of these parties eventually changed their concept of what their purpose was. They gave up on the goal of replacing capitalism with socialism as a different economic system. Their new ambition didn't go much beyond taming the more predatory tendencies of the capitalist regime and ensuring various public services for the benefit of the majority, such as universal access to health care or improved worker rights. In other words, they became parties of social democratic reform. When Bernie Sanders talks about democratic socialism, he's referring to social democratic reform politics of this sort. But many socialists who advocate democratic socialism are not simply advocating social democratic reform politics. They also have a vision of moving to a different kind of society. As I've argued, struggles around partial changes or reforms are important to building up social movements that can go on to make greater changes in the future as they build their numbers and organizational strength. But there are different ways that we can organize and fight for changes in society. Democratic socialists have usually argued for a two-leg strategy. By that I mean, building mass, grassroots working-class movements in direct struggles as well as working to achieve reforms through election of socialists to office. This dual approach was characteristic of the American Socialist Party in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. In 1919, Harry Alt, a moderate socialist and editor of the Seattle Union Record, said that 95% of us agree that the workers should control the industries. Nearly all of us agree on that but very strenuously disagree on the method. Alt described the three main strategies favored by socialists as syndicalism, cooperativism, and electoral politics. Point 2. The strong support for syndicalism in that era meant that most members of the Socialist Party did conceive of socialism as workers managing the industries. In the World War I era, the large syndicalist wing in the Socialist Party thought socialism was more likely to come about through an expropriating general strike than through elections. Nonetheless, when IWW organizer Bill Haywood was a member of the Socialist Party, he argued that election of socialists to the various local governments could help provide a more favorable local environment for organizing unions by keeping the police neutral in strikes, for example. Nowadays, many members of the DSA seem to take the two-legs approach. Though the organization may have a major focus on electoral politics, many of its members are focused on building tenant unions, organizing workers into unions, or are active in the struggle against the repressive anti-immigrant actions of ICE. Thus, democratic socialists often favor several elements to their strategy: building a more vital, participatory, and democratic labor movement, building worker cooperatives and other kinds of democratic social institutions, and using electoral politics to pursue reforms enacted through the state. Economic democracy is a term that Democratic Socialists of America uses to describe the socialist alternative. Economic democracy can empower wage and income earners through building cooperatives and public institutions that own and control economic resources. Economic democracy means, in the most general terms, the direct ownership or control of much of the economic resources of society by the great majority of wage and income earners. Such a transformation of work life directly embodies the practices and principles of a socialist society. 3. A strategy that focuses on electing leaders to government office has been advocated by socialists at various times as a way to fight for reforms that would benefit the oppressed and exploited majority at present, and as a way of building a movement for more far-reaching changes at some point in the future. In its more radical form, the idea is that a party committed to socialism could use the state to enact reforms that would break the old capitalist scheme. In discussing socialist transformation, Neil Meyer put it this way: because of the capitalist class's immense power, we know that electing a socialist government alone won't be the same as winning the power needed to transform society. A socialist government would have to see its primary task as taking away the power of the capitalist class. That will mean nationalizing the financial sector so that major investment decisions are made by democratically elected governments and removing hostile elements from the military and police. It will mean introducing democratic planning and social ownership over corporations. Point 4. Here we see one of the traditional problems with electoral socialism, a tendency to think of socialism in terms of nationalization, i.e. state takeover and management of banks and other industries, and state-led planning. Class oppression is inherent to the state as an institution. We can see this in the subordination of public sector workers to managerialist hierarchies. There is also the basic problem of how the working class majority could actually control what the elected politicians do once in office. As well, concentrating decision-making in the state excludes the majority from actual participation in the direct crafting of social policies and the running of the society. This problem stems directly from the electoralist strategy. A focus on a strategy of electing people to office tends to favor a statist conception of socialism. After all, politicians campaign for a government position, and for that reason their program focuses on what they propose to do through the state once elected. The history of political party socialism strongly suggests that this tends to lead to a focus on things like statist nationalization of industries and building up a managerial hierarchy that controls a certain service or industry, such as a public utility or healthcare service or schools. This leads us away from a kind of socialism that focuses on worker power and the struggle for working class liberation from subordination to a dominating, exploiting class. The limits of an electoral strategy. This brings us to the fundamental problems of a strategy that focuses on electing leaders to government office. The path to socialism through the institutions of the state has numerous problems that suggest it isn't really workable, and perhaps the most important of these is that it is self-defeating, as it undermines a movement for working class liberation. Democratic socialists are often aware of many of the pitfalls, but let's examine the difficulties. The capitalist elite has vast wealth at their command and use it in numerous ways to control what the state does. They own and control the corporate media. They fund a flock of think tanks, more than 60 in the right-wing state policy network. They employ teams of lobbyists who provide a constant presence in state and federal capitals for elite interests. Money for advertising is an important factor in most campaigns for printing and mailing material to constituents and ad campaigns. Electoral campaigns in the U.S. are hugely expensive. In 2016, for example, $7 billion was spent on federal campaigns. 5 Most winners in congressional elections are the people who spent the most money. For anyone who wants to run as an endorsed Democrat, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee insists they get on the phone with their list of wealthy donors. With wealth and income highly concentrated in the United States, we know who has the most cash to finance politicians. More than 1/4 of all disclosed political contributions in 2012 came from just 30,000 people. Some researchers have concluded that wealthy people and business interests have 15 times the political efficacy of the rest of the population. Even if a radical is elected to Congress through wide labor and popular local support, they will face a constant series of proposals that their limited staff may not have the expertise to evaluate and deal with. The American governmental structure is particularly difficult for an anti-capitalist project. The original framers of the U.S. Constitution set it up to cement elite power in place and make it difficult for any mass insurgency to capture the state. A great deal of power is concentrated in a single executive president or governor, and this includes veto power. Since the era of the American Socialist Party's electoral campaigns in the early 1900s, Democratic and Republican legislators have passed various laws that make it difficult to elect politicians outside the two parties' shared monopoly. Even if these speed bumps are surpassed, an electoral socialist bloc must still be re-elected, and they will be under pressure from extensive scaremongering and howling by the media and the elite-funded PR machine if they attempt radical measures. Because of this, radicals elected to office are likely to back away from radical measures for fear of losing middle-class votes. If they do try to enact measures that threaten capitalist power, the capitalists have the ultimate power to move their capital elsewhere. They can shut down workplaces, shift funds to other countries, and so on. The operations of the financial markets can seem a form of economic terrorism, threatening drastic consequences. When French socialist François Mitterrand attempted major nationalizations in 1980, there was a massive shift of investment funds out of France, and Mitterrand was forced to reverse course. And how can the working class control a professional politician once elected to office? The institutions don't provide any means for us to force them to show up to local assemblies to explain themselves. Most jurisdictions have no provisions for recall. Even where referendum and initiative exist, these are often dominated by moneyed interests who control the media blitz and fund signature gatherers to get measures on the ballot that favor their interests. For example, in September 2019, the state legislature in California passed a law that mandated a minimum legal wage and paid sick days for gig workers who had been treated as low-paid independent contractors by tech platforms like Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and Instacart. Well-heeled Uber and Lyft then spent $185 million to overturn the law through a ballot initiative, paying for signature gatherers and a flood of dishonest mailers to voters. 6. The electoral venue is not favorable terrain for the working class struggle for change. The non-voting population tends to be poorer, more working class than the voting population. 7. The more affluent parts of the population tend to vote more regularly, which means the working class can't bring its advantage in numbers to bear in elections. To the degree voter suppression tactics are carried out, they are aimed at the poorer part of the population. Even more important is the fact that a large part of the working class population do not see why they should vote. They don't see the politicians as looking out for their interests. In the United States, the voter turnout in presidential elections has been roughly half the population and often significantly lower for non-presidential elections. A strategy for change that is focused on elections and political parties tends to focus on electing leaders to gain power in the state, to make gains for us. This leads us away from a more independent working class politics that is rooted in forms of collective action that ordinary people can build themselves and directly participate in, such as strikes, building direct solidarity between different working class groups in the population, mass protest campaigns around issues that we select, and the like. An electoralist strategy leads to the development of political machines in which mass organizations look to professional politicians and party operatives. This practice tends to create a bureaucratic layer of professional politicians, media, think tanks, and party operatives that develops its own interests. Because they are concerned with winning elections and keeping their hold on positions in the state, they may oppose disruptive direct action by workers, such as strikes or workplace takeovers. Electoral politics also tends to create a certain kind of leadership over the movement. When the strategy is focused on electing people to state office, college-educated professionals and people with executive experience will tend to be favored as candidates to look good in the media. Electoral politics tends to give a structural advantage to professionals and people of the dominating classes. According to one recent study, working-class people in the United States have never held more than 2% of the seats in any Congress since the nation was founded. And this means people of the professional and managerial layers will tend to gain leadership positions in an electorally oriented party, which tends to diminish the ability of rank-and-file working-class people to control the party's direction. This is part of the process of the development of the party as a separate bureaucratic layer with its own interests. The social democratic illusion. By the post-World War II era, the capitalist countries in Europe and North America had built up welfare states that provided benefits of various kinds to the working class population. The New Deal in the U.S. in the 1930s had created programs like the Social Security People's Pension, monetary support for single mothers, the legal minimum wage and systems of unemployment benefits. The Wagner Act provided a legal route to union recognition and collective bargaining with employers. In Britain, the Labour Party government after World War II created the National Health Service to provide universal free or inexpensive health care for all. These results tended to support the illusion that these changes were simply brought into being through the electoral process. This strengthened the idea that socialism could be created through a series of reforms created by an electoral political party. In reality, the widespread concessions to the working class in Europe and North America by the post-World War II years were the product of an era of massive struggle and upheaval. From World War I to the late 30s there were revolutions in a number of countries, civil wars, general strikes, and mass factory occupations. Fascism arose in Italy in the 1920s in response to the revolutionary challenge to the system posed by the Italian working class in the Biennio Rosso of 1919, 20 regional general strikes, emergence of a radical grassroots shop delegates movement outside the bureaucratic trade unions, and a radical drive for worker control. All of this came to a head with the massive seizure of industry by 1 million Italian workers in September of 1920. In Europe, Latin America, and elsewhere, working class support for socialism had grown tremendously. This was reflected in the emergence of large socialist and communist political parties as well as revolutionary union movements such as the mass revolutionary syndicalist unions of the 1920s and 30s. After a decade of broken strikes, declining wages, work intensification, and Republican free enterprise politics in the United States, polls in 1932 indicated that a quarter of the population thought a revolution was needed. In a mood of widespread anger and despite high unemployment, American workers began a huge wave of strikes in 1933. Hundreds of thousands created new grassroots unions from scratch. And in 1936 to 37, 1,000 workplaces were taken over in the wave of sit-down strikes. With mass participation in union meetings, new democratic organizations, and concessions forced from employers by strikes, workers develop a stronger sense of their potential power, which supported a growth in radical aspirations. Class formation was taking shape. Many in the capitalist elite in Europe and North America believed the capitalist system itself was under threat. Thus the elites came to the conclusion they had to make concessions to the working class, to provide a semblance of legitimacy for the system in the eyes of a discontented population. In the U.S., President Roosevelt's original 1933 program was the Conservative National Recovery Act. This was a scheme to allow firms in the same industry to form a cartel, to raise prices and stop the cost-cutting that was feeding deflation. With tripartite boards of government and corporate representatives and union bureaucrats, the NRA had similarities to Mussolini's fascist corporatism. Faced with a vast strike wave and workers denouncing the NRA as the national runaround, the Democrats were forced to move left, passing the various welfare state measures of the later New Deal. Although these measures were gains for the working class in various ways, they also contained many limitations, such as concessions to racist Southern Dixiecrats. At that time, many black workers in the South were employed in agriculture and as domestics, and these workers were exempted from the Fair Labor Standards Act and Social Security. During the 1950s and 60s, worker organization and strikes enabled workers to push wages up to keep pace with inflation, as investment in new technology created higher levels of productivity. A similar dynamic to the 30s played out in the 60s through the growing social movement protests, the growth of strikes of teachers and other public sector workers, a rising level of wildcat strikes. These movements broke the old Jim Crow regime in the South and pushed an expansion of the New Deal welfare state through things like Medicare and increases to the social wage, such as housing subsidies and public transit subsidies, and new environmental protection laws. What kind of socialist democracy? As libertarian socialists, syndicalists also favor a democratic conception of socialism. But syndicalists and electoral party socialists work on different strategies. The differences in strategy go hand in hand with different ideas about the meaning of democracy. Libertarian syndicalists advocate for building working-class organizations such as labor unions and tenant organizations which are self-managed by the members. This means worker organizations based on direct participation, where democracy means the democracy of discussion and debate in assemblies, and election of delegates who share the same conditions of life as the people who elect them and who are revocable in those positions. In this kind of working-class democracy, the conditions of life and work of working-class people are the conditions that shape the decision-making. This is very different than the kind of democracy that consists of elections to government bodies such as a state legislature or Congress, where many of the participants are wealthy, and many are funded by the owning and managing classes. And your chances of re-election depend on how favorable you are viewed in the corporate media. This changes the shape of what socialism and democracy mean. For syndicalists, socialism is about human liberation, and a central part is the liberation of the working class from subordination and exploitation in a regime where there are dominating classes on top. Thus for syndicalism, the transition to socialism means workers taking over and collectively managing all the industries, including the public services. Rather than power of planning and policy in a statist legislature and the bureaucratic managerialist hierarchy of the state, for syndicalists, the neighborhood and worker assemblies are seen as the starting point for the proposals, and these filter up through the revocable delegates to the democratic delegate councils or congresses, such as a Congress of worker delegates elected from workplaces throughout a region. Instead of top-down, repressive professional police and military forces, we propose that these be replaced by a workers' militia or popular militia under direct control of the working-class democracy. We want the public services such as free comprehensive health care and free quality child care and public utility grids run on a non-profit, ecologically sustainable basis but under worker self-management. If socialism requires the emergence of a very high level of cohesion and solidarity within the working class, why would this movement want to then pit workers against each other in some competitive system of market socialism? A problem with market socialism as a model is that the market ends up being a transmission belt of oppression. If some firms can gain profits by shifting costs onto others through pollution or a more brutal work intensification, other firms will find they are under pressure to do likewise if they wish to survive. In a society where workers don't really have opportunities to fully develop their potential, the scarce skills of some such as those with professional or marketing expertise can pressure cooperatives to give them special privileges. As I discussed in the previous chapter, you can see how this has played out in the Mondragon cooperatives in Spain, where a hierarchy of managers and high-end professionals is in charge, and workers are subordinate. Reformist versus non-reformist methods. When I began the discussion of strategy in Chapter 6, I suggested that the process of class formation gives us a way to evaluate strategies. As I see it, various aspects of electoralist socialism tend to undermine the process of class formation. In building mass organizations and movements that fight for reforms, we are building various kinds of organizations with the capacity for ongoing defense of the interests of constituencies that have a stake in social change. Of course, the scope of potential change depends on the social power of the movements pushing for these changes. But there are different ways to fight for reforms, and our choices will have effects on the development of working class power to make change. There are certain approaches to social change that tend to build up and crucially rely upon bureaucratic layers that are apart from and not effectively controllable by rank and file working class people. These are approaches that focus especially on indirect action, relying on paid hierarchies such as the entrenched paid bureaucracy of the AFL-CIO international unions, executives, and paid staff of large non-profits, professional politicians, and paid political operatives and lobbyists. Approaches that build up a bureaucratic layer include both electoral socialism as well as approaches that rely upon lobbying and negotiations controlled by the paid hierarchy of a staff-driven union, rather than elected negotiating committees and direct action in workplaces. Electoral socialist parties tend to build up a kind of bureaucratic social layer that is separate from the everyday experience of working class people. Over time, these political parties tend to become increasingly integrated into the capitalist system. This process played itself out in both the history of the European social democratic parties in the early 1900s as well as in the post-World War II history of European communist parties. These approaches to fighting for reforms that rely upon indirect action are reformist forms of action and organization. When I say they are reformist, I do not mean merely that they are aiming at only short-term changes or reforms. I'm referring to the way they fight for these reforms. Here I think we can contrast reformist and non-reformist forms of action and organization. Reformist methods of action and organization are not based on the people directly affected by the issues organizing and controlling action on their own behalf. Rather, they rely upon paid bureaucrats and representatives to win gains for us. This is the layer of paid officers and staff in bureaucratic service agency unions, the paid staff and executives of nonprofits that advocate for us, or the politicians who we vote into office. Instead of workplace negotiations controlled by an elected rank-and-file negotiating committee, they are controlled top-down, by paid officials and staff. Rather than an active presence in the workplace where elected stewards and worker discussions and meetings are dealing with issues that come up, people think of the union as akin to an insurance agent, someone in a distant office somewhere. Rather than a union's political agenda being determined in member meetings, active worker committees, or by delegates at democratic conferences controlled by the local organizations, the political activity of the union is focused on what the paid layer are doing. Instead of relationships with other organizations developed through rank-and-file initiatives to reach out to other unions and social movement organizations, union officials schmooze up executives of foundation-funded nonprofits. Often the paid officials back campaigns of politicians who act contrary to the interests of workers, such as the public sector workers the politician rules over when in office. I am also not talking about the character of the reform being fought for. Some people think there are reforms that somehow lead inevitably away from capitalism, and they call these non-reformist reforms. I don't think there is such a thing as a non-reformist reform. Any short-term change that remains within the capitalist framework can be either revoked later or subverted. When rank-and-file workers participate directly in building unions, in carrying out a strike with co-workers, or in reaching out to others in the community to build solidarity, it directly engages rank-and-file working people and helps people to learn how to organize. It builds a sense that we can make change. Through disruptive strike action, workers build actual power and also learn directly about the system, such as when they see the reaction of the police, media, and politicians. We can say that an approach to action and organization for change is non-reformist to the extent that it builds rank-and-file controlled mass organizations, and builds self-confidence, self-reliance, organizing skills, wider active participation, and solidarity within the working class. This has a direct effect on class formation because the growth of organizations that rank-and-file working people control and direct worker action and solidarity builds the social power of the working class. And this affects the sense of possibility the working class has. It encourages people to develop the aspiration for deeper changes in society. In this situation, mass organizations of struggle create space for active workers who have a radical agenda for social change to connect with the grievances and concerns of other working people. This develops a social base to fight for radical change. To the degree that working class people do not see themselves as having the power to directly change the society, they are likely to see the ambitious agenda for radical change offered by socialists as pie in the sky or nice ideas but unrealistic. Thus syndicalism can be defined as an approach based on non-reformist methods of action and organization. Syndicalism has also been called revolutionary unionism, and the emphasis on non-reformist forms of action and organization is key to what revolutionary means here. In the 1960s, the British group Solidarity defined the distinction between reformist and non-reformist forms of action and organization this way. Meaningful action, for revolutionaries, is whatever increases the confidence, the autonomy, the initiative, the participation, the solidarity, the egalitarian tendencies and the self-activity of the working class, and whatever assists in our demystification. Sterile and harmful action is whatever reinforces the passivity of the working class, our apathy, our cynicism, our differentiation through hierarchy, our alienation, our reliance on others to do things for us, and the degree to which we can therefore be manipulated by others, even by those allegedly acting on our behalf. 9. A basic problem with electoral socialism is that it is fundamentally based on methods of action and organization that tend to undermine class formation. This is due to the reliance upon indirect action and various bureaucratic layers. A basic problem with reliance on reformist methods is that the demobilizing effects tend to snowball over time, leading to a loss in the capacity of working class people to challenge the system. This became pretty clear in the years after World War II, an era in Europe and North America when the new grassroots unions, general strikes, workplace seizures, and pitched battles of the 30s were a fading memory. Top-down paid bureaucracies consolidated their hold even in the communist trade unions in Europe, and reformist forms of action and organization were the order of the day. The demobilizing effect over time, and declining class consciousness, set the stage for the shift of capitalist elites to neoliberal austerity politics. An argument against revolutionary transition. One argument for electoral socialism these days is the difficulties with the alternative strategies. In his book Envisioning Real Utopias, Eric Olin Wright distinguishes three types of strategy for transition to self-managed, democratic socialism. When cooperativism is put forward as a way to get past capitalism, Wright calls this an interstitial strategy, building the new society in the cracks of the old. Wright calls reformist strategies symbiotic, as they rely upon social democratic reform politics and bureaucratic trade unions. The label symbiotic suggests the way the bureaucratic layers in parties, foundation-funded nonprofits, and service agency unions tend to develop a stake in maintaining their role in the existing capitalist regime, helping to preserve the system. Strategies that foresee a fundamental break with the legality of the inherited capitalist regime are called ruptural strategies by Wright. Syndicalism is a ruptural strategy. This is clear enough in the syndicalist conception of an expropriating general strike where workers seize control of the means of production and create their own democratic organizations to self-manage the industries. If we look at the methods that were used by the American labor movement in the 30s, there were elements of a ruptural strategy at work, even though revolutionary politics did not become dominant in the American labor movement in those years. Unions routinely responded to anti-labor court injunctions by disobeying them. Citywide or regional general strikes rolled over various laws. Workers seized 1,000 workplaces in the sit-down strikes in violation of capitalist property rights. As Frank Marquardt says in an auto workers' journal, American workers did revolutionary things and expressed revolutionary thoughts in those years. 10. Wright presents his argument against ruptural strategies as follows: ruptural strategies have a grandiose, romantic appeal to critics of capitalism, but the historical record is pretty dismal. There are no cases in which socialism as defined here, a deeply democratic and egalitarian organization of power relations within an economy, has been a robust result of a ruptural strategy of transformation of capitalism. Ruptural strategies seem in practice more prone to result in authoritarian statism than democratic socialism. 11. When a revolution is propelled and controlled by a guerrilla force in the hands of a top-down political party, or a single political party works to gain a complete party monopoly of state power, then it seems to me the authoritarian, statist outcome is prefigured by those methods. If we think of these as the only ruptural strategies, Wright's fears make sense. Marxism inherited a concept of party hegemony that tended to create a drive for one-party control through a bureaucratic state structure, and the results have been dismal indeed, where this partyist/statist politics wins out. But guerrillism or the seizure of state power by a revolutionary vanguard party are not the only forms of ruptural strategy. In fact, the syndicalist strategy is designed precisely to avoid the problem that Wright refers to here. Syndicalism is designed to generate a democratic outcome by building highly democratic working-class mass organizations, rooted in direct participation and rank-and-file control, and making these organizations the controlling force in the process of social transformation. Wright mistakenly assumes that hegemony of a political party is an essential feature of ruptural strategies. 12. Nowhere in his book does Wright show any awareness of syndicalism, nor does he show any awareness of the democratic achievements of the syndicalist worker movement in Spain in the revolution of the 1930s, such as worker self-management of industry created on a vast scale, thousands of collectivized villages run through assemblies and elected committees, and creation of a democratically structured proletarian army directed by the unions. This refutes Wright's claim of an absence of cases of self-managed socialism built through a ruptural strategy. In rejecting ruptural strategies, Wright proposes simply a mix of cooperativism with the methods of electoral socialism and bureaucratic trade unionism. But cooperativism suffers fundamentally from the limits I discussed in the previous chapter. Electoralism and cooperativism together cannot overcome the limits of each strategy. Negotiation among socialists. Even if democratic socialists, revolutionary Marxists, and other radicals continue to look to electoral politics as part of their strategy for change, many of them also favor a focus on building grassroots struggle, whether that be more democratic unions, pushing strikes to gain working class power, and building other forms of grassroots social movement organizations. For many activists in the DSA or other socialist groups, this may be their main personal focus. For libertarian socialists and syndicalists, this presents the possibility of a kind of united front from below in actual organizing situations, in workplaces, in tenant struggles, and so on. Mass organizations tend to have a diversity of viewpoints among the members because the organization is put together around the immediate situation of the particular constituency: workers in this workplace, tenants in this city, and so on. It's of course possible for syndicalists in an organizing situation of this sort to differ from other socialists in their approach. For example, do certain activists want the union we are building to affiliate to one of the bureaucratic international unions rather than build an independent, member-controlled union in this sector? Do they approve of unions having a paid hierarchy, narrow focus on routine bargaining with employers, and the limits of no-strike contracts? Does the focus on bad leadership contribute to a strategy of trying to change leaders rather than building a different kind of unionism? It may be possible in various situations for activists to come to agreement on the kind of organizing agenda that syndicalists or libertarian socialists would favor, even if some of them also support electoral socialism as part of their overall strategy. The key thing is for the non-reformist approach to gain greater weight overall in the movements and struggles that develop. But what about the long-run situation? Even if the working class develops more independent and self-managed types of unions and other social movement organizations, and is moving toward a harder challenge to the powers that be, and even if libertarian socialists and syndicalists are more successful at growing support for their approach, there are still going to be many working class people who are likely to support an electoral strategy for change. Even if a class front or social movement alliance of the type I described in Chapter 6 does become quite powerful, even dominant among the forces for change, it may be the case that there are still segments of the labor and social movements backing an electoral approach. And perhaps an electoral socialist party has emerged that has gained a significant following. What then? Advocates for the two-legs approach to socialism, both mass self-activity such as strikes and grassroots organizations and electoral politics, often argue that the grassroots movement can keep the politicians accountable. I think this is highly unlikely. The whole dynamic of electoral socialism means that leadership flows to the bureaucratic layers of politicians, party operatives, and the union bureaucracies aligned with them. The rank and file look to the party leaders as the leaders of their movement. As long as mass organizations such as unions are tied to a political party, they will not have the independence they need to control what the leadership do. I think the whole history of the socialist movement supports what I am saying here. This is why there needs to be a highly independent and powerful working class movement, independent of political party leaders and other bureaucratic layers. If we imagine a situation where a major political and social crisis is unfolding and elected socialist leaders in government are under pressure from below to authorize a major break with the inherited capitalist and bureaucratic legalities, such as large-scale takeovers of industry by workers and replacing bureaucratic city and regional state institutions with assembly-based forms created from below, there could conceivably occur a process of negotiation where an independent mass movement forces the politicians to authorize the changes. In that situation, it would be best if the elected leaders can be forced to go along with what is demanded, because their election to office probably conferred a certain legitimacy in the eyes of their supporters. This was actually what happened in the Spanish Revolution in 1936 with the mass syndicalist union, the CNT, which represented about half the organized union members in the country. The CNT tried to negotiate with the Socialist Party Prime Minister, Largo Caballero. He was also executive director of the other major union in the country, the UGT, a more centralized and bureaucratic trade union. In the negotiations, the CNT pushed for a program that would require government approval for worker self-management of industry throughout the Spanish economy, expropriating the banks, a unified popular militia, and replacing the existing national government with a defense council. The editors and journalists at the CNT daily papers in Madrid and Barcelona were pushing this. According to the editor of the Madrid paper, Eduardo de Guzman, to make a revolution, power must be seized. He described the CNT proposal as a proletarian government, total working class democracy in which all sectors of the proletariat but the proletariat alone would be represented. 13. Even though Largo Caballero had been giving speeches for several years calling for a proletarian revolution and a workers' government, when the possibility arose, Largo Caballero said he didn't want to jump outside the constitution. Now, the CNT had been built up independently of electoral politics in Spain. They were engaging in large-scale worker-initiated expropriations of industries. They had built a proletarian army of tens of thousands run by their union. Nevertheless, as things played out, the CNT failed to take a hard enough bargaining stance with Largo Caballero. Through a series of national conferences of delegates, they gradually retreated from the hardline position, eventually capitulating to Largo Caballero and the existing Popular Front government. 14. They could have pursued a different course. They were not strong enough to seize power all over Spain, but they could have seized political power in the regions where they were dominant. This would have been a way to beef up their bargaining position, to increase the pressure on Largo Caballero. My point is this: even if socialists are elected to government positions, we cannot count on them to carry forward the necessary course of action, to move towards self-managed socialism. A powerful working class movement needs to be developed from below, independent of electoral politics. Even if this is done, however, the electoral tendency in left-wing politics may continue to have significant backing by the working class. And so some form of negotiation is going to be likely for the various segments of the working class-based social forces to work out a path forward for social transformation. It is unrealistic to imagine that a socialist political party can be kept accountable to a popular base through its own party-controlled movement. A strong working-class social movement needs to be built up independently of political parties, that is, independently of leaderships aiming at getting state power in their hands. Chapter 9, The Two Souls of Unionism. The dominant type of organization that workers have formed to resist the coercive power of management in workplaces are unions. The word union derives from the idea of workers acting in union with each other. As Ralph Chaplin put it, "When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong." The British writer R. H. Tawney once described capitalist management of the workplace as autocracy checked by insurgency, and, indeed, a kind of insurgency takes place when workers band together to form unions. Worker unions are a key working class organization because of the potential power workers gain from collective resistance, but also because of the potential role of unions in social transformation. What role can the labor movement play in social transformation? Can large organizations that are built by workers through their struggles with the employers become a force to move society beyond capitalism? If we look at present-day American unions of the AFL-CIO type, many people may find it hard to imagine unions as a force for social transformation, as these unions have been unable to reverse their long slide. Unionism in the private sector embraces only 6.2% of workers today, less than in 1900. How can worker unionism be rebuilt into a larger, more effective, and worker-controlled movement? Can the inherited AFL-CIO type unions be somehow taken over by workers and made into effective class struggle organizations? The AFL-CIO type national unions, with their thick top-down bureaucracies of paid officials and staff, have been unable to reverse the long decline in union membership. Strikes that shut down production and the flow profits to enforce worker demands are essential to worker social power, yet strikes have vastly diminished in number and scope. The absence of unions in large areas of the economy presents us with both the need to organize the unorganized and the possibility of building new worker-controlled unions, independent of the AFL-CIO type unions, with their thick layer of case-hardened, top-down bureaucracy. On the other hand, if we are going to revitalize unionism into a more effective fighting force, we also need to have a strategy that can be used by workers in the places where the inherited international unions are still entrenched. Kim Moody has advocated a well-known approach for this situation in his pamphlet The Rank and File Strategy, which I will come back to later in this chapter. Point 1, I'm going to argue for a two-pronged inside/outside approach, that is, inside and outside of the framework of the AFL-CIO type unions. The role of the bureaucratic layer. The characteristic feature of American unions since World War II has been the dominant role played by the layer of paid officials and staff. Each union operates in a silo where the paid officials and staff negotiate contracts, typically one employer at a time. Even if paid national or local officers started out working in the unionized shops, they no longer do. Their career in union office provides a different way of life. Rank and file members may face autocratic supervisors, chemical exposures, or job stress from speed up, but the full-time officials no longer do. Because the union officials' way of life is bound up with the union institution, they tend to oppose strikes or other courses of action that may risk fines or risk the union's destruction. Thus we see officials adopting a mentality of subservience to the law and court rulings, and really strikes are a lot of work and this extra stress doesn't increase their pay. These days, more than 90% of union contracts in United States have a clause that prohibits strikes during the life of the contract. This has been a factor in post-World War II union bureaucratization. Federal judges have interpreted these clauses as banning any kind of collective struggle, including slowdowns and sickouts. This acts, in effect, as legal handcuffs, making it harder to build a strong in-the-shop worker organization to push back against the day-to-day power of bosses. No-strike contracts also get in the way of unions engaging in solidarity actions with other workers on strike. For example, in 1999, the 300 workers, members of ILA Local 1814, at the 143-year-old Domino sugar plant in Brooklyn attempted to prevent the company from laying off a third of the workforce. They challenged the Lyle and Tate conglomerate by going on strike on June 15. While the workers held out for 20 months, workers at other Domino sugar plants worked overtime to make up the difference. In Baltimore, there was another plant, represented by UFCW Local 1101, and the head of that local explained why he refused to consider a sympathy strike. If my contract were expired, I would have joined them 100%. He'd rather scab on fellow workers than take the risks of breaking the sacred contract. Point 2. Most contracts nowadays also have stepped grievance procedures. A distant grievance hearing makes it harder for workers to bring leverage to bear on beefs, since their leverage lies in their ability to gain solidarity of co-workers and disrupt work. This also contributes to the lack of shop floor presence for the union because it means issues aren't dealt with through worker self-organization on the job. Grievances are often handed over to lawyers, which encourages a narrow legalism and the view that disagreements should be handled by professionals, not workers themselves. Supporters of the no-strike contract sometimes say, why would an employer sign an agreement if the workers could simply stop work to wage a fight during the life of the contract? Unionists should support the right to strike. Workers gain power when they engage in strikes that shut down the whole operation. Companies lose profits. This was why many agreements were signed by employers without no-strike clauses in the decades prior to World War II. Although unions of the American Federation of Labor began the practice of no-strike contracts in the early 1900s, there were still many agreements negotiated with employers before World War II that did not make a no-strike promise. For example, the contract negotiated by the Teamsters local union in Minneapolis, after the widespread struggle of drivers and warehouse workers in 1934, explicitly asserted the right to strike over issues that came up during the life of the contract. The pervasive no-strike clauses and stepped grievance procedures of today go back to World War II and the efforts of the National War Labor Board to force industrial peace. In the wake of the many hundreds of sit-down strikes in 1936–37, brief stop-work events or quickie strikes were a common way for workers to push back against management on the job into the early 40s. Issues would be resolved directly with supervisors in the workplace. The National War Labor Board developed the stepped grievance procedure as a way to suppress this kind of direct struggle. The NWLB understood that innumerable grievances would arise in the day-to-day life of the workplace, writes Nelson Lichtenstein, but the board sought to build a system of shop governance that would settle these disputes and at the same time prevent them from either interfering with production or challenging wholesale the authority of shop management. To this end, the board elaborated a system that removed industrial disputes from the shop floor and then provided a set of formal, bureaucratic procedures to resolve them. 3. This changed the actual balance of power because informal work groups and shop stewards would have greater leverage in the workplace. If the struggle is controlled by workers in the shop, workers could take up issues whether the contract or labor law was on their side or not. Shifting the issue out of the workplace tends to limit the issue to narrow contract interpretation. The focus shifts to the activity of business agents or professional staff, not workers. At the same time, government pressure during the war also pushed for making no-strike commitments common in all agreements. By the 1950s, the abandonment of the direct struggle over control of the work and the workplace came to be codified in management rights clauses in contracts. These clauses concede to management the right to make decisions about workplace organization, use of technology, management salaries, investment decisions, and impacts on the community. This is part of the tendency of bureaucratic unionism to narrow the conflict with employers to issues of wages, benefits, and some conditions of employment or work rules. This doesn't mean that workers in fact have totally abandoned all control struggles. When teachers fight for smaller class sizes or more resources for students, or when nurses fight for more nurse staffing, these are control struggles. The main issue in a recent national refinery strike was over the right of workers to stop a maintenance operation they regard as unsafe. This is also a control struggle. Nonetheless, there was an increasing tendency by the officials to abandon the fight over conditions in the workplace by the 1950s. In fact, this was a reason for the big increase in wildcat strikes that took place in the United States in the late 1960s and early 70s. An example was the wildcat strike at the General Motors Lordstown, Ohio, plant in 1972, a response to a brutal increase in the speed of the assembly line. To the extent unions abandon the day-to-day struggle in the shop, it often leads to a situation where there is a lack of a visible union presence in the workplace. Workers then think of the union as a distant office, not an active association of workers there in the workplace. Under the bureaucratic servicing model of unionism, the union is seen as something akin to an insurance agent. The day-to-day struggle against management power is crucial to rebuilding militancy and a fighting labor movement in United States. The cohesion of workers in facing management power is built through a period of time as people have each other's backs over grievances or issues that arise. Syndicalist activists and organizations always emphasized the day-to-day struggle in the workplace because of its importance in building active participation by workers in fighting management and building the cohesion and class consciousness in the workforce. Another weakness of the American unions is their extreme sectoralist practice. As the bureaucratic service agency unions tend to limit their action to routine collective bargaining over economic issues with particular employers, there is little coordination across unions for developing campaigns or struggles on class-wide issues. But this is also entrenched in the very structure of the AFL-CIO. No worker belongs to the AFL-CIO, it is just a loose alliance of the top officials of the national unions. There is no National Worker Congress where workers can elect delegates to work out a common agenda and campaigns for the labor movement or create a unified working class struggle for change in society. The structure of the AFL-CIO simply entrenches the go-it-alone practice of siloed fights, one employer at a time. After World War II, the American labor movement had an opportunity to press for adoption of a free universal health care system. Instead of a common campaign, the various national unions developed private welfare states for their own members, but the non-union part of the working class was abandoned. Moreover, benefits tied to the employer tends to discourage strikes, as workers are afraid of losing health care coverage. I'm not saying the officials will not mobilize workers for fights with the employers. In fact, they do so at times because it's necessary to force the employers to negotiate. But they try to do this without blowing up their established relationship with management or risking the open hostility of the state. This means there is a tendency to place limits on how far the struggle escalates. They justify this because they tend to confuse the union institution with working class interests. They make this confusion since the union institution is the basis of their power and way of life. In the words of historian Robert Brenner, from the end of the 30s through the whole post-war period, the labor officialdom made every effort to confine the union to non-confrontational methods of struggle that would not get out of hand and threaten employers. For this makes the paid hierarchy of the unions a roadblock to the revival of the kind of widespread struggle and solidarity that are needed to build worker power, grow unionism in new areas, or mount a fundamental challenge to the capitalist regime. Rather than looking to build wider direct struggle to push for change, the bureaucratic layer encourages workers to see politicians and electoral politics as the solution to their problems. Depending on the Democrats as an avenue for social change creates a limit to union action and politics. Indeed, electoral politics is a bad strategy for building working class power. The majority of working class adults don't vote, while business owners, high-end professionals, and managers vote very regularly. Democratic Party politicians will tend to shy away from radical proposals for fear of losing middle-class votes or withdrawal of funding from people with money. Even if there were a Labor or Social Democratic Party in the United States, the tendency of the paid union apparatus to look to the politics of elections and parties to overcome their weakness still tends to keep the union stuck in the capitalist cage. In Europe, the division of labor between bureaucratic trade unions and political parties has a similar tendency to place limits on the goals of the unions. This is true even though the bureaucratic unions in Europe are often tied to political parties that used to have socialist or communist politics. Once social democratic or left parties in Europe gained government office at various points in the past, they found themselves in the position of managing the capitalist economy, which put them in the position of ensuring growth and stability for the profits system. Staying in office meant avoiding anti-capitalist moves that might lose the votes of middle-class professionals and business people. This placed definite limits on how far they could go in attacking capitalist interests or favoring a working-class assault on capitalist prerogatives. Like the union bureaucrats, the politicians make their position easier by adopting positions favorable to the interests of the dominating classes. We can win some gains through electoral coalitions, but it is not where working-class power lies. Thus the role of the bureaucratic layers in both the inherited unions and in electoral politics form a fetter to advancing working-class struggle. They tend to keep the working class captive to the capitalist regime. The two souls of unionism. But control by this kind of bureaucratic layer is not inevitable, it's just one of the tendencies or souls of unionism as a social movement. In other times and places, a more grassroots, rebel soul comes to the fore, and forms of unionism emerge that are more directly controlled by workers. Worker control of unions makes it easier for large-scale mass struggle to develop, as in strike waves that have emerged in certain periods. These two tendencies can be in conflict in the same organization, such as when rank-and-file workers fight for greater democratic control in a local union or engage in a wildcat strike against a sellout deal negotiated by paid officials. Unionism is a contradictory social phenomenon. Because the entrenched control of unions by a paid bureaucratic apparatus tends to form a block to renewed mass struggle and democratic participation, workers often form large new unions to get around the bureaucratized unions. This is what happened in the two greatest periods of mass worker insurgency in American history, the New Unionism of 1909 to 1921, and the worker insurgency of 1933 to 1937. Between 1909 and 1920, union membership doubled in America, from 10% to 20%. Again, union membership in the 1930s grew from 2 million to 14 million. In both periods, hundreds of thousands of workers formed new unions outside the inherited bureaucratic unions of the American Federation of Labor. The potential for unionism as a real force for change depends on the re-emergence of direct worker control over struggles and organizations, and towards a wider horizontal working-class solidarity. History is instructive here. Periods of growing working-class insurgency have also been periods when workers have built new organizations more directly under their control. Unionism in the United States has not grown in a gradual way but rather in cycles that are tied to working-class insurgency. As I said above, the two greatest periods of union growth came in large strike waves in the World War I era and again in the early 1930s. From 1909 to 1921 union membership doubled through a vast insurgency that saw thousands of strikes every year. In the year and a half that the United States was engaged in combat in World War I, workers took advantage of a wartime labor shortage to mount 6,205 strikes, which took on an outlaw quality more than ever in the face of the AFL's official pledge not to strike. In an echo of 1,886, there were 600 strikes on May 1, 1916, which included the 8-hour day as a demand. These struggles forced the War Labor Board during World War I to endorse a basic 8-hour day 5. During this period of insurgency, nearly 1 million workers organized themselves into industrial unions outside the AFL. The hardest edge of the new unionism was the industrial workers of the world. But the IWW was just the tip of the iceberg. To take an example, the American Congenial Industrial Union was a major independent union in Pittsburgh. A group of militants of the IWW, Socialist Party, and Socialist Labour Party had formed a kind of united front from below to organize the ACIU. Ultimately, the union focused on organizing at the large Westinghouse complex in East Pittsburgh. Even though the organizing there was initiated by skilled tool and die makers, the workers rejected the AFL craft unions. A cross-craft unity was built through an organization based on elected shop steward committees, and in 1915, this independent organization carried out a 10-day strike of 40,000 workers. 6 As with the 1913 IWW dock workers' strike in Philadelphia, there was an elected rank-and-file negotiating committee, and the agreement hammered out with management did not contain a no-strike pledge. The committee typed up the agreement and tacked it to the workshop bulletin board so everyone would know what management had agreed to. During 1918 to 19, David Sapis traveled around the country doing extensive interviews with rank-and-filers and militants in the new independent unions. Sapis was a former shop steward at a Milwaukee brewery who studied under labor historian John Commons at the University of Wisconsin. Sapis reports that workers in the independent unions regarded the AFL's conservatism as abhorrent. From these interviews it was quite evident that the mass of immigrant workers had become inculcated with the IWW passionate distrust of the AFL and possessed a religious reverence for revolutionary industrial unionism. The local leaders felt that the rank and file would follow their advice provided that they did not override the current prejudice by affiliating with the or discarding the idea of revolutionary industrial unionism. 7. The new unionism of the World War I era shows how the tendency toward renewal of struggle was enhanced by building new unions not controlled by the bureaucratic layers of the AFL. To understand why workers built new unions in those years outside the AFL national unions, it's useful to look at what the American Federation of Labor had become. By the World War I era, the AFL had already developed many of the practices that we see in more recent decades. Acceptance of the capitalist profits system and an orientation to partnership with the employers. Collective bargaining of no-strike contracts by paid officials. A narrow sectoralist practice focused on economic fights with individual employers. Lack of any direct way for workers in different industries to get together to develop a common class-wide program. Monopolization of decision-making authority and union expertise in a bureaucratic hierarchy. The new unionism of 1909 to 21 was a period of widespread worker challenge to these AFL practices. According to labor historian David Montgomery, the direct, mass involvement challenge to managerial authority and contempt for accepted AFL practice workers exhibited in 1909 to 10 were to remain the outstanding characteristic of American labor struggles, not episodically but continuously for the next dozen years. 8. This challenge was expressed in many ways: direct struggle over control in the workplace, the appeal to class-wide solidarity and the break with narrow craft union ideology, the use of rank-and-file negotiating committees, the recognition of a flat antagonism of interests between capital and labor, and the vision of a form of socialism based on workers managing the industries. Another episode of New Unionism, 1933 to 1937. Another vast growth in worker unionism rolled through the United States between 1933 and 1937. There were thousands of strikes every year. During 1933, 1.2 million workers participated in walkouts. The country is full of spontaneous strikes, Benjamin Stahlberg observed in December 1933. Wherever one goes, one sees picket lines. Louis Adamick observed, the workers' unrest and feverish, militant efforts to form their own unions became marked by a profound sullenness, a great anger, a fighting mood. 9. As in the World War I era, 1933 to 1937 saw a widespread working class insurgency that posed a massive challenge to AFL business unionism. This large movement to build independent unions, similar in some ways to the new unionism of 1909, 21, was a powerful reassertion of the grassroots tendency in unionism. Between January 1933 and early 1934, about 250,000 workers formed new independent unions, usually with radical militants on the scene. These unions wanted to have nothing to do with the AFL. 10. For example, the Industrial Union of Marine and Shipbuilding Workers was a militant outfit with about 4,000 members organized at the shipyards along the Delaware River in Camden, New Jersey, Chester, Pennsylvania, and Wilmington, Delaware. As with the shipyard workers, other independent unions in Camden had a strong radical presence, including an industrial union at the Campbell Soup Plant and the 2,600-member Radio and Metal Workers Industrial Union at Victor Radio, which was able to force the company to recognize it. The IUMS was the outgrowth of several years of intensive agitation by the local branch of the Socialist Party. The Camden Socialists were fanatically convinced industrial unionists who were also convinced that the AFL was worse than useless. Without money, without connections, in the depths of the Depression, the Camden Socialists started a feverish campaign to organize a dual industrial union with a socialist outlook. Throughout the early 1930s, both the Communists and the IWW agitated against reliance on Democratic Party politicians, AFL officials, or government arbitration. Both groups agitated for industrial unionism, rank-and-file control of unions, class-wide solidarity, and disruptive collective action. This agitation fit in with the working-class mood at that time and helped to contribute to both the new unionism and the victories that would be achieved in that decade. As in 1909-21, workers built new unions outside the AFL because the layer of paid officials formed a kind of block on struggles by workers, and made those unions less effective as vehicles of worker struggle. In the 1930s, thousands of labor radicals were crucial in the organizing that took place. In the account of that era in the labor wars, Sidney Lenz points to the support of the militant minority for the tendency to worker-controlled, class struggle unionism in that era. The radical unionists of the 1930s brought to their work a number of a priori political concepts. They opposed in principle any collaboration with capital, such as William Greene had in his attempt to win support from General Motors for unionizing the auto industry. The employer and the state were implacable enemies to be fought to the death. Moreover, the new radicals felt that the labor fakers who headed the old unions, unless challenged, would undermine any legitimate labor struggle. The ultimate defense, then, against employers and labor fakers was to vest control of the affairs of unions in the rank-and-file membership. 12. The militants understood that, to rebuild effective unionism, it was important for workers to control the struggles and organizations. Unionism has always had two conflicting souls or tendencies. In certain times and places, the rebel, grassroots soul of unionism comes to the fore. In other periods, a paid bureaucratic layer consolidates its position and looks to restrain the level of conflict in order to ensure the survival of the union as an institution in the hostile terrain of capitalist industry. This contradictory character of unionism is also expressed at times in the conflict between the rank and file of unions and the paid officials at the top. The AFL tried to blunt the growth of new independent unions by granting charters to groups of workers to form local industrial unions as federal locals, outside the existing AFL national unions. But the AFL Central Office kept tight control and tried to prevent these groups from striking. Due to manipulation by the AFL, the workers in aircraft plants in Hartford, Connecticut, gave up their AFL federal local charters and formed the Aircraft Workers Industrial Union, under radical leadership. This 2,500-member union was taking steps to unite the airplane industry everywhere by 1934.13. In addition to the growth of independent unions in 1933-34, the AFL national unions also grew by 480,000 members in that period, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. 14. But most of this new membership was in the steel and textile industries, and most of that new membership was lost in short order due to the undemocratic practices of the AFL unions ratifying the radical critique of the AFL. The National Textile Strike in September 1934 provided a brutal lesson in why workers should not trust arbitration boards, politicians, and AFL officials. The main issue for workers in textile plants in the early 1930s was the stretch-out, meaning that employers were asking workers to tend more machines or more spindles than before. This enabled the firms to make more money by cutting their wage bill. From 1933 to the summer of 1934, 250,000 workers joined the AFL United Textile Workers Union, demanding a strike against the stretch-out. Eventually 360,000 workers participated in the September strike, shutting down mills in New England and many areas of the South. Active workers who had already shut down their mill would get in their cars and drive to the next mill town to spread the strike. This flying squad tactic was an innovation of the 1930s. The National Guard was called out against the strike in several states, and 6 members of a flying squad were gunned down in a confrontation with sheriff's deputies in South Carolina. Despite widespread violence against strikers, the strike held. However, the strike committee was controlled by one of the national UTW paid officers, Francis Gorman, and the workers had no rank-and-file organization to control the strike. After President Roosevelt asked the UTW to end the strike, Gorman called it off without consulting the strikers. Roosevelt's arbitration board ended up giving the workers nothing. The stretch-out would go on. Gorman had ended the strike without guaranteeing there would be no retaliation on the part of the employers, and 15,000 strikers did not get their jobs back. 15. The other AFL national union to make major gains in 1933–34 was the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel, and Tin Workers. This was a decrepit craft union with about 3,000 dues-paying members in early 1933. After the passage of the NRA with its promises of collective bargaining rights, thousands of steel workers formed 125 new local unions of the AA, increasing the membership by more than 60,000. Rank-and-file activists in the new lodges in the AA were building a movement for a national steel strike. This strike movement in the steel industry finally came to a head with a large meeting of over 400 delegates on February 3, 1935. Paid officials at the head of AA expelled the local lodges that were represented there, about 3/4 of the AA membership. By August 1935, AA was down to only 5,000 members. Most of the gains in membership in 1933–34 were lost. 16. This illustrates the way the paid hierarchy of AFL unions got in the way of building militant action. In addition to the huge growth of independent unions, both the communist unions of the Trade Union Unity League and the IWW also added about 75,000 members in 1933–34. TUUL was especially strong in New York City, where the organization had its own cross-union labor council, and 45,000 members at the end of 1933. Although critics of the TUUL have labeled it a failure, and nothing more than mere propaganda organizations, the group did build a significant base in a number of places. For example, the TUUL union in the fur industry was large enough to simply take over the AFL union once the two merged. As Ralph Darlington argues in Radical Unionism, the communist movement in the 1920s had taken on many programmatic ideas from the syndicalist movement to form a revolutionary industrial program. Early in the decade, the TUUL had advocated building shop delegate councils in the ILGUA, for example. The TUUL's form of rank-and-file unionism continued this practice. The shop committee is elected by all workers in the shop, regardless of politics or craft, or union affiliation. It is thus seen how the shop committee is a democratic body. In most cases the work must be done illegally, that is, care must be taken not to expose the militant elements in the shop. Department committees must exist for the purpose of making it easier to keep in touch with the daily grievances and problems that arise in each department of the shop. 17. Many elements of TUUL rhetoric and practice were adaptations from syndicalism, the critique of the AFL, the view that the masses and the employing class have nothing in common, the rejection of arbitration and emphasis on direct struggle, and the shop delegates councils and elected rank-and-file negotiating committees. The shop committee never settles questions by themselves, from the top. But the workers decide. 18. TUUL emphasized active engagement of the rank and file drawn into the union, red trade unions, whose existence and effectiveness depends not only on the mass but how alert that mass is to its class interests at the point of production, must have a large active organization for collective leadership. Organization inside big plants can only be done by developing the workers that work there into rank and file organizers. 19. The TUUL pursued an inclusive form of unionism that would be open to women and black workers and oppose race discrimination, an approach that had been pioneered in the World War I era by the IWW. But the Communists went a step further, organizing against race discrimination in areas also outside the workplace for full racial, political, and social equality for black Americans and against Jim Crow and lynch terror in the South. Although the TUUL was tied tightly to the Communist Party leaders frequently complained that militants failed to push party slogans down through the unions. 20 There was a certain tension between the emphasis on rank-and-file unionism and the Leninist doctrine of hegemony of the vanguard party. Despite the gains in TUUL membership in 1933–34, the Communists couldn't ignore the growth of independent unions to the left of the AFL or the growth in the AFL unions. At that time, the leadership of the Communist International was in disarray after Hitler's coming to power in Germany, and they hadn't yet worked out a new overall strategy. American Communists were left to develop a new labor strategy from their own experience, and by the end of 1933, they were moving toward a new policy. The central aim in the new strategy was to unite the independent unions and TUUL unions together into a new class struggle unionist federation outside the AFL, which meant they would now get rid of the TUUL. Seeing the huge growth of the independent unions, the Communists wanted to put themselves at the head of that parade. A June 1934 article in The Communist, by the party's trade union secretary, Jack Stahel, spelled out their new direction. According to Stahel, their common aim was, to make contact with the masses, to lead in struggle, gain influence, consolidate this influence among the masses. Their goal was to gain hegemony for the Communist Party as the Leninist vanguard in the mass organizations, and to do this they had to put themselves at the head of the struggles that were being organized through various organizations. 21. In industries or locations where there were substantial independent unions, the Communists would work to initially build a common labor council between TUUL unions and independents or work toward mergers of TUUL unions with independents. The Communists hoped to use their National Textile Workers Union as a vehicle for a merger of the many independent unions in the textile industry. Their model was the Unification Convention the Communists supported in the shoe industry in December 1933. The 7,000-member TUUL Shoe Workers Industrial Union abandoned its TUUL charter to unite with a large number of independent unions, forming the Independent United Shoe and Leather Workers Union. The independent unions usually had radicals on the scene from a wide variety of political viewpoints: Trotskyists, members of the American Workers' Party, anarchists, IWW members. The Communists would have to work with a variety of other left-wing tendencies in these unions, thus the new Communist slogan, the United Front from Below. Class struggle unionism means an approach to unionism that encourages disruptive, militant collective action and a rejection of the AFL practice of seeking partnership with the employers. These are elements of revolutionary unionism, and a shared practice of the TUUL and radical-influenced independent unions. Thus the CP would also continue to support elements of rank-and-file unionism, such as elected shop delegate councils and elected rank-and-file negotiating committees. The gains won by the working class in the 30s were not achieved through electoral politics, or by relying on paid officials of the AFL or CIO international unions. Concessions were won only because working class self-organization and action posed a revolutionary challenge to the system. The new unionism of the early 1930s were part of this. There were thousands of strikes every year. In thousands of workplaces management autocracy was checked. Employers were forced to accept ongoing organization and action in their workplaces. This widespread working class insurgency in the United States was part of a global working class movement that posed a threat to the existence of capitalism from the Russian Revolution of 1917 and revolutionary situations in various countries after World War I to the general strikes and waves of planned takeovers in the US and France in 1936, and the revolution and widespread workers' seizure of capitalist industry in Spain that same year. In describing the trend of worker unionism in Vanguard in January 1936, Sam Dolgoff wrote, "The trend of the labor movement is toward revolutionary unionism. This means recognition of the class struggle, militant direct action, the institution of workers' democracy, the destruction of gangsterism and bureaucracy in any form." 22. Dolgoff defines revolutionary unionism in relation to practice, a unionism based on non-reformist methods of action and organization. Unions may be reform organizations in the sense of fighting in the here and now for short-run changes or improvements, but there are different ways to fight for reforms: reformist or non-reformist ways. Relying on politicians, elections, collective bargaining controlled by paid officials and staff, pushing grievances off the shop floor to arbitration, these are reformist methods of action. These would trap the working class within the present capitalist regime, restricting the level of resistance to methods that don't threaten the system. Top-down, staff-driven forms of organization discourage participation and learning from struggle by the rank and file and are liable to lead to people being sold out. Day-to-day struggles over control in the shop through actions such as slowdowns or other on-the-job resistance, production halting, strike action, or occupations that shut down workplaces or government agencies, and widening the struggle through solidarity actions like general strikes. These are non-reformist forms of struggle that build working class power and develop a sense of agency and confidence. The role of the CIO and the Popular Front. Various heads of AFL national unions also saw that these difficult years might result in a radical union movement to the left of the AFL. Dave Dubinsky of the ILGWU, Sidney Hillman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union, and John L. Lewis of the United Mine Workers ran their own unions in a top-down fashion and fought the radicals in their unions for years. At the 1935 AFL convention, Charles Howard of the International Typographical Union spoke for this group when he warned of the potential for a new labor movement outside the control of responsible trade union leaders like themselves. "Now let me say to you that the workers of this country are going to organize, and if they are not permitted to organize under the banner of the American Federation of Labor, they are going to organize under some other leadership or without leadership. I submit to you would be a far more serious problem for our government." 23. When these leaders broke with the AFL in late 1936, they launched the Congress of Industrial Organizations as a hierarchical organizing project. Their aim was to capture the mass worker energy of the moment and contain it within the methods and top-down scaffolding of the AFL style of unionism. We can think of the CIO as a hierarchical project that aimed to contain the level of class conflict by limiting direct struggle in the workplace and placing control into the hands of a separate layer of paid union officials. They were helped in carrying out this program by a shift in the Communist Party's orientation in 1936. By 1935, the leaders of the Communist International in Moscow had developed a new strategy called the Popular Front. This differed from the policy of the United Front with other radical workers, which was adopted by the American Communists in late 1933 and early 1934. During that period, the American Communists still pursued their advocacy of class struggle unionism and various methods of rank-and-file control such as elected shop delegate councils and elected rank-and-file negotiating committees. The new Popular Front orientation would lead the Communists toward a new accommodation with bureaucratic trade unionism.